What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Dwayne from Black Men Unfiltered. Hey, listen, it's Cooking with Kingz tonight. Cooking with Kingz. That means any man that's out there right now that got something he want to say, he got the opportunity tonight to say it. I got this whole thing open, right? I got my boy K Soul. He in the comments, but he don't even know he about to come up in here with his boy. I'm about to drop the link I'm about to drop the link in the chat for him because K Soul can't do it without the soul. You know what I mean? And also, congratulations to K Soul, man. We got to give people their flowers when they can smell them. So, congratulations to K Soul, man, for him having a little one on the way, man, and everything's going good for him. So, man, I just want to say to K Soul, man, congratulations on your bundle of possibilities. I know you're going to be a great dad, and so I am looking forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing what holds with you in the future and your move and everything that you're going to do. So, man, listen, I wanted to have this thing tonight. I wanted to come on tonight, Cooking with Kingz, and I want to speak first. I know a lot of guys are going to come through in a minute, but if you look in the thumbnail, you'll see you'll see what I put in the thumbnail. It says S.Y.S.B.M. And S.Y.S.B.M means, I know a lot of people may know what it means in the manosphere, but for the people that do not know what S.Y.S.B.M means, it means save yourself, black man. Save yourself. And so we're going to discuss that tonight, and we're going to go in deep into some things tonight when it comes to that. Because, we hold women accountable. Tonight, we're going to hold men accountable, but we're going to put a twist on this thing because we're not only are we going to hold men accountable in every way of discipline and all these other things, we're going to hold men accountable that are doing other things that we don't mention, the things that women support. So we're going to hold the men that are accountable that are simps, men that are accountable that I'm not going to get into it right now. I'm going to wait till the guys pop in here. And when they pop in here, we're going to handle it. So the first guy that I'm bringing to you guys tonight, my brother from another mother, K Soul, is in the building, guys. You might as well give it up for him. K Soul, my
What's up, man?
What's going on with you, man?
I'm pretty good, man. Can't complain. I'm excited to be here with you for another program, man. You are killing it, bro.
I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate
and you're everywhere.
Yeah, that's right on me.
Hey, I'm on Anton's channel. I see you over there. I'm with Peep. I see you over there. I see you, bro.
So did you get a chance to watch Sir Hill's show the other night when I was on there?
No, I missed it.
Man, you got to go back and watch it, man. Sir Hill will be joining us in a minute, but you got to go back and watch it. We had a conversation about Black culture, and the question that was asked on the show was, how do we rebuild? What steps do we take as men to rebuild our community? And man, when that question was asked, it got so deep that Sir Hill had to stop the show. He said, man, we've been on too long. We have to do a part 2. It got real heated in me, bro.
I got to check that out.
Yeah, you got to check that out, man. So my thing is, have you ever heard of S.Y.S.B.M?
I have.
So what does it mean to you? Like, let me get your mindset on what that is.
I'll be honest. I'm not really. I'll tell you what it means to me. I don't know if this is the accurate, I guess, definition or meaning of it, but to me, it's sort of a negative mindset. Something I don't really subscribe to, but I do understand or at least I think I understand the nature of it or where it comes from. So I'm not necessarily downing people with that mindset.
Right.
However, I think that if you think like that from the beginning, if it's save yourself because there's no hope type of mentality, then when you are dealing in certain things, then the results that you are going to get as a result of your mindset are going to be negative outcomes. Exactly. So that's my only thing about that mindset, and I'm going to relate it to kind of a topic that was brought up on the LePew show last night. And I know you watch it. So JB was talking about kind of his contingent or risk management mindset. So there's kind of a line between risk management and just complete negativity of like, oh my gosh, there's no hope. There's nothing to do. we're doomed, so save yourself
Right.
type mentality. So I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't really subscribe to that mindset, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And so, Aaron, what's up, man? Good to have you here tonight too, bro.
What's the word, bro? What's the word?
Man,
The
listen,
man that
so
never sleeps.
I'm telling you, man, the man that never sleeps. So we're talking about the S.Y.S.B.M, bro. How are you familiar with them?
No, I'm not familiar with that terminology.
Yeah, it's save yourself, black man. Yeah. So I got turned on to it the other night, man, and they were talking about basically what Queso was just saying: risk management. Black men need to have to cultivate themselves into a risk management. Hey, get yourself together, and take responsibility for your own actions and take responsibility for your own family and the things that you choose to do in your life. So, man, just hearing that, man, I mean, what is your mindset about men taking responsibility for their lives and not making those decisions that's going to alter them altogether?
Oh man, we in complicated times right now.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely important for people to protect themselves in general. I think that it's getting overblown with the I guess the thought process of fear and risk mitigation. I think when it comes to marriage, because that's where all the conversations are going, marriage in a lot of ways is a contractual agreement, whether we like to admit it or not.
Yeah.
And when you think of contract, it constitutes business.
Right.
And my understanding of it, when you invest in something, you cannot erase risk, you try to mitigate it. So that's the ultimate goal of investors, to mitigate risk for the maximum outcome, right?
Right.
So sadly, it's no different than your investment in the friendship, parenthood, and all these different type of things. There's investments in it, and there comes with risk. And so Black men need to try to put themselves in a position where they protect themselves. They have to take an overwhelmingly amount of our responsibility. Let's just be clear.
Mm-hmm.
We know in general, women want to marry men that make more money than them. We just know that's the case.
Right.
And when that is the case, the judge just looks at it black and white. They don't look at it as a gender-based thing when they look at alimony. They look at who makes more money and who's eligible for it, right?
Right.
Men overwhelmingly will turn down alimony even if they need it, but based on societal pressures. So because of that concept, you're most likely going to marry somebody that you make more money in, or you're going to not take money when you might need it in the midst of a divorce. So men are just in a lot of ways can be in a lot of trouble if they don't put themselves in a better position to mitigate as much risk without being as fearful as the term fear is coming in this conversation.
And so, hey, Brian, what's going on, man?
What's going on, bro? What's going on with y'all, man? Shout out to you, Queso. Congratulations.
Yeah,
what's going on, Aaron?
Congrats, Queso. What up?
So Brian, what's your mindset on the whole thing? Save yourself, black man. Being more responsible, making better decisions, not to put ourselves in position to be, hoodwinked, as the old people would say it.
I don't know, man. Save yourself from what? Who I'm saying?
Like save yourself, like we talk about responsibility of men. Like we talk about, like you said again, we always talk about the women, and which we do need to talk about those ratchet situations at times. But I'm talking about the men that's making better decisions. Who you sleeping with? Who you laying down with? Who you decide to skeet up in and get pregnant? You got to make better decisions on what you're doing, because if you're not making better decisions, then your life gonna start getting controlled. It's gonna start getting controlled by the system, start getting controlled by the child support system, start getting controlled by, you're gonna put yourself in a world of trouble if you don't make the right decisions.
Oh yeah. You are what you attract, though. So if you attract those type situations, that's what you're gonna get.
Right.
And in life, man, you're gonna go through trials and tribulations in relationships, bro. I've been through it. I've been through some shit that if a woman busts me out, man, y'all gonna look at me strange. You know what I mean? So that's just life, man. But in retrospect, though, I just feel like, man, I think a lot of people don't learn from their mistakes, and they continue to do the same thing and continue getting the same results. And that's why I don't really have no problem with women, because I just found my lane of women that I can get along with. I know I don't want to be with no aggressive woman. You know what I mean? So I know if I be with an aggressive woman, I know it's gonna go. So I always try to stay in my lane with the type women, man. I don't chase the love and hip hop. I love chasing women that make as much as me or more than me because less stress on me. You know what I mean? So
But Brian, do you want to
talk
be
to me.
married? Do you want to be married?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay, okay. Because I need to know that because when we're talking risk mitigation, that's when you get into more, asset risk when you get engaged in a marriage. And so the way you were saying was like, well, I don't necessarily attract these things, but if you're not necessarily, but since you're looking to get married, you are looking to take on that risk.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. Any woman I date in the past like 8 or 9 years made at least $100,000 or better in the city of Dallas. You know what I mean? So then the type of women I do attract, I don't track scandalous type women like that. You know what I mean? I know what you're talking about though, but I really get to know a woman. I really pay attention to her. I try to see if she malicious or stuff like this. So I don't really have no horror stories or no woman just really fucking me over. Because if I feel it, I'm gonna go the other way.
Yeah, well, I don't really mean like women are scandalous per se.
Mhm.
Most men are. Let's just be honest. Not all men have the same vision, right? So some men can be blinded by
Yeah,
some
most
women
definitely,
and can be taken advantage of, right?
most
Uh,
definitely.
Sometimes we believe that all men have unique abilities to see, but all men are not the same. All men don't have
No,
the same skill set. All
I
men
don't.
don't see the world the same. Not all men are extremely intelligent. So
Fact.
they can be taken advantage of by women. It can
Most
happen.
definitely. I
Now,
see it.
what we know men like to do in these spaces is to sit here and say women are just a weaker vessel. They are inferior to men, and there's no possibility that a woman can take advantage of men because all men are powerful. But from what I understand is not all men are powerful, so they all don't have that ability. But I could be ignorant, and they all do have the ability,
Oh.
and therefore
E.
you have to push the responsibility solely on men because they cannot be taken advantage of. I would accept that if that's what the statement is, that all men are superior to women.
All right, so let me hop in here real
Here we
quick.
go. Let's go, E.
Well, first of all men are superior to women, and the
There
men
you
that are
go.
getting taken advantage of, they want to be taken advantage of. They don't. It's not
There you
like they
go.
don't know. They know that they know if they give up their power, they believe that they can give certain things back. So we can't make it seem like
Fact.
these men are just being bamboozled and they don't know what's going on. Like, if he's tricking off, if he's spending
A
that
sucker
bag
know
with
he a
her,
sucker.
yeah, he know what it is. And some men just they like actually being in that position. Like they like being in that sucker position where she taking
Yeah.
advantage of her because he think he gonna get some cookies. And most of these brothers are getting cookies. They getting cookies. So they say, if I'm a sucker and I'm a pushover, I'm gonna get the bag cookies, and that's what I'm gonna settle to. So I'm gonna tell you
Fact.
straight up is that if that same man wanted to be in a powerful position, he could. He could still
Fact.
overpower that woman. He just choose to be in a sucker position, in my opinion. So no,
That's all that
Because
is.
I don't
of
subscribe.
flirtatious.
Yeah, I
Do you
don't
think
subscribe to
they?
that either, man.
Do you think they?
I'm fine. Hold on, okay. So I'm sorry. We
Go
got
ahead. Go ahead.
because
You
me and
good?
Emmanuel will have to battle this out in the beginning. We just got to get it started. Look, I'm fine with men taking full responsibility. I'm the type of man to take full responsibility for everything. I have no issues with that. But to sit here and be disingenuous, to sit here, I've met other men. I've had conversations with them. They don't necessarily always have the capabilities to outsmart people, to play chess, to outthink people. They just don't have those skills. I've seen interpersonal skills amongst people. They don't have them. And so there
Well,
are men
oh
who
yeah,
lack
it's
those
suckers out here
abilities.
though. Yeah, it's suckers out here. So
Look,
yeah.
wait. That don't make them a sucker. That just means they don't have that skill set. Look, some people have the ability to see around the block, can see around the corner before they turn the corner. Let's not sit there and act like
Man, it's 8 to
everybody's
get
gifted
8
with
out here,
vision.
Well, hold
bro.
on, Aaron.
It's 8
Aaron,
to get
what we
8.
saying is this
It's
right
E to
here,
get
Aaron.
8.
If everything is equal, the man is going to be stronger. Now, I'm not. Yes, if you got a girl with an IQ of 200 and the dude got an IQ of 4, yes, he can. Yes, she can be smarter than him. But I'm saying if I make everything equal, like if you got a smart, intelligent brother and a smart, intelligent woman, typically she's going to be underneath him. I'm not saying that it's not a ranking system in our world today. I'm just saying that if it's equal, because women really not gonna be, if she's really smart, she's not gonna be with a really dumb dude. That's just not gonna happen. But
Fact.
if she gets somebody on her level, she's gonna be underneath them. And
I can agree to that. I can agree to
And
that.
them dudes need to chase women that's on their level instead of
yeah,
chasing something that
if you know you
that don't
dumb as a
match.
box, if you know you dumb as a box of rocks, you need to go get you a box of rocks out there, man. Don't be trying to go out
There
there
it
getting
is
them back
right
in
there.
college. Go to the
On
local
my nigga.
McDonald's and get the one that's on your level.
Now,
There you go.
before we get deep off and before we get deep off up in that, I want to ask this question. When we talk about holding men accountable, because I had, somebody thought I was joking today when I was talking about what we were going to be talking about on the show tonight. They thought I was joking, but I'm not. So how do we hold, and I know this is going to be a deep conversation. Most people don't want to talk about it, but we got to talk about it. How do we hold the men accountable that are putting themselves in positions to compete with our daughters? Let me explain. Earlier today, if you watched the Millionaire Morning Show with Anton this morning, did anybody get a chance to watch that this morning?
We was on.
Yeah.
So did you see what Anton was talking about this morning?
Yep.
When he was talking about the dude, big old 6'2", 250-pound dude, he says, I identify as a female and I want to compete against girls. And he out there on the swimming, man, he dominating, bro. Mm-hmm. And these girls they didn't got these scholarships to go to Penn State. They're out there swimming. They're trying to make a successful career for themselves. And you got a big old 6'1", 225-pound dude doing laps on them. They can't even get past him. So do we hold those men accountable? Do we say, hey, bro, get up out of, hey, man, this not for you? Or do we just allow that to happen? Just let them beat up on our daughters?
Nope. First thing, if that was my daughter, I would have withdrawn my daughter from the sport. Right. How we really vote is with our dollars. And I was talking about this 2 days ago on Anton's show. Is what would have been a bigger statement than us standing around and campfire whining about the whole situation? I think what would have really happened, what if all the women would have withdrawn from that sport? What if he was the only one that was in that competition? That would have made a statement that we're not going to tolerate this type of behavior. But they let him race. Once they said, hey, he's a woman, and they let him race, we can't come in as men. Well, we can, because we can't say what we can't do. But us men can't come in and say, we're going to change this for them. No, they chose to continue to compete against him, and they got that whooping. So I personally believe like this, in that situation, we shouldn't even tell women not even to compete with him. Let him be out there by himself. Let's take the crowd away from that type of attention and let them know that we're not going to even participate in it. So that's my opinion on it.
I ain't got no dog in the fight,
man. But my question would be to you, Brian. If your daughter went to school, your daughter play sports and do anything in school?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she run track.
So run track. So say for instance, you went to one of her track meets. I know you support your kids wholeheartedly, bro. You went to there and your daughter, she's fastest one on the team, and all of a sudden they get a transfer. Somebody from another school come in, and you look down there and you look at the track meet and you see your daughter line up to race, and you see a dude 6'1", right, 130 pounds, soaking wet, line up beside your daughter. You know what I'm saying, to run, and your daughter trying to get a scholarship to go to college, and this dude just blasting her. Like, what do you do? Like, what is your mindset about the whole situation?
Number one, I probably pull her out of school. But number two, I know I'm gonna make some noise about it because I kind of have a voice on social media. So most likely I'm gonna act a fool with it and say something real ignorant and then probably land me in jail. But yeah, you gotta act a fool sometimes because they're just not. Even where I stay at, they voted against it, and because the males, they're gonna allow the males compete with the girls and stuff, and they're gonna allow the boys to be in the girls' locker room, and we made some noise about that. And some of them white folks out here wasn't having it either. So, that's one of the good things about coming together for your children, you know what I mean? So now, man, I pull my children out of it and make some noise and be ignorant.
Hey, black man, I got a question. I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you have kids?
I do.
Do you believe females should even be participating in sports? Because I've really been trying to process the whole mindset and what do it accomplish? Because if we look at it from a professional, most of those are failing businesses, and it's not really profitable for them to be in it. So I guess they can learn maybe some other tasks, but do you believe that would make her into a better woman by playing sports?
Discipline. It show children. It gives children discipline.
It can.
It can, yeah.
So,
But it's
so you believe that sports can give you more discipline than two parents in the house teaching discipline?
Well, I'm just speaking on a reality sense on my end, since I'm a single father. So my son and daughter play sports. Even though I show my children discipline, but them playing sports, they teach them how to play chess with their mind, being strategic. Certain things I probably can't really teach them besides playing chess, but I do teach them how to think. So sometimes sports have, it does help. I know people that play sports and they're very successful. They quick on their feet because of, sports, you got to think. I never played, but I'm having my children do.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them playing sports at all. I don't think it hurts anything. I don't know if you believe differently. Matter of fact, I would say that they probably get a lot of the same benefits that guys would get from playing sports, meaning, learning how to work with others, working with the team, learning how to be disciplined, like Brian said, learning how to communicate a little bit better. I don't know if it makes them a better woman per se, like to be necessarily a wife is what I believe you're alluding to, but I think it just makes them better human beings.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me jump in real quick. When you say that, case, so at first I'm trying to be extremely open-minded to what Emmanuel was saying, and based upon whether they should play sports or not, and then the other concepts of what it could do for a woman. But what it made me think when you said it kind of does the same things it does for men is men are overly competitive. So it kind of explains now if what you said is kind of true, that women want to compete with men now, because if they've been playing sports for so long, have a competitive fervor in and they're like, ooh, because I've seen women get a super, like, I wouldn't say emotional because that might not be the right word, but really just like they get excited for this competition. And now what it seems like is maybe they're getting the competitive nature that men naturally have, to the point where they want to compete with men, because men want to compete at the highest level.
Do you mean in sports or just in life competing with?
Well, here's the thing. When you play sports, that kind of transitions to other life things. When you competitive in basketball, you can start to push that competitive nature in everything. When you're talking, you competitive. So sports kind of pushes a competitive nature to almost all aspects of life. You rarely meet someone that's competitive in sports and not competitive in other areas. Whether they're good in other areas is not the same, but they want to compete. So what it sounds like is the reason women are competing against men is because women want to compete against men, because they don't have to compete. They could have just quit. So it seems that the competitive nature that men get, that you're saying that maybe women get similar things that we get, now they want to compete with men, and that's what's happening. And once you open Pandora's box, you cannot hit the reverse button.
But I wouldn't attribute that to sports. There are so many other things I think that are happening in their lives. Especially the main thing would be the way they're being raised at home in their their home circumstances. Right. But sports, I mean, I've met many women who have played sports, and they're not necessarily, maybe certain sports I can see. I'm starting to think about it, but
Aaron, let me hop in. So let me ask you a question. Do sports help us? Because the narrative is, we say women purpose are men, and we want them to become great wives. Do sports help women become feminine? Do it help them have that feminine character, or do it push them towards a masculine character?
I don't think it does either.
Yeah.
So you telling me that sports have no have?
Now, if you're talking about somebody like boxing or wrestling, maybe. Yeah. But if you're talking about someone running track,
let's say basketball. Basketball. Let's talk about basketball.
Oh my God.
Do you think? Because this is my experience. All the girls that played basketball when I was going up through high school, they was really masculine. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wasn't a feminine basketball player. But like, they demand respect when they was on the court. So I'm just curious. So do y'all really believe that this helped her be a better wife? Or because I don't think that they should be playing sports.
But they're not even aggressive on the court.
Can I say this? Unless a person like a masculine woman, is for them. Like them are masculine women. Unless you into masculine women, you're gonna get that type of vibe from women that play basketball. There are a lot of women They play basketball. They're feminine as hell. Like there are a lot of them. But if
Where?
you're
Who?
into the masculine
Who?
female, I'm talking about
Who?
personally. I'm talking about personally, not in the WNBA. I'm just
No,
saying.
not like I get it. No, that most women that play basketball are masculine, especially when you talk about a college level.
But I don't think women are these feminine women, and then they go to play sports, and all of a sudden they're changed to these masculine women. I don't think that's what's happening. So I think what you might be even seeing, maybe in certain circumstances, is maybe masculine women who are playing sports and they're still masculine. But I don't think that sports are changing them to be that way.
Nah, yeah.
I've played
think they're learning
basketball with
anything?
women who are the softest women I've ever met in my life. Even on the basketball court. Tell me if I'm wrong. Even on the basketball
But
court,
wait.
they're not
Okay,
aggressive.
so what competitive level are you speaking to of these women? Are you saying D1, W, like what?
I'm
Oh
thinking,
no,
I'm thinking about high school.
yeah,
Do you
yeah.
think
Just
So,
No.
well, I'm talking about what are we teaching our kids? Are we teaching our kids to just go out here to have fun, or are we teaching our kids to win? Because I believe everything you're supposed to do is you're supposed to win. And if I want my daughter to perform at an all-star level, she's going to have to be able to pull out that masculine trait. You can't be feminine and win, especially when you start talking
this
about
is all
women.
about what you want.
But
Though,
wait a
bro.
minute.
But
Wanting to win is masculine?
I
bro,
think so.
I'm learning something tonight.
I
I put
think
me
so.
on
man.
game.
That's interesting.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know about that.
I
Because
never heard
look,
it.
let me ask you this. Do women have to compete in the dating market?
Yes.
They're
Yeah,
trying to win, bro.
But let's talk
I
about
don't
the
really
difference.
see them competing.
Let me speak.
Honestly.
Let me say something because I hear this argument for the past 20 years about women playing sport or men basketball whatsoever. Because you have basketball, you have soccer, you have mixed martial art, you have swimming, you got diving, you got ice skating. They're different variations of sport, but I don't believe it just make female masculine depend on the people that surround themselves with. I think that's the thing you have to look at. Okay, if that was the case, then tell me why you have people who play football, who play basketball, who play soccer, who play baseball, all of a sudden after they leave the sport, they turn feminine. It's plain that no. Whoa,
You got to give me an
don't
example.
don't
Give
shake
me
your
an
head.
example.
No, hold on. Don't shake your head on this because
Jalen Ramsey.
we have some football player, American football player, who came out as gay. We have people who play baseball did the same exact thing.
Yeah,
And
he's
wear
no longer
stock.
playing though.
So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, you gotta be very careful about it because first and foremost, I do mixed martial art. I've met some fine feminine women who into mixed martial art, but then they come up like none of that never happened. I'm a person who had done maybe at least maybe 10 to 15 sports in my lifetime. I did play basketball, I did play football, I did play volleyball, I did weightlifting, I did mixed martial arts. I even tried boxing, I tried different sports. But it doesn't mean sport convert a person's mentality from one thing to another. It all depends on the group they surround themselves with.
Right.
You have to be
But
careful about that. No, I understand what you're saying, but
but
you
give
have to
me
be
an
careful
example
about that.
because we all can speak hypothetically. We can keep saying hypothetically, but you said a woman can play these sports and not be masculine. Who do you know that is very competitive but not masculine? Say in basketball, WNBA.
Personally? Oh, you said
Period.
WNBA.
Like some that we all would know. That's what I'm saying. I do think sports make women masculine when we start talking about male-driven type sport. I think track is a really good sport because running is a little bit different. It's about endurance.
So what about swimming?
So,
What about
huh?
swimming? What about diving?
Swimming. I think
Swimming,
swimming's good too. I think
volleyball.
swimming.
What
I
about
mean,
volleyball?
they're still trying to win in all those things. They're still
And what about
competing.
volleyball? What about
I
judo?
think competing is healthy.
I do too.
I just think you got to be mindful in what role you're actually putting women in
I
because
get
it's
what you're
crazy.
saying, but remember, every sport there's always that negative crowd that you may surround yourself that may change your mind to regardless. Because you say basketball does that here. Yes, I hear that. But in other countries, basketball don't do that to those type of females. They do it as feminine. No, let me be real because like I said, it's based on the surrounding, based on the environment. One way or
And it's
the other.
based who you pick.
Because at the end of the day, if that was the case, answer this question: why you have some American football player who I don't know without coming out gay all of a sudden?
But gay, you can be masculine and gay. It's some masculine gay guys. Y'all don't think that you can be gay and masculine?
Yeah, so yeah, masculine has nothing to do with gender. That's a type of energy. So absolutely, yes. If you
Yeah.
look at
So
relationships,
just because
literally somebody has the masculine and feminine. Yeah.
yeah, just because a dude come out gay and he was in the NFL and he was a good NFL player doesn't mean that he lacks the masculine gene. He just like men. Do you? I'm asking you, Canadian-born Nigerian. Do you believe that that's not true? That a dude lose masculinity just because he's gay? In your opinion, because you made the statement.
Well, from personal experience, for a person who went to Nigeria, I know a friend of mine who was straight when I first met him back in high school. Due to a medical issue, he ended up turning gay and had a feminine attitude about himself. Which I'm trying to figure out what happened to him. Because there was the guy, he'd be one of the most toughest dudes in our time. I'm talking about, we was in the, we were in the ninth grade, but we don't call it ninth grade in my country. And he whooped people in 11th and 12th grade. He was that strong. He had ulcer of the stomach. What would have happened to him that time? It had changed his whole identity mentality completely. He started coming a little feminine, and he was my very close friend. I still respect the guy. But when people were making fun of him, there's the guy that, if you get into a fight, I promise you, only take 1.5 hit and you out for the count for a good 20 minutes. I'm telling
It's
you.
not like a testosterone issue.
Right.
Yeah. I think the medical issue makes a difference. I know, me being from Atlanta, Georgia, I know guys that are very masculine and they're gay. They're not feminine. They're gay, and in my opinion, they're just not feminine whatsoever. And I don't
The
judge
reverse is true as well. You see women who are in the same sex relationships, and generally one of those women are very masculine as well. So that's what I said. It's not based on gender when it comes to masculinity
or sexuality. It's not based on sexuality either. So I don't think that example that you was using, if somebody's gay, because those two things doesn't equal.
I get your point. But the thing is, I don't think sport always have the main factor of affecting women in that kind of way, because I'm a person who have done many sports and I've seen it firsthand. Not just playing football. I did multiple sports throughout my life.
Well, I'm talking about from
15.
a woman. So my question is, Sir Hale, because I think he's kind of like the OG, a little older. So
I'm
Sir
34.
Hale,
Am I the
you
oldest?
older than me. I didn't matter. It
Nah,
didn't
he's a
matter
young
what you
guy.
see. I knew you was older than me.
I'm
'Cause I'm
43.
young. I'm real young. No, I'm just joking.
I'm
So
43. So being around with a lot of people different sport background, from mixed martial art to regular football, soccer, to acrobat, to swimming, to jump. I've been around people like that most of my life, and I never suspect being part of a specific sport would change your outlook.
Are you running to masculine women, Emmanuel?
well, I think so. I think it depends on what sport you do.
Are you
And
running to a lot of masculine women? Like
I see
masculine
both.
women, I mean?
I see masculine women. Me being in the military, I see some women that's very masculine, and I just saw some females that's very feminine. I just
But
seen.
are you dating? Like, are you going after masculine women? That's what I want to know.
No, I'm married to a very feminine woman. My
Okay.
wife,
All
like,
right.
we don't do sports. She's very in her femininity.
But,
Hey,
but
hey,
we
look,
gotta
Brian,
be honest.
because he'll go get her in a second. Come here, baby. Look at the camera. Get in the camera. Get in the
Yo,
camera.
she seems dope, bro.
Yeah,
Your
she
wife
is
seems
dope.
really dope.
What's she at? She at home?
Yeah, she sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just about to say I've seen some women who play ball, like who are good and still feminine, right?
That's what I'm
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Yeah, so
That's why I'm
I
trying
don't
to see
think
what type of women he be running.
yeah, because I met some ball players like on that court. She does what she does, but even on the court, you can see a level of deference because there's just that respect there. Now, amongst other women, that line is coming out. But I think the way you test whether or not a woman is masculine, it just put her around men. However she responds around men, that's who she is, and that's the only way you can really judge that.
Well,
Yeah,
and
that's why I said
what we was talking about, as these men start competing in these women's sports. So and that's why I said, for me as a parent, I see a man come and start competing, I'm going to remove my female child away from it, because I don't want her to get into believing that she should compete with these men, because
I
then
agree.
she can start creating these masculine. So I want to make the point. I'm not just saying all
Or she
sports
get hurt.
Yeah.
You'll get hurt. Yeah,
That's what
you'll
I'm
get
more
hurt.
concerned
Yeah.
about.
Even now, you got to go hurt somebody. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying all sports make women masculine, but on the topic, when we start asking these men entering into these women's sports, that's why I said, do we think that they should even play it? Because I believe that we should start removing our girls altogether and say you only gonna compete against girls, because in real world you can compete to get a man, but we don't want you competing with these men and believe that y'all two on the same level, because I believe men and women on two different levels.
I would say this. Well, you talk about what Anton said this morning, or not just that alone. I know Albert P talk about how a guy from New Zealand decided to become a woman to go into the powerlifting competition at the
Yeah, I
female.
saw that. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I found that very stupid, because to me, I was like, that is the ultimate cop out, literally, because the country trying to include this ultra small minority of people who are claimed to be LGBT. I bet what I want to call them. I'm not going to break my tongue and pronounce that whole name altogether. But the thing that doesn't make no sense is this.
They're
I'm trying to point out.
alphabet.
I'm trying to point out is this. To see men that want to change their sex just to compete in a category that by far is lower than them is more than just embarrassing. If I see school that's supporting that type of nonsense, not only will I remove my kid out of that school, I will cut my funding altogether. Like parents are saying, you know what? If this what you want to push, we don't need to invest in your school no more. You need
See,
to
I think
invest
this
in
is a good
organization.
thing, though.
We just shut it down.
Like, think about this, though. I think it's a good thing that this stuff is happening, because all we got biology, we've got speculation, we got all these ideas. I think it's good that it's playing out, that we cannot deny that there are some biological difference between men and women. And I think what we've done over the last 10, 15 years is we play like it's not. And so I think this is a good thing, because now there's no way to avoid the truth. So I think that even now, I think that is going to produce some real results where we can definitively say, this is why there is separation. This is why there's differences. And guess what? It's okay. Doesn't
Can I
mean
ask
that
you-
you're
I
less.
think that's a horrible thing. I think it's a horrible thing for the exact same reason that you gave, though, Sir Hill, because before recent cultural shifts, we kind of everybody already understood the biological difference between men and women. It didn't have to be explained, because you could see it, you could believe it, you could see it in behavior. The Bible, dating back to biblical times, if you're not going to use it as a source of religion, you can use it as a source of history. It's always been clear what the difference between a man and a woman, and their roles in society, and certain things that, if you want to, say it was harsh or not, you can attribute it to the times they were living in versus now. But the message and the understanding has always come forward up to this point, where now we have to sacrifice daughters to guys who think that who identify as women, to beat these girls behinds, and then sacrifice that to understand that, oh yeah, well, nah, you're really a dude. Why? Because of the way you just handled that female. And no matter how you identified yourself, it's like, to me, it's I don't want to. I'll call it crazy. I think it's crazy. It's simple. I don't want to make it that simple. I think it's more deep than that. But
So
to
it's
put it
crazy.
simply, I'll say it's crazy.
But I want
Let me add
to
on.
say
Hold on.
something.
I got a rebuttal as well, but I'll go
Let
ahead.
me add on.
I got a
Let me add
rebuttal.
on too, because what you just said just now, Zoe, when Albert P talk about one other country, New Zealand, allow men to compete in a women volleyball competition, and when they were breaking it down, you could see in their face just better. They were laughing. They say, "You want to include men into the women volleyball team competition?" Okay, they did. The men completely obliterate all the women teams in volleyball and won the champion. That's to prove a point. What do you mean by inclusive? What are you trying to say? Like men and women are equal? No, they're not equal. Physically speaking, the fact that it was on the news in their country and the chairwoman felt somehow like she felt like the men exploited the rule. No, there's no exploit of the rule. You allow men to come into a women's sport, as in women's volleyball, to compete. We have a bunch of male in one side competing with women in volleyball. Now, you all gotta know to see that picture in your mind. That don't look right. See a bunch of guys up in the air spiking ball like a damn bullet to the women. You think a woman want to try to counter that type of action? No, you're gonna lose. And they won the thing 2 years straight, and they were showboating it. So you can imagine how embarrassing that is. Because I don't understand how people try to rationalize or reading about this stupid idea of inclusion. No, men are different, women are different. Men were made completely different down to the genetic. Then go with a woman. all this little science experiment, they keep trying that. That's like a method version of Weird Science, the movie. I don't buy it.
Well, I just want to say this. I know Sahel wanted to rebuttal to that. I personally don't subscribe to just because you are a man and you identify as a woman. I'm not going to see you as a woman. I feel like you can't force me to call you something because now you want to force the words that's coming out of my mouth. So I don't subscribe to that. I know Brittany was like, he identified as a woman. I don't care what he identified as. If you was born biological this way, I'm going to address you that way. And if you don't like it, just don't have a conversation with me. Go have
And
a
that's why I
conversation
love
with
being an
somebody who don't
African.
like
We
it.
Africans
Okay,
don't play
so
that game. We
Don't come
Africans
to
so now we got a
California,
couple
man.
of questions. We
Go-
got a
go ahead,
couple
yeah.
questions based off of that response. Now you know, E-Man, that could go a lot of ways. But before that, let me rebut to the villain named Zoe. First of all, Zoe,
And I'm rocking with E-Man on
what's
that
up,
too.
man?
What's good?
Yeah,
Don't
brother?
come
what's
to
up, man?
California,
What
then
up,
you're gonna
Lance?
get in trouble.
So here's my thing. So you brought up the scripture, and I try not to bring it up because it can go so many different ways. But in the same book that you mentioned, the same book that we read, that I believe, there was always a course of correction. Whenever the people done something that they wanted to do, oftentimes God's way of correcting that was to give them exactly what they wanted and to use that as a way to show them that you should have done it in the first place. I'll give you a point. When Kingz first became a thing, when the people instead, they didn't want God to, they wanted to be like the other nations. They said, you know what, we need to find somebody. They elected Saul. Once they elected Saul, Saul was literally the tool God used to demonstrate why they should have distrusted him in the first place. Look what happened to the country. So the point that I'm making is that sometimes the thing that we're trying to prevent has to happen so that it can correct what conversation can't correct. That's the point that I'm making on that one.
Okay, I understand the nuance that you're bringing to it, Sir Hale, and even using Saul as an example. It's just the fact that when you're at a crossroads personally, or even with that situation, the entire nation of Israel, it's just that there's good. It's just a kind of conversation where there's good and bad on both sides. There was good to having a king. Saul was not a horrible king, at all times. When they got him, he was a wise king. He was in some ways humble. You know what I mean? He was able to rule effectively to a certain degree. It was just that it was an overarching thing that God was trying to give this as
That's
a
just
lesson
not
for them
true.
to learn from.
That's just not. I'm
But
not sure if you read the scripture. That just ain't true. He was a bad leader. He didn't listen. He didn't follow instructions, and he blamed stuff on people when he didn't follow instructions. Like he was a
okay.
terrible leader.
Well, we can go with that still. I think I can still make my point. I'll give you that. Matter of fact, you can have that. The point I'm making, because I'd have to like pull up the scripture right now to make the more minute point that I'm trying to make versus your overall broad point, which I'm just going to give it to you. The point I'm making is that actually I think that even helps my point. Because I was going to refer to being trapped in the desert. Like anytime that you can refer to the people of Israel being lost, they're in the desert. And with that comes extreme consequences for your actions and extreme judgment for going against what God says. And it always takes to the extreme. And being in that space where you're in the desert is overall not a good thing, even if you nuance it to the benefit of learning your lesson. Anytime you learn a lesson, it's a good thing. But
Agreed.
the fact of if you had better wisdom ahead of time, once you realize, yeah, dang, my mom told me not to put my hand on the fire, and I did. Now you have to look at yourself as stupid for not listening in the first place, because you did have the wisdom ahead of time, and you did have an understanding before you went and did the thing that you were supposed to do, in to your detriment for you to learn a lesson the hard way. The benefit of the easy way versus the hard way. Now, the thing that I was speaking on specifically was because all of that's already happened, we don't have to judge it harshly now. And because we don't have to judge it harshly now, it should be an understanding and a given that there are certain things that can and can't happen. Like before, you used to get your hand cut off for stealing. Now you don't got to get your hand cut off for stealing. You know what I'm saying? Before, what is it like people who like bash gay people? There's people who bash gay people and they point at the Bible and say, well, the Bible says it, but they're wrong because back then is not the same time as it is now. So whatever reason they have for bashing gay people back then, it's not the same thing now. So you don't sit there and try to judge by the same point of view from back then, but you have to understand there's a lesson to learn from it, and then that if that applies, you carry that forward. I
understand what you're saying. I get
you.
you.
So with that being the case, like you can identify how you want to identify for you, right? But don't start beating up on women and then thinking that because you identify as women that it really makes you a woman.
See, here's
that's
the thing
where
you're
it's like
missing,
a line, and it's clear for me. It's just like, I'm not
but
gonna.
Here's what you're saying though.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing though. Like no one's beating up on women. This is what has been fought for. Equality. Come on, let's equality. We're the same.
Wait, whose equality are we talking about? Men and women's sports, or are we talking about women's equality with men?
Just general. Like this is just general, right?
He being sarcastic,
yeah,
man.
There needs to be line. My point is that there needs to be lines drawn. That's my entire point.
That's my point. So we agree. My point in saying that though is that in having these kind of rational conversations, some people just don't get it. And I think that sports helps to prove the point that there are fundamental differences that we have to respect. So you and I agree. I just think my methodology that certain things have to happen for it to become crystal clear, incontrovertible. I think it has to happen.
I understand that we agree. I'm saying that that to let it happen to me seems a little bit, I don't want to call it problematic. I don't see a problem with it. I just think that you're supposed to forwardly have the conversation to say that's not wrong. You have to speak up and say, and try to stop it as soon as possible. You have an obligation to do that if you know why it's wrong.
I got a question for all of you guys. I got a question for all of you guys. So we're talking about sports, right? I got one question for everybody. Let's switch context. Let's say we all got a daughter, right? And you know she's an attorney or she's going to be a doctor, and we're pushing for our kids to be the best. Are we going to tell our daughter not to compete against the men for the same job because she's a woman?
I was going to make that point.
That's unfair.
Well, that's not unfair. I think
it's just the context. The context is the only thing that's shifted. That's the only. You're trying to win at both things. Who cares about fair? We're talking about equality.
We're talking about parenting as well, though. And you asked us the question and judge the question. So that's what I'm doing. In my observation, it is not fair. You can't compare a gender assignment that you're born with in reality to like sports. There is a physical difference. Yes. Period. There is a physical difference when it comes to sports. There is not a difference when it comes to intellect. You know, there is a difference when it comes to sex appeal. If I had a son and I had a daughter and I put them both on the same platform to become models, I would naturally think that the woman was going to make more money just because typically that's the thing that's sexually geared. I can't deny the reality of the world that we actually live in. Men and women are different. I mean, just because you want to refer to yourself as something, that's fine. I would even encourage it. I just think it's ridiculous when you ask me to turn my head away from logic, just like anybody would ask me to turn my head away from faith. Like, don't ask me to do something that I like fully believe in. I fully believe that men have more muscle mass, their structure is stronger. Where there are certain nations that are built differently. You know, you can't.
To that point, it was said that men have bigger brains as well.
A German woman would be able to beat up, an Indian woman, or like not a Native American Indian, but like an Indonesian woman. Typically, they have different body structures. I mean, you can't deny physiological proof.
But there's another point to that though. It has also been proven that men have bigger brains and we're better at being more cerebral. We're better at mathematics. So
that goes along
whatever
with the
context you're in,
they have a large amount of body mass.
So that proves the point that it doesn't matter what context, the belief is still the same. So my question still remains: if your daughter is a lawyer or a doctor, do you tell her she shouldn't compete against men?
So, sir, I want to answer that question. So first, this is what I teach my daughters, and this is what I'm going to keep teaching my daughters. I tell my daughters that I believe that a woman's purpose on earth is a man, right? And I believe that if she get married, which I believe my daughters will get married, her serving her husband comes first, and her career comes second. Her career is not going to be first above her man. And so can she still be able to compete as a doctor or a lawyer? But at any time that those things will start getting in the way of her serving her man or being a helpmeet to her man, I think that's the problem. I think certain things women shouldn't go into, in my opinion. I'm not going to say a doctor, but I don't think women should be lawyers. Now, I know some people might be against that. They might talk against that, but it's one of those things that I just don't agree with.
Why not lawyers? Like you talking about like a civil, or are we talking about criminal litigation? Because
we broad. like I said, if it really came down to like if what type of lawyer is different, I just know that typically women that are lawyer have a very low chances of getting married because of that nature of the job.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I'm just saying that I would guide my, hey, your purpose is marriage. Your purpose is to be a wife. We want to put you in a situation. That's why I love nurses, because nurses, that caregiving, I feel like is more of a woman role. I know people don't like that, but I do believe in gender roles too.
But you don't think being a doctor would take away time the same way? Especially if they're like a surgeon or something, they're on call.
Well, so when it comes down to, I didn't talk about the doctor at all. I purposely talked about a lawyer. The reason I didn't talk about a doctor, for example, is so many stages of doctor. Say, for example, if they want to be a pediatrician, that's a doctor. That's a totally different doctor than an anesthesiologist that's on call every single day. So that's what I said. Like, this is a very complex conversation, and we're really handling it at. I'm trying to do it at a micro level, not a macro level.
I want to do it at the macro level because I want to go back to where you said the brain is bigger than the other brain. We could just have the conversation right there because that's a little bit more difficult, but it also is the macro level. But who else was speaking? I can get to that after. I'll let whoever else speak right now.
I want to see if Emmanuel wants to respond to Kaylin in the comments. Okay. She says her purpose is not to be a wife. What?
And that's perfectly fine. How I train my daughters is going to be completely different. I had a conversation with some young a lady yesterday, and she said that she don't need no man. She's going to die alone. I feel like me and my wife would fail my daughters if we don't help them get down the path of success that we see. Now, ultimate goal, do I think my daughter's going to follow everything that I say? No, but I feel like it's my responsibility as the covering and the protector to guide her the right way so that she don't stray away from it. But in the end of the day, she's going to have her ultimate choice. But I do believe my wife's ultimate goal was to be a service to me. And it's my ultimate goal to protect, provide for her. And I think that we believe in gender roles in our house, and that's how it works with us.
So let me ask the question to the panel real quick, and then I'll let you respond, whoever that was. So my question to everybody here, if you have daughters like Brian and Sir Hale, I think you have a daughter, right? You have a girl, right? All right, yeah, okay. So yeah, Black David has a daughter. If anybody here that has a daughter, are you raising your daughters to be wives? Do you agree with Emmanuel when it comes to raising your daughter to be wives, to serve their husbands and not let their careers, be more than their husband or their family?
Yeah, I ain't lying. I ain't raising my daughter to be a wife or whatever. Not like that. I just have a different outlook from him, but I understand where he's coming from. I understand. I just see the game for what it is, man. So I just teach my daughter, man, get your money. Don't depend on no man. And if you do meet a man with some money, make sure you can match it with him. That's how I touch.
Brian.
Hey.
And I think I'm different because me and my mother, we sat down to have a conversation, and I asked her about my sister. My sister's a go-getter. She's a hustler, and my mother always taught her she did not need a man. I have seen the fruits of many women that have that mindset that they don't need a man. They turn around when they're 40-some years old and they've been chasing the bag for so long, and then they say, "Hey, let me start looking for the things," and it's too late. So it's nothing wrong with it, but I believe a woman can go to college, she can find a career, and she can find a husband. Other races does it all the time. They can do both. So I'm not saying that you can't do both, but I do want them to know that having a man is a good thing. That's the one thing that me and my wife try to teach them. Like, it's a blessing for you to be married. So don't run away from it. Everybody can get a career, but only certain people can be chosen to be married. And I look at it as a blessing. But that's just how I look at it.
The women that I see that have their cake and eat it too, the career and the husband, and I see this in my own family, I see this in a couple of other families, are the women that I see that are A, in the church, and B, have close relationships with their fathers. That's what it's the case for, a majority of the women in my family, my cousins on my mom's side and on my dad's side. And then from other people outside of the community stretching out, whether it's in the military community and such. I see people who have careers, see women who have careers and have husbands, have their cake and they eat it too, and they're having kids now, and they're making it because they stick to those kind of traditional values while still, not necessarily putting their career first, but understanding their religious principles of having that purpose of wanting a husband as well, and then submitting to that man. And I see that as the reality for women who don't have those two things. It's always gray area. It's never as clear cut for me. I just know what I see where I do see results at, and that's anecdotal for me. But if anyone else has anything to add to that, I feel like that kind of supports Emmanuel's point, and maybe to some degree Brian's point, but I'm not sure about Brian's point so much. But I know at least it supports Emmanuel's point.
I fully agree with that as well.
Yeah,
but I think the gap that people are missing, I think that we've set up, especially as Black people, because we are in the creation of a culture, I think we've set up a variety of rules to fight against stigmas. And I think one of the thing that Black men did to kind of fight away from stigmas is saying, fight away or promoting marriage, like trying to shine like a good light on marriage, which is okay, because it is wrong for a mother to raise her child and tell her that she doesn't need a man. But it's wrong in general for you to raise people to think that you don't need people, and instead evaluating the people that are coming in and out of your life and actually ascertaining value, actually assessing a relationship. And I think that's one of the things that happened when like women started being bitter and was just like, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. Okay, you can devote your energies. That's fine. But you need somebody. Because that mentality doesn't just bleed over into just marriages. It bleeds over into friendships. It bleeds over into family.
So
it's all about who you choose. It's all about who you choose.
Brian, can I ask you a question?
I got an answer. What's up, brother?
So I want you to tell me which one is a worse situation. Say if I train my daughters to be married and I give them all the principles that I believe and me and my wife believe to be a wife, right? And she never married, but she have those principles. But say, for example, John, he never teaches his daughter how to be a married, and she don't even have the capability to be a wife. Which one do you think is worse? Because that's kind of how I look at it. I'm gonna give her all the tools she needs to be a wife, and at the end of the day, she's gonna choose whether or not that she want to do it. But we instill those things in her. But if I never put it into her, she'll feel that I feel that we felt her, especially since she have a role model of her mother being in there, her femininity. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I get it. I could teach my daughter all those things, but my main goal to her is right now, from what I'm seeing in the landscape and just what these young children is seeing right now, she got to kind of worry about herself for right now a little bit. She got to focus on herself. And I get it, when she meet a man, she know how to be feminine. She know how to do all those things. She know how to do all those things.
I don't think you can expect somebody to know how to do something.
But she gonna pick. But listen, you raising your child in a Christian home, it sounds like, right?
Yes.
So I'm just speaking on just a regular situation. My daughter gonna meet someone that's gonna accept her for who she is.
But no,
and your daughter gonna meet someone that believes in God, that's into that churchy type field that you going through. So every person gonna pick their own style of a relationship that they want.
Who's going to like? Okay, for me, I do believe that what Emmanuel's doing. Okay, this is the kind of difference I was trying to see
believe
between
in that.
Brian
I
and
don't
Emmanuel.
disagree with what he doing. I
I'm
disagree
saying,
with him.
No, I just kind of got a question for you. I'm not saying that you disagree with him. I'm saying that the religious way is the way that's worked from time immemorial to up to this point. So Emmanuel doing that, it's easy to see why. From my point of view to you would be that you are the involved father that's in your daughter's life. So you meet one of the two things that I see in women that I see get married. For the religious part, why wouldn't you like how do you see that she's going to marry someone who just accepts her for who she is versus someone who has the same religious values as same Christian religious values, where a woman follows a man, and that'd be the thing that you structure, that you'd be responsible for structuring her into under that religious faith. Like, I'm not saying that you're supposed to be a Christian or anything like that. That's not how I'm trying to come across. I'm saying that religious value, I see the difference that it makes in women who actually do get married while their fathers are in their lives as well, like you. Like what's going to make that difference for you and her just finding somebody who accepts her for who she is? And that just sounds, because to me, that just sounds like what most modern women like feminists say, instead of modern women like submissive type women say. Most of the submissive type women I see are along that religious path or somewhere near it, or somehow close to it, enough to have their cake and eat it too. From my point of view, keep in mind this is strictly my point of view. I'm not trying to like judge you. I'm just trying to like.
Oh, I ain't worried about
see
you
that
judging
difference.
me, man. Yeah. It's business with us, brother. All that right there is cool and dandy, and I get what you're saying. But if my daughter choose someone that she like and someone that she love, and that person accept her, it is what it is. I'm not a religious person, so if I was to get married, I understand the structure of marriage. I understand what that means. I'm not a Christian dude, but if I meet a woman that's a Christian, she gonna love me for who I am, and I'm respectful who she is, and I can compartmentalize all that. And I'm pretty sure my daughter will too. But hold on.
Okay.
But I get what you're saying, like train your daughter on how to submit to a man and all the other stuff. That's what I'm saying. My daughter knows those things. She know how to do that. Her mother taught her that, domesticated her, did all those things. But my thing to her is get on your grind. Get on your grind. And it's all about business with us. I can't knock what y'all got going on, how y'all raise your children, or what you see idealistic for your daughter. I can't knock, and I agree with it. But for us over here, we're about that business. And that's it.
I want to
My
respond to
mother
that
like
as well.
that. My father like that. Hold on.
I'll back off. I'll back off at this point.
Let Sir Harold go first, and then we'll address the chat, because I see that I got something in the chat too. I mean, you may be on the same thing, E-Man. So go ahead, Sir Harold.
Guys, it is important that we cannot just raise our daughters to be weak. They got talents and they got gifts. Like I think that you can raise feminine women who are wives. The ultimate objective, though, is not to diminish what they can do. The goal is for them to have purpose for why they do what they do. And I think that's one of the things that we miss. I'm raising my daughters. One will be an attorney, one will be a doctor. All of them will know how to code by the time that they're 18 years old. Because if they're going to be married, see, one of the things we do, now this is for anybody who's religious. We say we want a Proverbs 31 type of wife. And if you guys know that scripture, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If you look in that scripture, that woman was a businesswoman.
Yep,
she made stuff. She was an entrepreneur. She was an investor. She had all of these different things, because a lot of us, we want wives, but we don't understand that the job of a wife is not to sit there, look sexy with some slippers on. Her job is to be an asset to your life. So if we're not raising our daughters to be smart and to be intelligent and to have gifts and to exercise those gifts with the purpose that you're not just here to live your life to get fancy cars and expensive purses, but that you're here to partner up with somebody so that you two together can do such good in the world. I think that's the purpose, not make her less. We should teach our daughters business. We should teach our daughters how to manage money. We should teach our daughters accounting. We should teach our daughters how to earn money. We should teach our daughters how to manage and invest it, because that makes it easier when she gets married. She's an asset to that man.
And she ain't no burden to no nigga.
All right, so I feel like you gotta respond to that.
You know what I think it is?
I'm not saying don't be a businesswoman and don't be about your business. I'm saying that the religious part, the religious part has declined.
Can't do nothing without you. That's what
No, you're making it sound like that. I'm addressing that there's a father in the life, and that if you have that business mindset, then okay. I'm not knocking that. I'm not telling the woman not to get on her grind. I'm saying women are having their cake and eating it too when they keep the religious part in it. So I'm saying that part, with the decline of the church, you've also seen the rise of divorces. So like, even if you could, like, the part that I'm seeing where maintaining is coming is that religious. It is deeper than that, but I'm being general to at least address my point. That's what I'm being selfish right now. I'm just trying to address my point. Like, I know I see women who are staying religious and being about their business, not being about their bag, having their cake and eat it too. I know that as a matter of fact. So I'm addressing in that sense where it's like the only thing I see common across is that religious that religious upbringing, that religious structure. And I'm not saying that they all stay so close to the church and they're all, oh no, my husband is my master. Like, I have rebellious type, family members as well. So I'm not trying to make that case. I'm just saying the religion is important. That's all I'm saying.
Sir, let me respond to that.
From my point of view,
This is too good, man. This is too all right,
Let
man.
me-
So,
let me-
E-Man,
I just want to make one statement.
African
Can I
point of
just
view?
make? I
Can
just
I
want to
say?
make one statement. We have to stop in the black community. Just because we teach a woman to be feminine and a wife, she is not weak. That
Right.
is not a weakness.
I mean, Emmanuel, you
Can I-
That's
literally
not
just
weak.
said that women can be
Can I say
smart and
something?
be in the
Can I-
workplace, but not too far up in the workplace. So, I mean,
Can I-
if that's not an example of weakness,
Can
I
I
don't
say
know what
something real
is.
quick?
No.
African point of view?
So,
Look.
Hold on, Black David. Hold on.
Let me try this.
Uh-oh, somebody's in the chat.
It's just weird.
Say something to
to
me.
Well, no, and what I'm go ahead, Canadian.
Hold on.
But
Hey,
just give me
hold
one
on.
second.
Let's
Respond to
take a
that
break
later.
for a second. Everybody look at the screen and look at this comment.
Yes, sir.
I
We need
see
to
that.
teach our
I
daughters
see
to
that.
shut the fuck up and not be
And this
like
is
their
why-
mamas and grandmoms. Keep it 100.
And this is why I need to speak up about it, because
Go ahead, Black David.
from an African culture,
This is why I need to speak.
from an African culture,
B9, sir. B9.
we talk about teaching our daughter to have a balance,
Talk
have
to
a
'em.
strong foundation. That means religious belief, it keeps you steady and strong. It keeps you focused. But at the same token, we teach them how to be well-rounded. Because it's one thing you teach your daughter how to be a wife, but you teach your daughter how to be a helpmate or a counsel or the assistant to their husband. Because in our country, in our culture, Jerry noticed there are a lot of wealthy families in Nigeria,
Uh-huh.
but then by among themselves, they're looking at their qualities. It's not just looks alone, the mind, her ethics, her consistency. What would she bring that would elevate the foundation of both families to the next level? Would she help man the business while he trying to close deal? Would she be that one person who will look behind and make sure, just like Anton White, the closer? Because here's what the problem is. Everyone talk about, oh, religion, this, religion. I'm a Christian, but I'm not a typical Christian. I understand from my deep search of as a Christian, it's not a religion. Man made it a religion, but it's a way of life. I'm not going to go into that talk right now, but what I'm trying to say is this. If you don't teach your daughter to have a complete balance, not only to have grace, but to have class, not only to have a strong foundation, but to have a strong roof. Be that person that will help to hold that husband foundation on lock. Let nobody come in and, like you take Proverbs 31 woman, she was a business woman. She know how to take whatever the husband take, flip it and make more for him. Know how to make make something great out of little. But what I'm trying to put is this. We talk about want to raise our daughter like left or want to do this, want to do that, but if you don't teach our daughter to have a balance, know how to twitch it.
What is the balance? Like, what does that mean? Like, what
I'm
does
trying to find a way.
That's
Jenny,
something
can you help
that's
me out?
decided
Can
in
Jenny
between
me
a
out
marriage
because since
between
you're
a man
African
and
also?
woman.
Well,
Jenny,
what'd
can
you
you help
say,
me out with
Lance?
this?
Nobody can decide their balance.
Well, I know
As we
the
say,
balance.
like, I think that's a. I
It's
don't
not
think that's a
balance,
real
it's
thing.
structure. But go ahead, Ina.
So this is what I said, and I think y'all missed it. I said I want her to know that serving her husband come first. I didn't say she couldn't have all these other skills. I'm just putting a order in how things should go. Yeah, I'm not saying she should be dumb as a box of rocks and she walk around barefooted pregnant. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is
Right.
she can go to school, she can get educated, but she still need to understand that it's a structure when it comes down to when she gets married. That's all I'm saying. But yes, she can go to school, she can be educated. Go ahead, Aaron.
Go ahead.
Whoever it was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can go first, Queso, because I do have a couple.
I was going to say, I feel like I think the issue is that we get so caught up in we're trying to like pinpoint these exact things that make women masculine, and we're not focused on a foundation. Because I'm listening to a lot of these conversations, and we're saying, don't go into this field because that's going to make you masculine, or don't do this because that's going to make you masculine, or don't do that. And I think we're not setting the foundation to teach these women and these young women and daughters how to be feminine, and so that when they enter into these different avenues of their life, they know how to balance those things, because they're going to go back to their foundational teachings to be the good wives and the feminine wives and the serving wives. You know what I'm saying?
I want to respond when he's done.
That's a good point, Queso.
So I'm done, Jedi.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Go ahead.
So I want to go back to what not what Queso was saying, but also what Black David was talking about is like in our like terms of culture, because you're right. in the foundation, I think a lot of things what gets kind of lost in these conversations, like we pinpoint things and not the foundation. But I would say in my culture that we don't want to get lost when we talking about women pursuing their degrees. Like in our culture, our women are highly educated. You talk about PhDs, doctors, engineers, but even then, they still serve their husband. So, and I want to say I completely agree with Sir Hale was talking about. You gonna tell me African women, especially Nigerian, are weak women? I'm like, you can't tell them that we're weak. But the reason why that's because only because of discipline, but also we're going to what was we talked about was structure. There was structure that was based on it, but now having the attention based off that structure, that's what was going on. I feel why women are actually that are winning and serving their husbands because they also are standing on a strong foundation because of the train they've got to as daughters, knowing like, listen, I know I'm devoted to the family. The husband's included in that family. So the whole thing was going to about talking about being disciplined but have not being weak. I completely agree what Sir Hale was talking about. My mother is highly educated, and you understand that we want education or we don't want any our legacy to be illegitimate and also illiterate, etc. And women are the first one that transmit culture, in the family. So with that, I think that have a weak woman is also going to be a detriment to the child, knowing that she can't give anything because she's not even stable her own self. So I just want to acknowledge that Sir Hale is speaking is absolutely right. But I think we're kind of getting lost in those conversations when when pinpointing things of what's going to say masculine instead of not having a strong foundation. But yeah, I'm saying I agree with some of the talking points.
I'll make it a lot more clear. I'll make it a lot more clear.
Aaron gotta go. Yep.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Aaron. My bad, Aaron.
Sir, no, I just want to throw these in, just for Sir Hale and Emmanuel. I want to ask y'all: do your daughter's husband need to be able to provide 100%, with or without their ability to work? That's a yes. Okay, Brian, do you feel the same way?
No.
See, and what I've been noticing is that certain times is like, depending on the individual or the father, how they view how the concepts of relationships is. He said, my daughter needs to find somebody that's on her level. So therefore, his expectations is that, she's not necessarily going to possibly be hypergamous. I think Sir Hale and Emmanuel kind of have it understood that most women are going to be hypergamous. And so what I've noticed that is certain fathers will teach their daughters to be, independent, unintentionally sometimes. They're teaching them to be independent because they look at the world through their lens of how their experiences with women is and what their experiences with men are. And they don't normally, most men that provide 100% would want their daughter to get a man that provide 100%. And then the men that don't provide 100% would be like, oh, and I'm not saying that's you, Brian, I'm just throwing it out there because I've noticed that a lot in life. And the other men are like, no, my daughter meets somebody that make it happen. So it's interesting. I see these dynamics play out between fathers on the panel. It's just such an interesting thing. So I just had to throw that out there.
Okay. What I was going to say was the point to me is very, very, you don't have to be religious to understand that being a wife and a husband is a religious concept and it has religious structure in it. So you can just look at the structure of being a wife or Proverbs 31 woman, you know what I'm saying? And see that a wife is these things, a good wife is these things, and a husband is these things. And that's the structure there. So if you say, I'm not going to be a part of the religious aspect of this, then what is the structure that you have that you're raising your daughter into?
It's not rocket science, man. It's not.
It is rocket science. No, okay. You want to know why it's rocket
simple,
science?
Man.
Because when your woman is under a man, when your woman is under a man, call it deeper than what it is, but it's also the reality of that a woman is going to have to face is that a woman is going to have the man is going to have the desire to challenge that man based on how he's leading her. And the only way to really challenge at least biblically speaking, is to look at the Bible and say, honey, you're supposed to be this type of man. And I think you're not being this type of man. We need to pray about this. That's the thing that I see wives do with their husbands, where the marriages last the test of time, that I've seen in my family, that I've seen in other people's families. What is a woman who doesn't have that, who just isn't going to go to that, going to refer to when she's married?
A woman gonna date someone that's gonna fit her, bro.
At that time. And then what's going to keep her from being hypergamous?
I'm talking about a man. Some men deal with it.
Okay, like just leave it to the man to deal with.
No, I'm just saying, just generally speaking. I'm just saying, just generally speaking, like everybody moves different, bro.
I hear you.
Like I don't deal with women like that.
So how do women say?
All women are like that. The Bible has checks and balances. Everything else don't.
Your sound cut out. What'd you say?
There you go.
I'm just trying to understand, how do women submit to a man that's 50-50? I don't even understand how we expect women to pay half the bills.
A woman got to pay half. Fuck with me.
So you don't want a woman to submit to you?
Well, so a woman gonna submit to me regardless. A woman gonna submit to me
Talk to him, Brian. Talk to him, Brian.
Just technically,
hold on.
woman's gonna technically submit to you.
I don't have to do with a woman. See, some niggas don't know how to talk to a woman. I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
I don't have to tell a woman, baby. I don't have to pay 100% of the bill for the woman to do what I say. I don't. And I don't want to have to treat a woman like a little kid either. I paid all the bills before. I don't want to have to talk to a woman like that. And one thing about it, brother, I'm 39 years old. That's the difference. So I'm in a different world than most people are, bro. Like, I make too much money. I ain't finna just date a woman that ain't got nothing. A woman gotta have something with me. Hold on, ain't no but. I'm speaking for myself. Listen.
Yeah, I like to respond to that, guys.
Let him speak.
Hold on. Let me speak. Go ahead. Let me speak. Goddamn.
Let you cook.
So for me, the women that I attract going to submit to me, they gonna do as I say, and I'm gonna do as they say, because we both at a different point in our life, bro. Like, I ain't young. Now, if I was 18, 19, 21, and I meet a chick, then yeah, we're gonna grow together. But we 39, we kids, man. I got cousins of kids, they got kids. It's about money. It's about I want to grow, I want to live my life, and I want to be with a woman that got the same thing as me. A woman ain't finna run over me. Hold on. Yeah, I submit to a woman. We're gonna submit to each other. Because she got things that I don't have, and I could do things that she can't do.
What is your definition of submit, Emmanuel? Because you seem to think that submission is kind of like a gender.
They don't make me a sucker because that I might be like, okay, well, shit, baby good at dealing with money. So I might need to submit to that. I might need to let her handle that part of the money. Right. Or baby might know something about math that I don't know. Mm-hmm. That's how I look at it.
Let me respond to that. I understand where Brian coming from, because what he's saying at his age right now, let's be honest, let's be realistic here. Men getting married in their late 30s and late 40s, right? They're not ready to go through this scenario about who will submit to who will submit with. All about what you bring to the table, which I fully understand for the craft. So I understand where Brian coming from. Brian's saying that, yes, I'm 39. I got my own taken care of. I got my foundation. I got my money. I got my bag, whatever. She had to bring something along with it. And I go just let anyone just jump in my bandwagon and think, okay, they could have sit down and coach. I had that same mindset too as well at one point. It's something that a lot of guys have been talking about, as I spoke to for many years. Unless you build with somebody coming up, you can't expect one to come into something and think that, okay, you just go just join the train and just to enjoy the fruit of my labor. It's not going to happen. You got to bring something to even out what's going on right here, which I feel into where Brian coming from. So I cannot argue with his views. At the same token, that's the same thing the woman is saying about the men. And they will be hearing on multiple YouTube channels talk about what do the men bring to the table, and I find that kind of weird. But the men's asking the same exact question to the woman.
Yeah, woman gotta have a bag. Fuck with me.
So you look at it this way: you're not marrying these people at a young age.
No, well, I wish I did. Okay. I wish I was like.
She has to have a bag to fuck with you. She has to have a bag to hold you for the rest of her life.
Say that again.
She has to have a bag just to fuck with you, or she has to have a bag to hold you for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life.
I'm dealing with a woman. If my life is together, what I mean is I'm mentally healed. I'm not traumatized or bitter towards a woman. She's not bitter towards a man. We both at a perfect space in life. That woman got to bring something to the table. So besides love, besides sex.
I have a question.
That's my question. What does that do over the scope of time?
Hold on, guys.
Over time, we're going to grow together, brother. I'm about business. I'm not.
Until she finds something better.
Also.
She's hypergamous until she finds something better.
Let me tell you something real, y'all.
For you, for a player like you,
last question. Last answer your question about 3 minutes though. Last answer.
Say, Lane.
Go ahead.
Can I just say this real quick?
Yeah,
y'all. I don't know if you haven't been in a relationship for years. Trust me when I tell you, you do not want to be with a woman who has nothing going on for herself. She needs to have something. I'm trying to tell you, if you're trying to build something and she has nothing going, she's going to drain you, and you're going to be emotionally and mentally tired to be your best.
No one's making that
point. Dude in DC. You're going to be like that dude in DC.
And listen, it doesn't
No
matter.
one
She
made
doesn't
that
have to be
point.
making the same amount as you.
You gonna get his
Hear
flag,
that,
bro. You gonna get
She
his
don't got to be
flag.
making the same amount as you, but she got to have
What's your
something going on.
girlfriend?
I'm 50. Who's been married 15 years? Me. 15 years. I'm telling you what I know. She got to have something.
Married
Otherwise,
12
it's going to
years.
drain you. 12
Everyone
years?
agrees on that. I don't think E-Man disagree with that,
but
and I don't think I did.
Y'all are being extreme. Y'all going from one extreme to the next. We was talking 50-50. Hold on, sir. I let you respond. We was talking 50-50, and you went to she ain't got nothing. Like you, she ain't doing
Your sound going out.
Yeah.
Hey,
We're talking about submit.
sound.
We're talking about submit with 50-50.
When you talk off to the side, your sound goes out. So you got to talk like straight into your.
What about that? Is that better?
That's
Yeah.
Much better.
All right, so so what I'm saying is this right here is we going from one extreme to the next extreme. Like we was talking 50-50, then Sarah came out here and said she ain't got nothing. Like we like that's crazy that we went
context. It was when you said submit to 50-50. That's what I was responding.
So I want to answer Lance's question so we can get on the same page about submission, because he asked me what I believe submission is. I think first we got to answer that question before we can dive.
No, I don't believe in that 50-50 submission, Kaylin. I ain't say all that. I don't believe that 50-50 submission deal.
Me either.
So what is submission
I
to
repeat.
answer? To answer Lance's question earlier, what do I mean by submission? So when I talk about submission, I am, as a believer, I am submitted to God. That means that my will is completely his will. It's not about what I want. If God can overrule my decision at any time, I must be submitted to God. And my wife should be submitted to me as I am submitted to God. So when I'm talking about this submission, she should submit to me like I'm submitted to God. I should be submitted to God, and the kid's supposed to be submitted to her. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about this submission. Anytime I stop submitting, if I decide that I want to submit to my wife, I must stop submitting to God to submit to her. And that, in my belief, I don't believe that's how it's designed. The submission goes one way. It all going up. I'm not at the end of the destination. God is the end of the destination. He's the author and finisher of everything that we do. So submission, in my opinion, is one way. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that she's just dumb, and I'm not saying that I shouldn't. Like, I counsel with my wife. That's wisdom. Any man that's married, he should counsel. He should talk to his wife. Women have so much knowledge and wisdom; they can really put us on the right path. But when it comes down to the final decision, I'm the one who make it. In reality, it's not me. God is making the final decision because I'm submitted to him. So I hope that answered your question, Lance.
It does, and it kind of confuses me because when people talk about the order that God places for the family structure, it's crazy how men talk about submitting to God, and they talk about women submitting to men, and they're going to raise their daughters to submit to men, but they forget that if their daughters aren't in full and total submission of God first before they decide to follow a dude, then they're bound to follow any man that you've already pre-taught them how to submit to. How do you know if they can discern the judgment of the right man? They can think that I don't know how many people think they talking to God, think they leading a godful purpose and a godful life just because it follows this pattern or structure of what their parents did. I feel like if I was raising a daughter, I'd teach her to have logic. Like, yes, I would teach her that marriage is important. It's one of the most beautiful things ever, but only you can place the value on that. I can tell you all day that marriage is great, or I could tell you all day marriage is horrible. But the ultimate thing I'm going to tell you is that you have the choice to put that value in. Anything you invest in, it's going to be great.
So let me say,
pushing us into legacy. Oh, you got it, E-Man.
Yeah, go ahead, Emmanuel. I'm going to say something. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
I just want to answer this right here. This is why it's so important that fathers are involved with women, with their daughters choosing men. I don't think women at 18, 19, or 20 years old is smart enough to make that decision. Exactly. She's supposed to bring that man to me, or I'm supposed to bring a man to her, and then we supposed to qualify him because I done been a man way longer than she know what a man is. I know what a good man looks like. I can't talk for every other man on this panel, but I know if you a bad man, I'm gonna be able to weed you out. We're gonna be able to, so that's what I believe is that I'm not trying to push her to make a decision that I feel like she's incapable of doing in her 20s. I want to be involved in that decision. I want to sit down. I want to literally build a relationship with that young man that she wants to be married, so I can see what's his plan 5 years, what's his plan 10 years. How is he going to be able to provide 100%? I'm not saying that she can't make money, but if she got pregnant, because this happens all the time, and the money dried up, I need to know that he can be able to take that family the distance, regardless if
And
they
won't
got
God
the money
tell
or
you?
not.
But hold on, no, Lance. Well, hold on, Lance, because the thing about being a father is this. Even with my daughter, I'm gonna say this.
I fully agree. No, I'm afraid. I don't want you to think I'm against that. I fully agree. I believe in the traditional structure.
Yeah, I wasn't about to say that. No. I'm not going to disagree with anything. What I'm saying is, being a father of a daughter, us as fathers, we invest so much into our girls. We do not want our girls. I agree with E-Man. We do need to vet these punks out. Right? Yep. Because right now you got a lot of fuck boys out here that mama's raising them, taking care of them, out on their clothes, fixing their plates. They're called son husbands. I keep saying it. They're son husbands. And the mamas are ironing their clothes and taking them out to dinner and hugging on them and kissing them on the lips. And I mean, I keep going back to the Just Hilarious situation. Her son is 8. She's completely nude, and the boy sitting between her legs taking pictures. She's talking about his art. You know, so you're dressing them like you want the man, you know, a lot of single mamas dressing their sons like they want their husbands dressed. And so when you get those fuck boys out there and those mothers, those single moms that are creating those fuck boys, and I'm trying to weed that little boy out. No, sir, you can't come up in here. No, sir, man, I'm about to tell my daughter, hey, listen, I don't care how you feel about him. I'm telling you what's right for you because you don't have the mental capacity right now to make this decision. So I'm going to make it for you. And when did it come to a point back in the day? A man used to come to the house with a donkey and a bucket of oil and say, I want to marry your daughter. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just being honest. And those marriages last 60 years, 50 years, 40 years. And so what happened to the standard of someone being married or someone protecting their children and keeping them away from the bullshit? But I'll let you get back to it. I know who was about to go up. Sir Hale, you about to say something?
I think Zoe.
Zoe, go ahead, Zoe. I'm sorry.
No, I think I lost what I was saying. I was too wrapped up in what. Well, basically, it was based on what E-Man was saying. But I'll let Queso go first, though.
Keep going. Okay. If no one had anything, I was going to ask Brian a question.
No, it just has to do with like where E-Man was dressing. Hold on.
Why Brittany coming at you like that, Jedi?
I'm looking
Brittany. Why she trying to roast you?
That is sad. Wait, what, man?
Like, okay, the vetting process is important. That's also its own structure, and the way E-Man's gonna do it with his child is going to have that religious structure in place. It's okay, and it's going to address legacy. That's what it was. Because what Lance was talking about is the reason why a father would be involved in his daughter's vetting is that in his care for her, and then in his care for what it is that he's done in his life, and to keep that going forward. Is the guy that you're going to be with as my daughter, and as your husband, is he going to meet my standard of work ethic? He's going to meet my standard of different qualifications that my life experience is going to let me be the judge of, to say that this man is going to replace me as your caretaker. It's going to replace me as someone who's going to do right by you, but from my eyes, before I, like, in that deep sense that is this going to last the test of time the same way me and my woman last the test of time, in the same way that your grandchildren, I know those values can get pushed forward. You see it in cultures outside of the US. You don't really see it here. And because you can see it has to do with the lack of a certain type of structure. We're not going to call it religious. We're just going to say just structure. Just call it that. There's a certain structure that you got to have that isn't just two people, vibing and getting along until they get old. And then, you see old people getting divorced now too. It's no different. But what stands the test of time is people who do value that legacy and are that invested in their children's lives. And I'm not trying to say nobody isn't. I'm just trying to say that you got to kind of practice what you preach to a certain degree and set that example to let that be the case if your legacy matters to you that much.
Hold on. I saw the picture, Dwayne. I didn't know what you're talking about. Oh my God. I'm looking at this right now. That's hilarious. I did not know what you were talking about. I'm looking at this.
What you looking at?
Oh,
The,
just
where Just
hilarious.
Hilarious got her son naked, like she completely naked.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, I want to make a couple of points though. I mean, like, I think first of all, I think a lot of fathers are parenting out of fear when it comes to their daughter, which I mean is completely understandable. But I just
All of
think,
us are.
yeah.
I think that's a bad place to do anything from. You know, like the only thing we're supposed to fear is God. That's what the Bible tells us. Through Him, everything is possible and all that.
Man, you gotta have
So
your
I mean,
daughter, bro. You gotta
That's
have
what I'm
your
getting ready to say,
daughter.
man. You have no
I
idea,
mean,
man.
Brian,
Yeah,
You
you
don't
don't
got
have a
kids,
clue.
man.
it's not about having a clue. I understand fear. I don't
It's
need a
not
daughter to
fear.
understand fear or making
It's
decisions based
I don't
off
mean
fear.
feel
You
like we're
don't need a
scared,
child to do that.
but the
Y'all use
responsibility. You
children to
understand how big it
justify
is.
making decisions from that place of fear. And a lot of parents do,
No,
and
you
that's
want
okay. And
you
y'all
gotta
would
tell your
commonly
children the
agree
truth
on it.
about the world, bro.
No, I mean
You can't have
there
your
was a
children
time
wild out
though.
here.
There was a time though when
There was
children
never
weren't.
a time.
There was
There was never a
never a
time.
time when
Our
children
parents
weren't
always
important.
told us some real shit.
There wasn't a time that children weren't
And some
important.
bullshit.
That children weren't seen mostly like as workers and work staff for
Yeah, I agree
for
with you.
the family under
They
the
sure
parents.
told some bullshit. That damn
That
Bible,
was
boy.
never a time that happened.
I'm just joking.
There's never. I
Let
mean,
me add to this. Let me add to this.
it really depends on, like, honestly, your family structure. I can't imagine. I've been in that family structure where someone tried to force me to like think a certain way, and I completely rebelled against it, you know, except for the parts that I wanted to take out. And I've seen the family structure where parents didn't necessarily care about forcing an idealism, but more so being an example of an idealism. And then your daughter's not going to bring home a nigga that you don't approve of, like, period. If you just be the example. And I feel like a lot of parents, like, well, I say used to. I think parents are way better now. There used to be a time where parents used to live separate lives. They were telling their kids to do one thing and they were doing a completely different whole other thing. At least now they don't live a separate life. Like, if they're going to be ratchet, they're going to be ratchet with their kids. Their kids are going to know that they're fucking ratchet. But I mean, there was a time when they were separate and kids were resentful of that. Like, how you going to tell me to do this, but you're not actually doing it? The best thing I've seen ever work is like parents just being the example, you know, living their life, like encouraging their kids to, you know, do whatever, setting their guidelines, you know, that telling them their guidelines that they feel. There's certain rules that just are the basic rules, like, you know, you're not going to be disrespectful, shit like that. And then that was it. Them is the girls that I noticed that bring home like dudes that dads approve of the first time they meet them. Now, whether something happens along in a relationship later on.
And let me say this: when I was growing up, my grandmother had a real nice German Shepherd dog, female, and she had her locked up in the cage. She had her come in the house for a little bit. The dog was very smart, very protective of my grandmother. And my grandfather used to just look at the dog. She used to walk around. Her name was Queen. She used to just walk around the thing. There was this stray dog, a male dog, walking around, big old ugly dog, like he was mixed with hyena and bat or something. And he would walk around just ugly looking dog. And my grandfather used to knock the hell out of that dog to get him away from the pen. I used to like, man, granddad, I was a kid. I said, granddad, he's only trying to be his friend. He said, no. He can't come in here because he ain't right for her. And if he get in there with her, he gonna ruin her. And for years, I was like, man, what is he talking about? And he always put life lessons in everything. And so as I got older, before he passed away, we talked about old times. And he said, man, listen, I can talk to you about it now. You're an older man now. He said that dog is to be protected because that dog can have so much success and having other German Shepherds that's smart and beautiful like she is. He said, but if I would have let the big ugly dog in, he would have put some things inside of her that would have ruined her, and her offspring would have been the very trash that he was. He said that's how we need to be about our wives. I mean, who we're dating and who's dating our daughters.
I agree.
Let me add
he said you watch the pen until you get the right dog in there that's going to create something beautiful and create a bloodline that's going to be successful and worthy, instead of letting something ugly and despicable come in and ruin her.
I agree.
Let me add to that.
Black Man Unfiltered just dropped a bomb, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
And that's true because this is something that me and Jetty know they play very well. You have a lot of distinguished family. They don't play around with their daughters. If they raise their daughter properly, well, they'll tell their so-called future boyfriend, like, I hate to say this, but before you can deal with me, you gotta go to my father and my brother, because I've seen no type of vetting system whereby like Amir talk about on Lapid Network, you go through the father first, and you go through the brothers. And now, God forbid, she have more than 3 brothers. Because one of the brothers is trying to find out all your extra information you try to hide from them and call his friend. Can you look up this information of this individual and let me know who this all about? Because when you go through the vetting of a big family, just so you know, you can try to deceive the father, but you cannot deceive the brothers. And the brother sees something that the father did not see, don't let the father know, Dad,
Mm-hmm.
he ain't for her. And they don't play that game. And I see that happen. I see the type of medicine that I just feel sorry for the brother. Like, I hope you pass. Because if you don't pass, well, we ain't gonna see you again. It is what it is. So you can imagine how family do that in Africa. Not you don't have to be from Africa, be from other ethnic group. They don't play game of letting the daughter just marry to anybody. I hear people in the chat talk about, oh, my mama that didn't better. But I understand, but the better system, but the better system has to be very, very. I can't say complex. Gotta be in depth. You can't just look at how come. You gotta know the person who he is as an individual. Know the person's family. Know the person's friend. Look at who he's surrounding himself with. Trying to catch him off guard with his normal environment. He wanna hang when he feel relaxed and nobody's not watching him. That's why it's good to have a big family, extended family. Have that sneaky cousin who can go in, find his social security number, take a background check, find the type of people you're trying to run around himself, make sure he's not smoking and drinking, make sure he had no debt. Like, yo, tell that guy, see where he live at, see what kind of car he have, see what he doing, that kind of thing. Because African parents, when I'm telling you, they're not letting nobody marry to their family who's not worth it. They're calling uncles in high places who may be a police chief. Can look up this particular information. You only check his bank account. They're not playing game. They going to the deep yard to let you know you're not coming to that family without know what's going on with you and
So
your
let,
family.
so let me ask this question. Somebody posed a question in the chat. Nyambi says, will you disown your daughters if they choose differently than what you pick for them, basically?
No, so I
No.
think I wouldn't disown her. So the one thing it is every time I talk to my girls about this, I'm like almost making it normal for me to be involved in the situation. Like, and I ask them, I'm like, hey, when you decide that you want to get a man, like, what do you want to do? And we have these conversations. I want it to be normal that it goes through me. When we having these deep conversations, I'm not going to disown her because in reality, it's almost like one of those things is I only have to do as much as I possibly can to set her up as success as possible. But if she said I'm gonna go my own way, I'm gonna do my own thing, I'm gonna respect that because she's still my daughter. But I'm gonna know as a parent that I did everything that I possibly can to put her on the right track. That makes sense.
I will hold my accountable.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna disown her. I will hold her accountable. Do what I'm saying.
Accountable.
What does that look like?
We are African parents.
Yeah, what does that look like?
If we raise you
Black David.
properly,
What does that look like, Black David?
To me, it's more like this. Let me explain. If I waited to be a woman who picked the right kind of person and to pick one completely opposite, I'll tell you right off the back. If I tell you this guy is no good for you, if your sibling circle of people look deep to the person background, find the guy no good for you, and you think you should go down that route, I'm gonna let you know. You're on your own in that situation. You're still my daughter, I'm not gonna disown you. I'm just gonna let you know. There should be no complaint about what the guy do to you because we already see the warning sign. But if you want to be blind about it, by all means, be on it. But we're not gonna cover you on that one. But when you learn your lesson and we're to get back on the right path, we're here to welcome you back, like a prodigal daughter. Other than that, we ain't going down that route with you. We know the guy's no good. You gotta tell the guy to pay for your wedding. I'm not gonna pay for your wedding.
Exactly. There you go.
But and one thing I want to say is this right here. If I see my daughter going down the wrong path and I talk to her and she said, Dad, I'm gonna do this, it's all good to me. Me and that dude's gonna have a talk. I might be going to jail. I am willing to die. I'm going to not do that.
No. Listen, you going to the extreme. Before you jump off the ledge, bro. Before you jump off, you still have a wife. You still have a wife that you obligated to.
Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all gotta let me finish rapping before you interrupt.
You went extreme.
So what I'm saying is, said dude come to me and he asked for my blessings, right? He said, hey, I want your daughter and I don't approve of it. and I say, no, man, you can't be with my daughter. And this dude, I feel, disrespect me and say, no, I'm gonna marry her anyway. Now, this ain't got nothing to do with my daughter no more. Now, I get what y'all saying.
Well, no,
Y'all saying,
that's confusing. Hold on, Emmanuel, that's confusing. I'm gonna tell you why. That's a little confusing because you basically said your daughter can pick whoever you want, whoever she wants. But if a guy tell you I'm gonna be with your daughter regardless, you saying he ain't got the right to say that.
I deal with men. I deal with men different than I deal with women.
Now, I get that.
I get what y'all saying. So y'all can have whatever. I'm gonna make it a very uncomfortable situation for him. Now, regardless if you agree with it or you don't, he gonna have an uncomfortable situation. Like, because we can't make it like we can't influence this guy.
Oh man.
So Emmanuel, hold on, Emmanuel. Let me ask Sir Hill. Let me go to Sir Hill. Sir Hill, if your daughter brings a guy to the house, sagging, got a grill in his mouth, she said, "This is what I want, Daddy. I know, because this is what men look like today. So I want to make it realistic as possible." And he comes into your home and he said, "Hey, how you doing? Sir Hill, how are you today? I'm dating your daughter." And you pull your daughter to the side and say, "What is your problem?" And she says, "Daddy, I love him. I know what you raised me to marry. I know what you want me to have, but he just treats me a certain way. I love him." And you go to the guy and say, "Hey, listen, bro, you want to be with my daughter?" And he asked for your daughter hand in marriage. You're like, "No, I'm not sure about that right now." And he said, "Well, I came just to ask you out of courtesy, bro. I ain't got to ask you nothing. We get married regardless. She's gonna be my wife now." What is your response, Sir Hill?
And he's bigger than you.
Furniture moving. He got to prove me he's bigger than me.
He's big as the Rock. 6'5", 260.
Sir Hill's thinking about it. He's thinking.
Yeah, no, I'm not thinking. I just wanted to get it out. So there's a couple of things, right? I'm different. In my house, I take care of everything. My wife does. She's not responsible for anything. That's my job. I'm proper. I like to dress up. I speak well, but I don't judge a guy because his pants are sagging. I don't judge him because he has a grill.
Okay.
Like, one of the things for me is I got to get to know who he is. Right. And if I work with people in technology. Some of the guys that got tattoos all over, earrings everywhere, are some of the most brilliant people I have ever met. Exactly. So I don't judge people based off of the external stuff, just like I won't want anybody to judge me. So that's the first thing. The second thing is
himself to you. How he presents himself to you, and then when he first meets you, isn't a part of who he is.
So let's listen to what I'm saying. My goal is not to look at who he is. My goal is not look at how he looks. My goal is to figure out who he is, because you can influence a man to do better, but start with who he is.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. No, you're right.
I think. But let me finish. Because I think what happens is
I want to give you the full situation.
I'm trying to cook, and you keep on turning off the fire. I'm trying to cook something. I'm trying to cook.
He made a point.
So my thing is, that's like saying just because a guy dresses up in a suit and presents well that he's a good guy. No. That can't be the truth. You got to figure out who he is, right? I was that guy that had my pants sagging, not because I wanted to. I couldn't afford a belt, right? So that's what I'm saying. You got to look at who the guy is, and hopefully I would have raised my daughter in a way that she wouldn't bring home a guy like that. If in case she did, I would have to respond to that. But I can't hurt him. If I raised my daughter, I was responsible for my daughter. I'm not responsible for him. So I couldn't hurt him. I would just lay some rules down. But what am I going to do? Fight him? Hit him? Beat him up? Like, what am I going to do?
So, sir, I want to put some rules out there. Hold on. Let's be honest. All right, so he done been to jail 32 times. He got 4 baby mamas. No, for real.
Now, let's be practical. Let's be practical.
No, this is practical.
32 times. He ain't getting out of jail for 32 times.
No, I'm saying.
Come on, man.
It's not hell. I'm telling you.
Emmanuel just want to go to jail.
You going off the rails, man. You trying to make it so that you gotta kill this dude. You just trying to make it.
Wait, hold
on.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I remember Jay. Yeah, I remember Jay. Jay was on. Jay was on Anton's Live. He said he has been arrested 32 times.
32 times.
Who was?
He
was on Anton's platform. He got on. That's the guy that came in that night with all that hoorah.
And he came on. And then on your show,
right? Yeah. And then I had to break him down, and because at first we were all on him, and then I had to calm him down.
I remember Black Man.
Yeah, and I had to calm him down and say, "Hey, listen, bro, something really hurts you in your life, bro, for you to have this type of mindset." And he started opening up. My mom died in my arms when I was this age. And so we really got deep into deep conversation. But he said in his lifetime, he has been arrested 32 times. And how many kids does he have? He said 4 girls.
4 girls, 4 baby mamas.
4 girls.
It
4
wasn't 4
mamas?
baby mamas. Don't do him like
But,
that.
no, I don't know. I'm asking.
We don't
I think it was 2.
I think it was 2.
He had 2 girls with 2 baby mamas, I think.
There you go. There
Yeah.
you go. Okay. So yeah.
I want Sir Harold to know that we're not looking at this dude and saying that he's a bad guy. We know 100% without doubt that this guy is not the right person for your daughter. And I was being a little extreme. I'm not talking about you should fight him, but I do think that I should oppose my will in a way.
You said you're willing to go to jail. Hold on.
I was being extreme.
Don't back down now.
Come on, man.
Don't back down now.
Let's agree that we got to be
your jail
practical.
time, bro.
Hey, so Sir Hill is
I ain't never been
addressing
to jail. Just let y'all know.
Sir Hill is addressing Emmanuel. Go ahead, Sir Hill, and then we'll let Black David is burning up over there. We gotta let him go right after Sir Hill.
I'm just saying we got to be practical, right? Obviously, we don't just let anything in, but I'm saying we got to get past the superficial stuff and see something. Because I know people who dress up in suits and they make a little bit of money. I know people who got tattoos and they earn triple them and they never got a record. I know people with suits on got felony records. I'm just saying the point that I'm saying is, barring they ain't been to jail 32 times, got 5 kids by 6 baby mamas, barring none of that, right? I think the goal is to get to know the actual gentleman, right?
Yeah.
And find a way to build a relationship, because if your daughter loves him, I don't care what you say, she loves him. Right. And when a woman loves a man, there's nothing you can do to break that. So there's a standard. I would have to get to know the young man.
But do y'all think we can control who our daughters fall in love with?
You can influence, but not control.
Absolutely.
Aaron said it best. Aaron
Go
said it
ahead,
best.
go ahead, Black David.
People can be manipulated to think anything and learn anything.
Go ahead, Black David. He says he's gonna give us the African point of view.
Yeah, I want
African father know our daughter let to love what to love. That is fine. If she choose that individual, all we have to do is bring the brother to the quiet room, have the uncle, the brother to him. We're not going to threaten him. We're going to let him know. We know that our daughter love you. Ain't no matter of rebuttal or convincing or trick that will convince her otherwise. What we just going to tell you is this. If you hurt our daughter,
yeah,
we come and get you. Don't even think of hiding.
on site.
We will find you. When we find you, we will enjoy ourselves with you. I'm just let you know.
It's gonna be Cobra Kai up in that bitch.
When you take our daughter,
I wish somebody would do my son like that.
You deal with the village. So when we hear you hurt our daughter, haha.
There'll be no challenge today.
I've seen African parents, when they say they will get you, you don't understand what it look like to see a well-known man got his servant to call his group of people that went out in less than 30 minutes. You see 2 trucks roaming in. One yanked the guy off the truck, yanked him by the collar, bring him to the compound. We're watching for the balcony. The big man, the father, come down there, and you can only read the guy's lip. You say, "Oh, you pregnant with my daughter? You think he could disappear?" But the 2 things that can happen to you: either you marry my daughter, I will deal with you. I will deal with your family. I will deal with your family. I will let you know you don't come in our family and disrespect our people. I think people don't play with their kids. They don't not play with. I'm going to let the men know you have my daughter.
You said if she's pregnant, is that what you said?
What? They don't believe in no daughter getting pregnant out of wedlock. You have to marry them. He had to people before the child is born.
No, I thought you said that. I thought you said that the father said that you're gonna get her pregnant. Is that what you said?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying this. When that happened, that boy pregnant that man's daughter. He didn't marry the daughter.
Oh, he did impregnate her.
He did.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Marry her. So what he did, he sent his houseboys and his crew to go and get him.
B9 savage.
B9, you don't know African people.
You don't know.
You don't know African people. They don't play around with their kids. They'll let you know. We will find you. We will find you. Ain't no if, no but. If we had to cross that line to look for you, we will cross that line because anything because of our kids, we protect our own no matter what. So I'm telling you, any African family that's big, and they know. Even Jetty knows this.
Shit.
They don't play around with their kids.
Nope.
You hurt their daughter. You see that wicked smile
Listen,
on
that
her face?
laugh is
That
diabolical,
laugh
man.
is that
That
laugh
laugh
is
is
scary.
diabolical.
That laugh is scary, bro.
Better than the Mortal Kombat laugh.
I
I'm
like
gonna
that.
tell you. Let's make sure you just appear.
And you know
make
what?
you just appear.
And I want to
But
say
Black,
this. I want to say this real quick. You know, if man, you go ahead and close it out because I'm gonna change the subject on to something real quick that ties to this. But go ahead and say your piece. Go ahead, brother.
I'm just saying, man, Black David, if he's been locked up 32 times, he's scared. Man, I think he willing to die. I just let you know, he's willing to die. He's willing to die. I'm just saying, I know some savage men, bro. Like, if you get to threatening them, they're gonna be like, "Hey, okay, I'm about that life."
I don't know though, Emmanuel. I disagree. If he got locked up that many times, he ain't do no real jail time. He just doing petty crimes. He a petty crime.
American prison is not the same as Nigerian prison. You can let you know. You ever heard that thing on the lock up abroad?
Come on.
Hey, so
I'm just gonna let you know.
There's a jail.
So let me go into this then.
African, it's a whole ball game. The hardest men here cannot survive a week in our country. You stay there anywhere in our country for more than a week, you come back a punk.
I don't know about that now. No. I don't know about that.
I lived in Nigeria for 7 years.
I'm not.
The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar.
I came over here from the U.S.
You can't say the strongest man in the strongest country can't survive a week in Africa. Man, I call cap.
You take cap now, okay? Be my guest. We welcome you in a month.
I'm not trying
not
to
like the
find out.
You talking to a man who's been in the military, and I hear people. I hear Afghanistan.
What are you talking about?
Listen,
we laugh about it when people say about our country, that's not true. We say, come. They did come to that country. They spend 1 year, and they're like this.
Yeah, this is getting wild.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So let's change the subject real quick. Well, let's try something in. Last night I had an opportunity to be on Sir Hell's platform, which guys, you need to go subscribe to that right now. Sir Hell Speaks, right?
Amazing.
I had an opportunity to be on with him last night. It was an amazing,
beautiful
show last night. If you got a chance to watch it, if you didn't, please go back and watch it and subscribe and like that, please. And support him on his platform. But we talked about, do black men really have power? We talk about power and we talk about how strong we are and how much power do we have. But if we look at reality in the world that we're living in today, are black men really that powerful?
In what context? Like,
Sir Hell. So Sir Hell, can you, because it was his platform last night, so I will let him explain what we meant by that question last night. So Sir Hell, if you will take it away and give some context on what we were talking about last night.
Is we're just talking about in terms of like our culture. So I did a show called "We Survived Everything But Each Other," and this was in relation to the incident that happened with the the guy who deleted
shot
his
baby mama and his wife.
Yeah. So in relation to that, and then the premise of that was how our ancestors fought so much to overcome so much in the atrocities that they overcame, and they weren't they weren't doing this, and how we have so much access to stuff now and resources, and it seems like that mental resilience, we don't have it anymore. And so the question came from that is, do black men really have power? Like, do we have that authority in our families, socially, in our community? Do we really have it? And if you guys see my cousin Yambi Shalee, she was in there saying that her perspective was a little different, and y'all go hear on the show. But the perspective is, yes, we do have it. And the way that you say it is you got to say it to yourself, and you have to believe that. Right. But I'm saying in terms in reality, though, do you guys believe that we really have power? Like when we go to court, that we have power in the court, power in the
white supremacy run everything.
I think we got power. I think we got power. The reason I say that is because I've seen two sides of the court system. The people who have power, I don't care if you black, white, polka dot, or Asian, it's the people who got money. Money brings power. If you black and you got money, you ain't going to jail. I'm telling you right now. Like, it depends. So it's not really about a color thing. That's why
Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. I mean, they got money, right?
Well, no, let's talk about Bill Cosby and R. Kelly since you brought those two people up.
Damn, they're gonna tear up the algorithms.
Yeah. Come on.
We can't talk about them too.
Except when we get this channel get monetized in the name of the Lord. Yeah, but if we don't, it will be demonetized. So we don't want to break up the future revenue of this channel. So please.
So just don't
talk
talk about
around
it.
it.
Hey,
You
hold
can
on,
talk
hold
about it,
on.
but you got to talk around
Hey,
it, bro.
Yeah,
I know,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know,
talk
I know,
around.
Yeah. We talk
hold
about
on.
like say grape or self deletion or
I
whatever.
got
No. I
demonetized.
know how to talk
I got
around that stuff.
demonetized for saying R. Kelly. I
No,
didn't know
you might.
that.
No,
They demonetized me for saying R. Kelly. Oh,
Just
my
say,
bad. I
just
said.
say, I was
I
like, just
so
say Kells or something like that.
Yes, say Kales, yeah.
all right. So this is what I want to say is
Damn, I didn't know that.
we can't act like OJ didn't happen. Like we can't act like
OJ ain't black. He's OJ.
But what I'm saying,
But OJ
Hey,
was
black on
innocent though.
OJ.
That's facts.
we can't.
OJ was innocent though.
But we can't act like the I believe I can fly guy didn't get away with a couple. He just kept doing the same thing and they eventually got him. So I'm saying that these people beat cases. Now I believe the popsicle guy. I think he was an example. And if you really look at how he got out of jail and the deal that he signed, because he did take a deal, just to let y'all know, he didn't really fight that case.
He had to do nothing. I don't think he had to sign nothing.
He took a deal. The popsicle dude, he took a deal. Yeah. Why you think he got out?
No, they let him out, dude. I thought they let him out.
Oh, you talking about the Jello pudding guy?
Technicality.
The Jello pudding guy took a deal. That's why he's out. He's out.
To give some context to that, the Jello pudding guy.
I like that better. The popsicle guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The popsicle guy. That guy, he didn't take a deal. What he did was they found some discrepancies in the
case
and what happened with the lady, and they told him that wouldn't go in court. It wouldn't fly in court, and the judge decided to free him.
Yeah, that's why he could have been out of jail. That's why he stayed in jail.
Right.
Because he didn't want to be a sex offender coming out or be charged or be known when he died as a sex offender. That's why he stayed in jail long. He could have been out. Yeah, he walked out of there free.
So the popsicle guy signed the deal with the district attorney.
He didn't sign no deals. Come on, bro. He didn't sign nothing.
Okay, so let's get to the point. My thing is this: do black men really have power? Like, say for instance, our neighborhoods, because man, I'm trying to remember his name, Sir. Hell, I'm getting old. And he came in and we dropped bombs over Baghdad real quick. What was it?
Signing?
We ain't signing. Yeah. So we ain't signing. He's in China, but he came into the show and he said he think the best thing for black men, we don't have power. He said he think the best thing for the black men is just to leave the community. Period.
We don't have collective power. We have power individually. I got power. If you were to ask me, I'd say yeah. But exactly. Like I always ask the question, what's our obligation to the community? What's a black man's obligation to his community? Because in that question, you'll find out where black men have power as a community. We don't.
But you said collectively we don't, but individually we do.
Yeah.
I agree with that because I posed a question to Niambi. She's in the comments right now. She's somebody we ain't signing angry faces. But I asked the question about power, and I said, if just think about January the 6th, if me and Emmanuel and Brian and Aaron and Black David and Sir Hale and Lance and the villain and K-Soul all got together and we all got 10,000 men apiece and we charged the state capitol, what would that have looked like?
Murder.
Mass murder.
Mass murder.
Massive.
It would have been arms and legs and body parts and lungs and kidneys everywhere.
Kill Bill.
They would have set up Apache helicopters and sawed us down.
So no, I disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree. So let me tell you why I disagree with it. The only reason. Let me finish.
I gotta hear this.
Yeah, I gotta do too. Go ahead, Emmanuel. Go ahead. We gonna give him the floor. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
This is my mute.
This is my opinion. What happened? I like that. This is my opinion. What happened? See, the president at the time had power. And he made a call on the backs. And the reason that those folks was able January 6th to be able to do what they did, because I believe when you got the man that's in charge of the company, after he sanctioned this, nobody else underneath him, when we look at from an authority point of view, can do anything. So I don't think it was 100% about their skin color. I believe that it was just blessed by people that was higher than him. So yes, I can tell you right now, say if we had a president that blessed off on us storming the Capitol, I 100% believe that nothing would happen to us because everybody.
Shit.
Man, let me say something. Hold on.
Let me get you back. Hold on.
My favorite brother, Michael Johnson, they killed those police in Dallas, Texas, killed all the police, and that's my brother. I love him to death. They sent a robot to blow him up. A robot. So you think if 7 niggas run in the Capitol, you don't think they gonna shoot the shit out of us, bro?
But you missed the point that I said.
I understand what you're saying, the reason of rushing the Capitol. I get all that.
It's
6 niggas running in the Capitol.
It depends on who's sanctioning it.
A bunch of niggas running in the Capitol. They gonna shoot the shit out of us, bro.
I don't think so. I just know how me understanding how the military and the structure work. The president have so much power that I'm telling you right now, the president can have anybody have power to do anything in this country because everybody, the military, have to listen to him. They must submit to that power. That's why we call him the chief and commander. Like you would go to jail if you shoot somebody. The police tell you not. I mean, that the president don't tell you. That's disobeying the lawful order from the president.
They shot a sister in front of that motherfucker 7 years ago when Obama was in office, man. They do whatever they want.
Obama didn't sanction it. That's what I'm saying. He didn't sanction it.
I'm just saying, they'll shoot a nigga.
Like, again, my brother,
you're making it about. Yeah, E-Man, you're not going against what you're not. You're making a different case for what he's saying. He's saying you're making the case of what happened for the fact that you believe that it was sanctioned by the president. But it's just like there's no sanctioning of black people by the president for anything. There's no sanctioning if we have a justified reason to storm the Capitol or not, that we wouldn't just get murdered, or that or maybe you're making the case. Maybe you're making another case. Maybe you're making the case that white people without getting sanctioned would have got shot up just like black people. Are you saying that? Are you saying white people would have got shot up just like black people would have if it was the same case without the sanctioning of the president?
I think if the president at the time would have made a call that don't let that happen, them folks would have been shot.
Man, nothing is gonna happen to white people. They can't even tell the difference between the Biden supporters or not. Like they're white. Oh, no. Like that's not like this. They would have policed like they police black people all the time because they're scared of black people. That's exactly why it's a colored thing. Because
you know what? And right before they
want to even fucking admit to themselves.
And right before
that's why I would have been murdered on the right the last time we marched up there in a group, we had to do it calmly. There had to be people making speeches and singing songs.
And they still
had to do it like a Negro spiritual.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter went to the steps and they got sprayed. They got pepper sprayed immediately.
Pretty much.
They didn't make to the steps almost. Like
here in Seattle, the Black Lives Matter did what they want. They took over a whole block and nothing happened to them. And they was black people. Look it up.
That was a mixed bag. That was a mixed bag. Just like it was when we did the Million Man March. It will never be all of us marching up on the Capitol. I promise you.
Right.
Not aggressively.
And when
Trump, black ass up there.
Right. And when Trump
I forgot to mention aggressive. Yeah.
Right. And when Trump said
aggressive niggas.
Yeah. And when Trump said that, Trump didn't say that to a bunch of black people. Trump said, "I'm gonna go down there with you. Okay. We're gonna take over." That's exactly.
Hold on.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
The point that I'm making is
this is exactly why we would have got shot, because that's what they see.
I'm done.
That's what they see.
Oh God.
That looks like the Roots album cover.
I think y'all missing it. The reason I say y'all guys are missing it,
man, y'all don't know y'all don't know good comedy, man. That was such a good impersonation, man.
That's what I said. That was good.
I put that could have for the night for me. I cannot take
it. Said they wouldn't got past Union Station.
That was too good,
that's
man.
Hilarious.
He just did that. I gotta go to bed right now.
Yeah, man, you'll get us all killed listening to him.
Hey, and you know what?
I don't believe in protesting. I don't believe in protesting.
Nah, hold on, I got scared. I had a black man. I would have went home. I said, "No, I'm done. Close this thing down."
Right. And if Emmanuel, what they're trying to say is this: if you got a group of guys together, it don't even have to be 10,000. It can just be us 10 right here. And you walked up to that Capitol building and Donald Trump was still the president, he would have said this. He would have said something different. He wouldn't say, "I'm going to be there with you, Emmanuel." He would shoot him off. Okay, no.
No, but you're missing the point of what I'm saying. The point that I'm saying is, if Donald Trump, so think about it from this. Can we agree that everybody at that Capitol building was submitted to Donald Trump? Can we say that?
I think we all understand that, bro.
Right.
We understand that. We just talking about skin color, man. We get what happened with the January insurrection.
So what I'm saying is this right here.
Aggressive niggas running in the White House or the Capitol building, we gonna get shot.
It's not gonna happen.
So y'all
Every time
really
he go off camera, he start talking that talk.
Yeah, I love off camera Brian. He's hilarious, bro.
Y'all still.
But E-Man, what we're saying is this. Seriously, I truly believe. I know you have your belief, and you're gonna stand 10 toes down. That's what I love about you, bro. When you believe something, can't nobody tell you nothing different. I love that about you. And so what I'm saying is, I believe seriously. If even if they seen us coming, can you imagine 30,000 black people running full speed toward the Capitol?
Bro.
Listen,
can you imagine what would happen, bro?
They're gonna have drone bombs on us.
The difference. Said we had a black president. So said we had a black president who said, "I am going down there with you guys. I am the one who's going to do it." Nobody.
And the vice president will take in place after he
gets shot too.
This is so far from realistic. Doesn't make sense.
Because can you imagine Sir Hale standing in the middle of the Capitol inside where they do the meetings? Can you imagine Sir Hale holding up a flag talking about Black Lives Matter? Pop, 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 pop.
I believe.
I'm like, black man, I'm gonna get you.
I believe if the president make that call and say stand down. If the president make that call and say stand down, everybody's going to listen to him.
Do you realize that just 60 years ago they had to call it the whole National Guard? So
Emmanuel,
kids are walking school.
Emmanuel, you don't
know, Brittany. No, Brittany, no. Y'all, I got a job. Y'all, no, I wouldn't listen. The views expressed on Black Man's Filter.
I don't think Obama
not my own. Listen,
no.
Y'all gonna get this junk flagged, bro.
Oh my god.
I don't think Obama could have did it. I don't think Obama could have.
But it's so far from realistic, though, right? You can't even imagine something like that happening, right?
Video proof.
You can.
They can imagine Trump. Nobody imagined Trump happening. Nobody. Y'all imagine Trump getting there doing what he did?
Hold on. Yeah, he's from New York City.
Oh, y'all crazy.
Nah, you bullshitted.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, Sir Hill.
And you gotta take the floor. You gotta take the floor, man.
Even though they are found innocent,
white people killed too. Like, come on, we can't say only black people dying.
He's from New York City. Everyone from New York to know who Donald Trump really is. So he full of crap. Don't make that excuse on the guy.
I'm with Emmanuel. I can't subscribe to this.
I'm not gonna subscribe that only black people get killed. Everybody get killed. The media just make it.
But you think if Donald Trump don't get too crap about black people anyway. Let's stop that.
I don't know that man personally.
I don't know that's true.
I don't know.
I'll say he's racist. I wouldn't say he don't care about black people.
I
don't care about Trump.
Hold on, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, guys.
Ronald
I love black people. Okay, I love them all. Okay. I love when they go in the kitchen, they cook chicken, and bring me a cup of lemonade. Okay?
Yeah, Hillary Clinton had the hot sauce. Y'all didn't say nothing to her.
Yeah, I just can't. I want to be.
Good point, Aaron. Though. Good point.
We fucks with Bill, though. We fucks with Bill.
This is the reason. I think this is the reason I don't have a YouTube channel, because I want to be able to say whatever I want to say when I want to say it.
I'm not mad at what you're saying, bro.
No, say whatever you want to say.
Hold on, let me say this right here. Hold on, let me say this. Guys are. I'm not gonna make a statement of a man that I don't know and say that he hates black people. He don't like black people. You don't know what he likes.
Your volume. We can't hear you. Your volume.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say this right here. We don't know that man. I don't know that. I can speak for me. I do not know Donald Trump personally. I'm not about to sit on this platform and say that he hates black people and this, that, and the third, because none of us had a conversation. Huh?
I agree with you. I can't say that either.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna say that just he hate black people and he don't. Nah, That's not what
I
I know.
voted
and
for
I'll
I'm
him.
say
not
I believe
necessarily-
he's racist, but I don't know if he likes black people. I don't know that he doesn't like black people.
I believe
voted.
everybody
Is it
got
good
I
love
for your
believe
tax?
you could say he elitist. I could rock with
I'll
that.
say he's racist. I
to
say
a certain point.
I
but-
say
I grew up
everybody
in the
love racist.
tri-state.
All y'all racist. Y'all racist too. Y'all
I don't mind being racist. I don't
There you
care.
go. There
I'm
you
not
go.
judging him for being racist. I'm saying as a
Black people
matter
be
of
Hold on,
fact,
racist.
I think he's
What's up?
racist.
Let's
I'll be
bring this back.
racist. Call me racist.
Hold on, let
I'm
me
not
ask
gonna
you-
say he's
Hold on,
not.
hold on, time out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's bring
Ronald
this back.
Y'all don't like black people. Y'all be calling white people out their name. Y'all racist too.
Come on.
Hey, now you know
I
what?
know
You
I
know
don't
Call me
what?
racist. I'm calling him
I
racist.
do
though,
think.
still.
I
Don't
do
call
think.
nobody out there.
Now,
Yeah,
guys,
black
I
people be
do think that
racist.
when it comes to Donald Trump, I do think seriously. I do think that he's not. Everybody has their own opinion about Donald, but I do think even when they asked him about when he went to, I think it was Georgia or something, they had asked him about Frederick Douglass, and they said, "Man, this is named after Frederick Douglass," and Donald Trump came back and said,
Oh my God, it's a beautiful place. I would love to meet him.
"Frederick Douglass been dead for 100 years."
Sure have.
You know what I'm saying? So
He
it's
was
like,
oblivious.
yeah, he was. Yeah, so I'm not going to give different opinions about what he know and what he don't know. But anyway, let's get off of that and go back to what I
Hold
asked.
on.
I
What
do
did
like
that-
black people.
Hold on, I got to push that. What did that statement mean?
You
Like,
good,
what-
Zoe?
I'm saying
what?
like he really don't know a lot about the people that he that are in his.
Just look
I
at
think
it
he's
like this.
racist.
We don't
And
know a
that's
lot
true.
about white people
Yeah,
either. There's
But
some white people
that's
stuff
part
I
of
don't
his
know.
background, though. He wasn't a
Right.
politician, so
Right.
it's understandable
Absolutely.
why.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just saying, can we say that black people don't know a lot about white folks?
Nah,
That's what
you
I
can't
just
say that.
said.
We're the minority. We
I don't know
all
what
we
you
have
mean
to
by that. Hold on. What
everything
you
we
mean by
have
that
is
I think
statement?
we
there's
can't
white
say
people
that.
that don't know about black people. There aren't black people that don't know about white people, not in America.
If I
I'm
just
talking
start
about
talking
like
about
individuals.
if I just start talking
I
about
don't
white
know
people
every white
history,
person.
y'all telling me all y'all gonna know about it.
Oh no, they alive.
What white people
Exactly.
history?
I don't
What
think
white
it's-
people history? You talking about what we had to learn in school? Like, what do you mean? Like
I mean, I know more
Everybody
about
got a
Christopher
history.
Columbus than I do
a
W.E.B.
history?
Du Bois.
Yeah.
Like I don't know everything about like I don't know like each individual white general that fought in the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? White people probably know who they are, so if they bring up a name, I'm gonna be like, who? So that's why probably Donald Trump looked at Frederick Douglass like, what? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Donald Trump is the son of a Klansman. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump did call out the Central Park Five and pull out an ad and invested in the death penalty for those young boys who were innocent. As a matter of fact, he's
But
done several other
know they was
things
innocent
that I've
when it was
heard.
going through.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on,
there was no, there was
let me
he was judging
hold on.
beforehand. There was
No, hold on.
Come on.
there was
Come on.
we didn't know.
Hold on.
We
Y'all
didn't
still
know.
voting
We didn't
Biden.
care, and he invested
still
his money
voting
into it.
Biden.
That's power. That's racism
No,
in
he
action.
said he
That's
don't
power.
want
No,
kids
hold
around
on,
here.
hold on.
That's
Let's
racism in
talk about-
action. That's power. He did that. He still
Let's
invested in the death penalty 4 or 5 innocent young boys who did
Hold on,
not get
hold
due process. Who was
So
judged?
listen.
Who he helped? Like he didn't say, "Hey, we don't know if they did it. We just believe he did it." Calm it down a little bit. He said, "Nah, get them niggas." That was his attitude.
That's not what
two different
happened,
things. He
Zoe.
could.
Zoe,
What?
Zoe, that's not what
I was
happened.
in the tri-state. I was a kid. I had to listen to white people judge
Listen.
him and applaud him for investing in the death penalty for 5 young boys who nobody knew.
No, listen. Let me say this. Those boys, even though they was forced by the police, had committed to, they had said that they did it first.
Yeah, they admitted to it.
Hold on. Let me
What?
finish. Let me finish. They said, "Hey, I did this crime," and then Donald Trump on the outside said, "We need to prosecute them because out of their mouth they have admitted to that crime." So we can't just say he made a racist decision.
No, okay.
Yes, we
Listen,
can.
I
go ahead.
understand the discrepancy of this, but the case man behind this is so minuscule. Obviously, I mean, I know documentaries can lie to you, whatever you might say, but like during the investigation on this, they're actually manipulated and like forced to actually confess that they actually did this. So he's taking the
I
word.
agree. I
Yeah, but
agree.
he-
I agree
he's
with
This is
not
why I
that.
think your
saying
daughter
that.
should be a
And
lawyer. This is why I think your daughter should be a
Hold
lawyer
on.
because
Hold on,
just
hold on,
because
let-
somebody admits fault, that doesn't. Like, police still have to prove. They don't just
He's
take
not
a person's
arguing
word
that.
on innocent.
He's not
or
arguing
guilt.
that.
They still
He's
have
not
to-
arguing that.
Okay, so go ahead,
After
Keto.
DNA
That's
proof
horrible, though.
What
evidence
he is trying to
proving that
say-
anything, he still say they're guilty on top of that.
Hold on. What E is trying to say is that Donald Trump was ignorant to all the things you guys are trying to explain to him right now.
And put his money up. That's what I'm saying. He still put his money up.
His stance is he was putting his money up and he stood behind this thing because he believed the one piece of information that he heard. He's not saying that he was right. Just so we don't go off in a different direction. So that's
Right.
what E's trying to say. Am I right, E?
Yes, that's
Yeah, but
exactly
guess
what
what?
I said.
I'm addressing that.
After
Okay, so
they had DNA
let me-
evidence to
okay,
prove
How
that
you
he was
gonna believe
innocent,
that a man that
and
literally
evidence
it's
on
his
top of
job to make deals? This is a man that we hired as president because he knows how to make deals. If you're going to make contracts, like if you're going to make a contract, you have to know certain things about it. Businessmen don't just hop on the bandwagon of any fucking thing, and they apply that to their personal life. You cannot. I don't believe that Trump is racist. I do think he's very self-serving. I don't think he cares about anybody.
I agree with
Trump.
that.
Anytime that the son of a Klansman invests in the murder death penalty for someone just off of that,
I don't think
gotta stop
he's
characterizing
racist.
him.
I think that he can't invest in any one person.
When I don't say a fact, let me know. It's a fact.
Racism and prejudice.
When it's not a fact, let me know. He's not the son of a Klansman.
It don't matter whether he's the son of a Klansman.
We can all some people it does, some people it don't.
I understand what you're saying. And I can't speak to him being a racist. I'm talking about his character as a person, because that's the kind of thing that leads to racist behavior. It's deeper than just, I don't like the color. I mean, the nigga doesn't like anybody but him. He can't even get to the part in his brain to even put the energy towards hating enough to be racist, because he's too busy worried about his self-serving. Like, he is a self-serving, self-involved individual. So I don't think he's per se like racist. I think he would fuck with racists. I think he would fuck with anybody to benefit himself.
I have a question. I'm interested in knowing. What do broke people do if they're grown? I asked that question. I asked that question because it was put out there that he basically don't like broke people, right? And for what I understand is, because I'm broke and dusty, but aside from me,
we broke.
Most broke people.
I'm not broke. I don't speak those type of words in my house. I'm the prosperous man over here.
We understand prosperous, man. We understand prosperous. What I'm saying is, I'm from San Francisco. We have a high level of homelessness out here, right? And so what I understand for broke people to do is be homeless and commit crime. Do y'all see other things that they do?
So no, let me ask. I want to answer your question. Yes, they do other things. Where they live off Section 8 and food stamps and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I made the statement, so I want to be completely clear. What I say is, like, Donald Trump had a whole bunch of wealthy black friends before he became president. Okay. Like, so it wasn't a color thing. He just really did not like people of poverty. And then once he became the president, that's when all his black friends started disowning him, and they didn't want to be his friend anymore.
But wait. Emmanuel, do you think he don't? Because see, I look at it like this. Because I look at the world as classism. I'm not so much of a victim of racism like a lot of other people feel, right? So when I hear that, I look at people take advantage of poor people because they're the easiest people to take advantage of because they don't know what they don't know. So, like, financially, I see people all the time. Basically, the people that overdraft their account the most are the poorest people, and they pay for the overdraft. I know people that got money that will argue about an overdraft that they can afford because they have the power to be like, no, get rid of that. And poor people will pay for an overdraft fee because it's normalized them. Like, yeah. So it's interesting. I just think they take advantage of poor people because they're the easiest people to manipulate and take advantage of. And you typically prosper off of poor people.
Let me say something to Emmanuel real quick. Emmanuel, what my original statement was I believe Donald Trump is racist. And then you said if I was racist or not, I'm like, I don't care. You can call me racist if you want to. I'll take it as well. I'm not going to judge him as if I can't make the same mistakes that he made or I can't be under that same, whatever process this is making from whatever is in my life. If my dad was Black Panther or some shit like that. But I did say I don't know if he doesn't like Black people for that reason that you just gave right now. Like he has had Black friends. He has had he has ingratiated himself with Black celebrities. He's a businessman. I kind of expect that to be the case, that the money to be more the priority. That doesn't mean I think that he specifically cares about Black people any more than George Bush did with the New Orleans. You feel me? So, like it's a certain. I'm not making it super for the reasons that I gave.
No, you said because based off your reasons, you said he had evidence that these people, because he didn't investigate the case. I think that's what we got to look at.
But he did invest.
No, but listen. Rich people invest in a lot of stupid things. That's what they do. Mm-hmm. They invest in
Some of them are racist.
But the question that I'm asking is, what did he do that was racist? Because the Central Park situation, he wasn't racist. He just invested. He doubled down on a bet that was a bad bet. It was a bad bet. It was everything he did was wrong, but he didn't have enough evidence that proved, because he wasn't investigating the case. He didn't know how corrupt that case was. So my question to you is, what have he done that was racist outside of that situation?
The point that you're making is so specific that I understand where you're coming from. I can give an example from myself for what makes me just believe what racist is and what racist isn't. Here's my example. I've been held at gunpoint twice in my life. Once by a cop, once by niggas. The niggas who held me at gunpoint don't believe they was racist. They was trying to take advantage, and I just talked my way out of the situation. The cop that held me at gunpoint, I swerved a little bit. Here was my mistake. I swerved a little bit. He pulled up behind me. He had seen me swerve, and where he tried to pull me over, I pulled into my cousin's parking lot, which was right nearby, because I wasn't trying to get pulled over in a dark street, whatever. He called like 6 police cars on me from whenever, held me out at gunpoint, threatened to shoot me. My cousin came out to see what the commotion was, threatened to shoot my cousin, came up to the car, starts going around the back of my car saying, "Oh, look at all the weed you spread out here. Oh, I think you had a gun too," and saying all this stuff while he has me at gunpoint, searching my stuff. And at that point, I'm like, what is this really about? Now, I'm not gonna say he's straight up racist. Do I think everything that he judged me on in that situation was a stereotype of black people? Yes.
Nope.
And no, you don't think so? Okay. That's what I felt in my experience. So that's what I'm going off of when I say Donald Trump is racist for jumping to a conclusion based on one thing, to invest money, I think $50,000 to call for the death penalty for these boys. And that's what his actions spoke. His actions condemned those boys more than those boys condemned themselves off of the false representation they had based on their coercion.
So I wanted to first address what you said. So you said I was doing wrong. I refused to pull off on the side of the road. I kept driving.
I didn't refuse to pull off on the side of the road.
You didn't, but you did.
He didn't command me to. He was pulling me over, and I chose where it was safe for me to pull over at. I didn't do anything wrong at that point. Only thing. Go ahead. I'm just clarifying.
So I just know, because this is something that we was trained in patrols. We was trained, like, the more a person resists, or more, I get you say for your safety you did this, but flags are going to be, every time you do something against my command, it's gonna give me flags in my mind. And now you're making me uncomfortable, even if you don't know that you're making me uncomfortable. So I turn my lights on, you drive 2 blocks instead of pulling over to the side of the street. That's another thing. You drive to somebody's house and you have another person come outside. Now I'm definitely concerned for my safety.
Bro, that's a crock of shit, man. That's the most crock of shit thing ever. I can, as a black man, bro.
That's actually real, though.
Well, let me clarify a little bit more. There was no order for me to pull over. He just threw his lights on behind me. There was, and I'll get no. We're being clear. We're just going to be clear now. We're going to be clear now. There was no order for me to pull over. There was no real space for me to pull over to. It was just a dark street, whatever. I still live by that area now in Palm Beach. Up the street where my cousin was, I was dropping off my car there. About 2 blocks. He wasn't off in your guess. It was about 2 blocks. I pull up about 2 blocks. It's well lit in that parking lot. I pull into that parking lot. My cousin didn't just come out immediately and start, "Hey, what you doing with my cousin out there?" The cop had me at gunpoint. He was yelling at me over the loudspeaker, to which my cousin looks through the blinds to see what's happening. And then he opens the door and say, "Hey, is everything okay? Get your ass back in the house." Exactly. We said before you get shot too. My cousin closed the door and I'm sitting there with my hands up. And at this point, he's going in through my car, illegally searching it for weed, for the grass it was grass from dropping off my nephews at football. I was in the back. He's like, "Oh, looks like you spread all the weed around. Where's the gun you had? Where's your gun? I think you had a gun. I think you had a gun." And I'm listening to him say this, and in my mind, I'm like, "What is this escalation going on?" All I did was follow what he asked me to do. Now, when I judge this man, and I have to think something, I'm not going to think, I was wrong so much. I'm thinking, why is he so wrong? And is my life really on the line right now for the bullshit that he's putting me through? Bullshit that he's putting me through. Because as a matter of fact, it was bullshit. And I have to think he has to be racist. Not to judge him as a racist, looking down. Like if you think it's not that, call it that. Call it that. It's not racist. The only thing that saved me was a black man who was his captain, who came and looked me in my eyes and seen what was going on. And he de-escalated the situation.
So let me say this real quick. let me say this real quick, Sir Hill, real quick.
It took a black man to save me.
So while you guys were talking, I just texted one of my relatives who is a officer, right? And I asked him, is it illegal if he gets behind someone to pull them over, and they don't pull over, they pull over, wait till they get to a safe place. He just stated, his text back was, if you're not ordered by a loudspeaker from an officer, you can get to a safe place to get the ticket, right? Or to whatever, explain whatever's going on with the
It depends on what state you in too.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like so in Florida different, because I'm from Georgia, so I know how Florida runs. I'm telling you first thing. So first of all, I'm trying to ask an officer.
Huh? You must be a police or something.
I think black man is it just more to that text message?
Yeah. He just sent it to me in a text message.
I thought were you done with that? Was that it?
No. Also, yeah. So the last thing he said was, I want to say this. I was just trying to let E-Man get it out, and he also said it also, because I agree with you. He also said that it depends on what state you're in, but in more states than none, you can get to a lighted area or a place you feel safe before you pull over. So that's that.
All right. So
keep in mind, I do have a military background. My brother was security forces. He has acted in the cop in several situations. So I did have an understanding of what was right and wrong at the time. I wasn't some young kid. I already had an understanding of what I was doing was right and wrong, and what this officer was doing as wrong versus what he was doing that he was justified for. I didn't have a problem with him pulling me over. I know he saw me like swerve a little bit when I was turning into the lane. I was like, oh, dang. When he pulled behind me, so I'm thinking this is a small situation. When I get pulled over and it's already escalated up to there, I know something is up. And when the black captain came and looked me in my face and with my hands up and seen the fear in my eyes, thinking like, I didn't even want to really talk to him, but he looked at me and understood immediately what was going on, stopped the officer from performing his illegal search, and calmed and de-escalated the whole entire situation. That dude was yelling at him like he was some boy. And that was his captain.
I got a response though.
Now.
So go ahead. Let's hurry up. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, I went through.
The man was racist. That's my point. I'm gonna say that.
I get what you're saying. I think you're judging that off the experience. Mine, I had an officer point a gun to my chest, and she was black. Right? I've never been violent. Right? So I think that it's important not to take an incident and to think that the incident means that a person is violent. I've got two guns pointed at me, both of them by police officers. One was a black lady to my chest. She told me, come on, man, you got a gun to your chest. She's trying to get into my house without a warrant. And I know my rights. I was 21, had my own house. You see what I'm saying? So I think we have same experiences, but I think it's bad to take an experience that you've had and then assume that based off of that a person is racist. Because if you insert a black person, then what's the excuse?
Hold on.
Listen. Go ahead, Brian.
Say something.
Go ahead, Brian.
I got something for that.
I can understand between a white person being racist and not. I've been black for 39 years, so I can understand the difference. There's a certain way a white police officer will come at you, and you know it's coming from a racist situation or a racist space. Then even with black officers, I know there are some coon black officers out here that want to make white daddy seem like, hey, I got this nigga in line. So I get it. It's some asshole black officer. But I know when a white boy is racist. I know it. And I ain't just saying every white person. And I ain't saying, hold on. I ain't saying every white person that pulled me over is racist. A lot of white people let me go. But there have been a lot of aggressive situations where they did treat me like a stereotype. They did they did kind of rough me up a little bit. They did say a little subtle words that was kind of, real.
Let me add some more context. Let me add some more context.
About a place like
Can I respond to it at first? I got.
You're okay.
Okay, go ahead, E-Man.
Go ahead, E-Man. Go ahead, man. E-Man.
All right, cool. Because you kind of cut me off when I was going down it. So I just say, as human beings, we need to look on the other side of the scope. That's all I'm saying. It's easy.
I ain't looking at nothing. You will. You can. Right? I'm not.
No. Well, let him finish.
So it's easy to say, "Hey, I felt that I was in a racist situation." Now, if
no, it's not.
Would have came, hold on, it is easy to say that.
Let him cook. Go ahead, okay. E-Man.
So Zoe, if you would have said, "Hey, Emmanuel, I was not doing anything wrong, and he pulled me over just because I was the race of my skin," I would say, "Hey, that was a racist moment." But me being on both sides, you say, "Hey, I did swerve, right? If a person typically swerve, you think that they're under the influence of something. That's typically the mindset that you have on the other side of it.
And the evidence of that would be somebody telling you, hey, I'm checking to see if you're under the influence of something. That would be the point of that. That'd be the first thing you go to. You're not checking somebody's car for weed if you think they're under the influence of something. You're trying to run a breathalyzer on them. I know this because I've been pulled over by police. I've done a breathalyzer before. And every officer that's ever pulled me over has seen my military ID in the state of Florida. They all typically lenient when they say that you have some type of military affiliation. If they don't, that's a different story. Maybe they're not racist at this point. Maybe not everything points to racism. But if a bunch of things do, then you have to look at it and call it for what it is as far as you can see it. Maybe there was parts of my situation that was not racist. Maybe there was parts of it that wasn't racist. But overall, I can tell you what it looked like to me from other cops that I know. I know a lot of cops in the state of Florida.
Zoe, let me ask you a question.
And I fuck with cops in the state of Florida. I know cops.
Let me ask you a question, Zoe. So to me, as everybody else could probably see, that you're very passionate about this subject, bro. And I can tell that you probably experienced some things that make you feel the way that you feel right now. Was it that, was it that story you just said, or was it something more severe that has happened to you to put you in this mindset to feel the way that you feel right now?
There's been other situations as well. That's just the most extreme and the most clear for me, at least as a person. But the point I was trying to make just now was that it's not all cops in Florida. I'm not the one of people who say, "Oh, cops are racist." I know a lot of cops in Florida. Being down at Homestead, the police, the fire department, everybody's all messed together. So a lot of times when I had a broken taillight for like a good 2 months, I couldn't afford to get it replaced. I'd get pulled over every week 2 or 3 times. Different police officers, all showing a certain type of leniency, all showing a certain type of respect, all whether they even if they didn't know I was military or not, if I wasn't in uniform or not, showing a certain type of respect as a person. So, and then there were asshole cops as well who weren't as respectful, but they were also I could make the relative understanding. But when there's something there that's driving a situation, I'm just like, this dude is acting way more out of pocket than normal. He's holding me at gunpoint for a slight swerve, and no matter how much he want to escalate that, nothing in his conversation with me addressed the issue of what I was getting pulled over for. So that's to me, you have to put that somewhere in a space where you don't have to necessarily understand what's going on. You have to understand that's negative, and it has to do with something that you don't have control over. That when the black captain comes over and tries to correct the situation, that guy feels like he can supersede his captain and say, "Nah, man, I got this." To his captain, why didn't he back down then? What did it mean? What did it mean to have captain having comment that he was willing to defy 2 people of the same skin color? What was that about? There's evidence. It's evidence.
Well, Zoe, let me ask you.
Go ahead. Let E-Man say he wanted to respond to.
Okay.
But no, because the thing is, every time I try to finish the point, Zoe's like, "Oh, I'm gonna interrupt you. You didn't even let me finish."
So okay, we're gonna let you cook.
You're right. My bad. I'm putting myself on mute. My bad, man. You're not wrong. I'm putting myself on mute.
And so I'm not saying that it's not racist cops out there, but what I'm doing, I was not in the car with you. I don't know what happened. Only thing I can do is get the facts that you gave me and respond to the facts that you gave us. And based off the only problem that I have with this whole situation, I'm gonna sum it up in one sentence. White cops have to be at they have to perform higher than black cops. We hold them to a higher standard just because of the color of their skin. And I truly believe that is the definition of racism. Because you say, I like kind of what Sir Hale said. Sir Hale said, what if it was a white person and a black person? Oh, we give the black cop grace, but we don't give the white cop grace because they're white. And so that's all I want to say, because I know I'm not going to be able to get through the whole situation. But we can't just say I was doing wrong and it was racist because how he handled the situation, because he could have just been having a bad day.
So hold on.
Not what I'm saying.
You don't get to have a bad day when you're a cop. You don't get to have a bad day.
Right, Sir Hale. So what's your Sir Hale?
Okay.
Then we'll let you cook, Zoe. We'll let you cook right after Sir Hale. Sir Hale. So
I hear you though, Emmanuel. I just want to respond.
K-Soul actually had something.
Okay, go ahead, K-Soul. I'm sorry.
Man, I forgot what I was going to say. But let me say this, Zoe. I think sometimes we, in these situations, and I wasn't there, and I'm not specifically talking about your situation, but I think that when it comes to these situations, we have a really bad habit of running into people sometimes who are just straight up a-holes, and we automatically place the blanket of racism on people because of the way they act. And I get it, right? If you're looking at history, if you're looking at a bunch of different things, I understand that perspective. But I actually think that we have to be careful when we do it because it hurts us, especially with these cases involving cops. There are so many things that happen with cops and Black people. And we go racism right away. We find out information later, and then it makes us look like we're crying wolf. So when actual acts of racism happen, then we're not taken seriously. It's kind of like the same thing with women and, you know, how they deal with men who grape, you know, and
You're
things
right.
like that. The women who lie, right? And I'm not saying you're lying, and I'm not saying other people are lying because, again, of historical context and everything like that. But I think we really have to be careful and take a look at things, because sometimes some of my best friends are white people. And I have friends who have voted for Trump. I have friends who are cops, and they go through it sometimes, and they'll say, man, I have a friend, and he's actually an Asian guy, and he's a cop, and they told him he was racist. And I know this dude, and I was like, it's not that he's racist. I'm like, but he could be a little over the top sometimes. And there's some situations like that. And I myself don't know which is which, but I just think that we need to be careful sometimes, because when we go racism, you're just like, why? Because of the way the guy was looking at me, right? For example, I think that hurts the overall message that when actual acts of racism happen and we want people to take us seriously, they can't, because they're like, oh, they Black people say racism for everything. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
I understand the apprehension, but that's why I was trying to give the context of understanding of how many times I've been pulled over in my life. And not to look at that and say, that's not racist. Let me find something wrong with what I did every single time. I'll find something. Whether it was the time I got a seatbelt ticket from the passenger side after I took off my seatbelts, it's like, maybe I should have just kept my seatbelt on. The cop was being an asshole, XYZ, ...
Right.
I can put a lot of situations of asshole cops. I know a lot of cops. I know I've been involved with police. So it's not like I'm looking down on all cops. I'm talking about one specific situation that I understood as, if it was like, if that Black cop came and was on his side the way that cops will have their brotherhood, and I could have expected that Black cop could have came around and looked me in my face and seen like, nah, nigga, you got something going on here that's suspicious. Yeah, he's illegally searching your car for weed right now, but if he finds some weed, that's your ass. If he finds a firearm in there, that's your ass. He could have came at me and looked at that. He came in my face and looked at me and saw and understood exactly what was going on when the guy was sitting there yelling at me from the car while he's searching, because now he had his backup. He felt more bold, and now his captain is trying to calm him down as well. That's a part of the story as well. And if that Black man was on his side, I couldn't necessarily call that Black man racist because he's coming in the situation after the fact as well. I couldn't, but at the same time, I would look at him as an enemy. It would be a hierarchy. I'm looking at the situation from the jump, because no matter how I tried to be submissive to the situation, my life was at no point made to be at ease for the situation at all.
Nobody can speak on your situation either.
So go ahead, Sir Hill. Go ahead. Sir Hill has something he wants to say. Go ahead, Sir Hill.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to just do something.
Okay.
Change the skin color. What's the perspective?
He's a coon.
Yep, field nigga. They ain't no different. I look at them both the same.
I think it's interesting that we're
the color of the skin. That's it.
I think we're jumping to race. Like, that's not bad policing. Not
I didn't say it wasn't bad policing. We can call it that too.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
You can't be a good racist cop.
I'm saying we're jumping to that. I think that's dangerous. I'm not saying that he wasn't. I'm just saying that on both sides, I find it interesting that we jump to coon or racist. That's a very interesting thing.
If it depends on the situation. A Black officer, and he understand what's going on out here with Black men, why you gonna treat me like this white boy gonna treat me? Why you gonna do me like
I had a different experience.
Hold on.
I had a Black cop to stop me and want to take me to jail, and a white cop said no, let him go.
That happened to me before. That happened to me before. But what I'm saying is,
I can that white man was racist.
Coon. I can call him a coon. I can call him whatever. Like, you one of the bad Black cops that I dealt with, just like a racist white boy. I can still look at him the same.
We're jumping to coon and racist though.
That's what that is to me. You if I see you in the street, just me and you as a Black person, I'm gonna greet you with love. I ain't gonna come at you like that. I ain't gonna come at you with a gun drawn on you and treat you bad. A lot of Black officers don't do you like that. So why should I have respect for you? Why should I look at you any other different than what you are? You just like that white boy, that Peckerwood white boy. You ain't no different.
See, I got
So
a perspective
you
of that,
that
but I
black
get
boy
where you're
with
coming
they
from.
used to hit the slave with the whip.
Who's more
Yeah.
likely to be a racist cop? The one that's going to lie on you, or the one that's going to try and stick by your character? But by what they
It
see that
depends
you
on
actually
which cop
show.
has a God complex. And
If it's going to be someone that's racist, because there are racist cops, like we said, but how do we identify them?
Have a good night, guys.
I've seen Liberty.
If it's not that character.
I honestly think racism is kind of in a lot of contexts today, it's hard to identify, to be honest with you. Because you literally have to know someone's heart and mind. And you can never know that. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody could just be like, if a white dude walks into a black family's home and kills them, right? You can say they're racist, but maybe he's just a deranged person who picked a random home and he's just a murderer. So that's why I think it's hard. But I know a lot of people do default to racism strictly because of the opposite races are involved in the situation.
If it smells like a fish,
no.
It is fish. Because I deal with asshole cops, but I never thought they were racist.
Right, me too. That's the point I'm making. Is that there was a cop in Philly that pulled me over.
Mm-hmm.
He was starting to be an asshole right away. I started recording my phone just because he tried to pull me over, and my habit initially is always pull over immediately. There's been times a cop try to pull me over, they speed past me and they got to back up because I immediately would try to pull over. I pull over immediately, and he's like, "Oh, you ran that light." I was just like, "I didn't run that light. I was trying to pull over because you threw your lights on behind me." He was like, "You were already pulling me over." And he starts calling me names and stuff. I put my phone on record immediately. He leaves with my license, comes back, and then he changed his whole tune. And I'm just like, "Oh, you was just being an asshole, huh?" He's like, "Nah, man, I'm just trying to do my job, XYZ." I'm like, "All right, whatever, man." I had an honest conversation with him afterwards, and he still came, and what he said afterwards rang true to me. I'm not judging him being racist, but that was the case for that. In the situation where I had the gun pulled on me, he was looking for it felt like, and I was living as though he was looking for a reason to shoot me.
Right.
And I don't know. And with that being the case, that's not like just an asshole cop. That's a cop with something to prove.
Right. And I would never speak on your experience because, again, I wasn't there. So I don't think it's even fair for me to go, well, I don't think it was racist or anything like that because you were there and you experienced it. And I've had situations too where I've been in those situations where I'm like, I don't know. But it's like when you're there, it's a lot different from an outsider. You know what I'm saying? So
the point that I was trying to make with Emmanuel was that in that same space that lets me judge that man as racist and call me wrong or right by your own opinion, I'll let you have it. But it's the same space I use for Donald Trump to say that if it smells like a racist, if it acts like a racist, then it is. Now, do I care about his behavior? Yes. Do I care that he goes and he has black people, black friends and stuff like that? Yeah, that's going to move the goalpost a little bit in how I deal with Donald Trump as a person, whether the situation he's being oblivious, whether the situation that he's, trying to be business minded or not. I'll judge him on those things as well. Being racist isn't the end all be all. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that he wasn't he can't be racist for matters of fact. And that's all. That's the only point that I'm trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm not even making an
If
argument.
you say it's not a fact, that's all that's for you to decide. But I'm also using my experience.
Yeah, I'm not making an argument.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I'm not going to be on long because I just came off a serious 4-hour live stream. I just wanted to ask, especially Brian, I just want to make sure I have clarity. So black police officers are coons.
I never said that. I said,
is there a certain way that
hold on. I said bad black police officers are coons. And I don't have to
ask you a
respect
question.
those.
How do we begin to categorize good and bad?
With
how
fairness.
You treat
a history of behavior.
How you treat people.
There's a reason, Lance. What is history of behavior? Because have you ever known what is the risk factor for just the average police officer?
I'm a civilian. I'm not trained. So them people are trained. I'm not trained. I'm a civilian.
The reason it's going to be hard for me to sit on this panel is because I am the son of a cop.
Shout out to you, brother.
And usually because I do know the inside work, dude, that's a life and death situation every day.
I'm in a life and death situation.
Hold it. Because I've trained in that area, if I was to take you to the back scenes of the training this isn't always about race. You know how fast a person can slice you up, just going to the window to say, do you mind if I see your driver's license? A lot of times what we tend not to, and I agree with K Soul, I'm not going to take away how one person may have felt, but at the same time, do we really have clarity on the entire situation? I've watched people just do some crazy things, and then when they get locked up, oh, it's racist, and we throwing the card out. Do I deny that there's bad people in every single industry, and we need to classify those bad individuals? But at the same time, what we're doing is you're blanketing a race of men that we just supposed to
I'm
run
not blanking. You putting words in my mouth.
blanket.
That's why I got to continue to stop you. I'm not saying all white, and I'm not saying all black. I'm specifically speaking about the ones that do bad to people, to black people specifically. And if I feel like,
but the first thing you came out, but what I heard was black coon.
For the bad ones, for the bad
but what is the see? What we're not
don't
getting.
Put words in my mouth. No, don't
right,
put words
but what
in my
we're
mouth.
not. What I'm saying is what we're not getting clarity on, or at least let me take it back. Brother. This is what I'm not getting clarity on. Okay. What I'm not getting clarity on is what's the definition. Let me tell you why I asked, what's the definition? I lived in North Carolina. I was in straight up Ku Klux Klan territory, right? I know I shouldn't have, I did what's called a rolling stop. That means somebody that rolls in, don't really stop at the stop sign and keep it going. Mm-hmm. Okay? Dude hit the lights because it was at night. I didn't see him. He hit the lights, came up behind me. I rolled my car a block and a half, stopped in front of my house. Him and his partner got out, looked at my license plate, did the normal routine, checked the license plate, checked my driver's license, asked me what I did, told me what I did wrong, and ended up letting me go. Now, I was in an area where they were supposed to pull me out, search my car, beat the hell out of me. How do I take that experience in an all Ku Klux Klan neighborhood and don't have that experience? So what am I saying? I think a lot of times we teach fear. And in that teaching of fear, everybody becomes the enemy.
I think that's what they do with the cops, though. Because, I mean, there was one point in time where a cop picked up a job and knew that his life was in danger, and it didn't stop him from treating anybody differently or any sort of different way. I think a lot of cops are trained in fear, and they thrive on power. And I mean, I'm sorry to say that. I know you're a son of a cop, and I get that. There are good cops. I've never had a bad experience with a cop, but I'm not going to say that.
But Lance, that's where we got to stop. What did you just say? I never had a bad experience. Then guess what? Leave it right there.
No, I mean, you can't leave it right there. No, we won't stop. You can't leave it right there because the experience. I've had people who have experienced people that I know that are of good character and caliber that have had an experience that they should not have had with police officials because those police officials were more worried about controlling a situation instead of de-escalating it. And in this situation in which Villain talked about, the cop's first priority should have been de-escalation. That's not a job where you can afford to not do your job. Kind of like being a doctor. We don't want you coming to work half-assed. I don't care if you are a racist. You can be a racist to be a cop. You being a racist should have no direct interaction with you being able to do your job. Period. You can be a racist.
My challenge is always going to be,
but you're going to preach the word, not your word, not your. And unfortunately, they're in a position of power where they're not only put in a position to make judgment calls, but they have a whole Supreme Court to back it up. So they do have the very, very open fucking area to be dishonest, to be destroyable, to destroy other people and kill other people and get away with it.
And the
just
degree
like
to which they
any
abuse
other
that.
job gave you the room and space
Now,
to kill somebody, like the military, it will be taken advantage of. And I think that they take advantage of that. That's all I'm saying. It does happen.
Then with that being said, are we all going to our local officials? Are we all sitting around and changing the law?
I think the way that's gonna be better is the more disassociated relationships we have in the police system. Because I think one of the problems that police system has is most of them are families, and they all kind of run like Italian mobs, almost. I don't think half the people in the police station that people think are racist are actually racist. I just think they're in an environment where it's blue, like it's a whole different race. It's a whole different territory, just like military. There's some military boys that would let other military boys get away with some shit because they military boys, and they ride together, and that's just it. You know, I mean, there was a whole Hispanic that was in California that was they have a whole club that's a prejudice club, and he's Mexican, and he's in a club that hate Negroes. It was ridiculous, and he in court was just like admitted it. I mean, this is not like a something new thing. This is a club mentality. It's Munchausen syndrome at this point. And I think the only thing that will change it is extreme like therapy placed into and actually enforced in the police system. I believe that we need some people who are actually fucking courageous. Like if you pick this job, I didn't pick this for you. We didn't sit around in a circle and say you're going to be a cop today. You knew you could have your throat sliced when you walked up to the window. You knew that, you know, like it's not like a teacher where everything just got dangerous and kids started getting shot up. Like, no, you knew cops get shot.
Put that last comment up.
But then, yeah, that's my opinion. I feel very strongly about certain jobs. You got to be responsible. You cannot go to work half-assed, and that's
you can't be a airplane pilot and have a bad day.
Right. Let me answer to this. First of all, I'm 54 years old. So old man knows a hell of a lot more than you think I do. The only reason why I came up here was the only one question that I have for Brian. So let's not get it twisted when it comes to race, police, and all of that stuff. I am making sure that when my brothers speak on a panel, they know how to speak clearly. They know how to speak. I spoke
clearly. You don't have to tell me how to speak, though. I can speak how I want to speak.
Brian, let him have it. Brian, Brian, let him have it. Let him have it.
All right. To speak clearly and not to be over generalizing based on experience of a particular city and state. So let's get that clear. And the first thing I said was, hey, Ryan, let me ask you a question. And I gave Brian various scenarios, which he articulately spoke. So let's get that straight. Lance also
kind of
knows
overgeneralize. You
when
did
I was
speaking, you did compare your experience, though, and overgeneralize your experience.
If you know me and you know the communications I give to Lance, he'll tell you the same thing. I'll come up here, I'll push, because I want them to be able to express exactly what they're saying, what they're thinking, and how they feeling. But let me get out of here because I'm tired. Brian, keep up the good work.
We love you, Uncle Stu.
Hey, you know it. You know it.
Uncle Stu.
Tommy B, I ain't heard from you, man. I'm waiting for you to yell at me, Tommy B.
Oh, yeah, I'm at the job right now. I'm moving around.
You gotta come back and hold it down for me.
Yo, Tommy go hard,
let's start off with the first thing. You need to understand what a coon is, because you clearly don't understand what a coon is. A coon is somebody that perpetuates the negative stereotypes of a race. So that right there alone, you're wrong. But beyond that, I think we overuse the word racist in general.
Tommy, I think sucking white dick is coon behavior.
Like that.
Yeah, facts.
I think we overuse the word racist. I think a lot of these cops are in just an environment where they're pretty much taught. And I think a lot of them aren't from the environment that they police. I think, because I've been, the whole police brutality thing, I get frustrated with, because people think the only thing police brutality is you getting killed, when they out here beating the shit out of us every day. And that shit don't never make the news. But some of it is also, some of them is just cocky as hell. You know, some of them is the suckers in high school that used to get their ass whooped and now they got some power. It's a multitude of things. It's not just race. For me to go to races, it would be like, say, a black woman was in a car on fire and a police officer just watched her burn. That's when I go to races. Now, prejudice, absolutely. They be prejudiced as hell, prejudging, 100%. And that's completely different than racist. That's why I say I think we overuse the word racist.
How do you take the prejudice out of the racism? How do you separate prejudice and racism? He had to call. That's what I think Sir Hale was saying. Sir Hale was saying he had to specifically do something to be racist to call me a nigga.
Listen to me, Zoe. If you're walking down the street and you see certain niggas and you get cautious, that you prejudging them. You don't have to know them from a hole in the wall. But it's certain niggas who, if you're walking down the street, you're going to act a certain way. That's called prejudice. That's prejudging. That don't make you racist. That means you're prejudging that person. You understand what I'm
my
saying?
Situation where he would, where specifically what I addressed was things that where I couldn't directly say, oh yeah, oh that was racist. That's what you did. Where he's taking the grass in the backseat of my car, spreading around, and saying, oh, this looks like weed. Where he's using a stereotype to judge me to prejudge me or whatever, while I'm at gunpoint to antagonize me into getting shot. And let's be clear, that's different than looking at somebody down the street having a prejudice thing. If you go and confront them and say, hey, you niggers might attack me, that's racist. That's the equivalent of what this man did. If you might attack me. Go ahead. My bad.
You just took it to a whole nother extreme, bro.
I just try to use your example in mind.
Okay, I'm not saying this to say it's not no racist cops, bro.
Right.
What I'm saying is the word is overly used. Is what I'm saying. It's more prejudice. Why can't
we just live in an overly racist environment? Why can't we just be surrounded by racism constantly? Is that possible too? Since we have a whole
country. But what I'm saying is the system of policing is racist. As the way that the way that policing even came up under racist terms. The system itself is racist.
So why can't say they racist then?
There's a difference. You can say whatever you want to say. You said dude was a coon and you was completely wrong because that's not what a coon is. You can say what you want to say.
Definition like that. We're gonna go by like definition like that. Like when people use spook, people know what it means, even when people call folks spook.
No, because you're right. People do use coon, but people overly use coon as well. Like words have a meaning for a reason. I'm not saving cops, bro. I've been through this shit my whole life. I watched my brother get slammed. I watched my homeboys get slammed. Me, my two little brothers, my dad have no record. We've all been put in handcuffs and sat on the I've been through it with these dudes. What I'm telling you is the actual word racist that's the extreme of what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody that hates you because of the color of your skin. We're talking about somebody who, if they see you in trouble, will drive the other way and leave you. Now, mind you, I've been in situations where and this is what they used to do in California, was they'll put you in the back of the car and they'll take you to your rival hood and drop you off. And be like, good luck making it home. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I tell you I done been through like the thick shit, I done been through it, bro. So I'm not on here to
I'm from Mississippi, bro. I'm from Mississippi, so
see, you dealing with something different, bro. You dealing with something different.
I live in Texas, though, but see, my racism a little different. I just understand the difference between an asshole cop and a racist cop. I could just decipher, like,
hold on, guys, hold on. Give me just a second. I wanted to clarify something because I'm a man of my word, and when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, right? And so, since Tommy B is on here, the other night, Sir Hale, you left early, and Tommy B was apologizing to you the other night, and you weren't on here. And I told him next time we meet up that I would connect him to give that apology to you. So before I forgot about it, I wanted to be a man of my word, and so There you are right there, Tommy B. There he is right there in the
Yeah,
right.
I didn't see him up there in the corner. But yeah, sir. Yeah, no, I was gonna apologize because I called you and I'm ghetto, bro. That's how I talk. So you don't like being called that, and I gotta be man enough to be like, that's my bad. I shouldn't have called you that. So I apologize for that.
Let me be real. No, that's fine. It is that I'm in corporate and we can't do that publicly. Let's keep that when we at dinner. That's all.
Oh no, it's good. I'm just saying. No, listen to me, bro. If somebody tells me don't call them that, I take that seriously because I lead with respect. So if you tell me that, I don't take it. You know, I'm a man enough. I don't take it on the. I take it on the chin. You told me not to call you that, and I take it. It ain't gonna make me mad or nothing. You're a man. You said don't call you that. I'm not gonna call you that.
We go to Buffalo Wild Wings. That's all I want to hear. Don't call me by my first name. That's what I'm. But online, we got to keep it straight. We good, bro.
So
I got you.
So let me ask you guys this. So B9, I'm gonna let you go, and then we're gonna close out because I want to ask each individual. Well, I want to ask you guys this collectively. You know, how do you feel about? I know we talked about. Man, I didn't even know this was going to get into this, and this is a powerful conversation to have, and that's why it's always good to have conversation. We can sit up here and we can have differences, and we can disagree about certain things. We can disagree about what we believe, but at the end of the day, man, it is black men having conversations, and this does not happen on a regular basis, right? The things that we're discussing, black men are not sitting around talking about that, right? So we digitally brought a barbershop here tonight, and we're having the conversation. So I want to say that I appreciate every one of you guys for saying, everybody that was here that had to leave and go to work or go somewhere else. I want to appreciate them for coming in, but you guys that are still here, I want to appreciate you guys. Tommy B, Lance, K-Soul, the villain named Zoe, B9, Sir Hell, you know I love you, bro. Brian, you know, we started out together, man. And so I just want to let you guys know that I appreciate you, and the conversation is amazing. So B9, I'll let you speak your piece on what you've heard tonight, and then we'll go into the last part, and then we'll be out.
All right. Well, first and foremost, hello everybody.
B9,
another wonderful show. Another wonderful show. I've been sitting back enjoying it. I'm gonna work backwards. Y'all was just talking about the race thing. I find it funny how when y'all talk about race, it sounds like y'all talk about it like it's a off-on switch or a full bag or empty bag type thing. There's levels to it. And the final thing that Brian and Tommy B came to grips with is that they are in two different demographics. So the racism is different. So note, you all can have your own personal experiences and no one can discard your personal experience. However, this country was built on racism.
Facts.
Built on it. So you can't overuse the word when literally that's something that your entire country was built on.
Facts.
There's no overuse of the word. Now, because we have different levels of this, what Zoe might think is racist, Tommy B might not. And that's, y'all are well within your right. We think just because we're part of the black race that we have to be in unison of what we consider to be racist or discriminatory or prejudice or any other word that you want to use. But let me be clear with this. This is the reason why they say that black men are so well spoken, because they want us to split these verbs. All that shit means the same thing. All of it means the same thing. There's very, very minute differences that you can make to separate the words. But in an elementary dictionary, junior high, high school, those words are considered synonyms. Then when you get to collegiate dictionaries, then that's when we start splitting the verbs, and we get into these great debates over the most minuscule, minute things. We know the feeling. Fuck the word. We know the feeling. You feel racism. You feel bigotry. So any word, and do you feel the difference? Like, do you say, this felt racist? And then on the other hand, you say, this felt like just discrimination. They feels the same. There's no difference in how you feel on the inside. You feel violated. You feel that you've been picked on for no reason. If you said something disrespectful or you did something disrespectful to receive the action that you're receiving, so be it. But if you've done nothing to deserve it, don't try to justify it. And that is the slave mentality that we have to get away from. Continuously justifying people mistreating us.
Right.
And we're trying to split verbs over it.
I disagree with that. I don't think that's what's happening here.
And I'm glad that you disagree, Sir Hill, because I have something specific that I want to talk to you about. I believe it was Zoe earlier that gave an example of I can't remember it exactly, but it was something about a white cop or a white person assaulting a black person. And then you said, well, hold up. Let's put a black person in that situation because the exact same action can happen from a black police officer. And you're absolutely right. It can. But how we justify the point that I'm trying to make, do we ever have a situation where a black cop assaults another black person and then we say, well, hold on, let's put a white person in that black person situation? No, that black person is on their own. They are persecuted by their own, but we can always find a way to justify giving someone else a pass by making up a hypothetical situation of replacing the real white cop with a black cop just to make your scenario work. And that is the slave mentality, even if it's on a subliminal level.
It's not hypothetical if it happened to me. So I gave a scenario based off of something that really happened to me.
Right, but you put your example versus Zoe's example as if they were combating one another. If Zoe's example was already talking about a black person, you would not have combated that.
No, we were talking about the overuse of racism. That's what we were talking about. And so I brought up that example to ask that question.
You're not making a point, kind of addressing that, Sir Hill.
What I said was,
I understand what he's saying. I think that it's a false equivalence. I'm not saying that I'm not disputing his experience. I'm saying when it comes to racism, that was the whole point of this.
No, B9 is saying that you were creating I don't know if a false equivalence, but something like the same, like to say that because you switch out the people in our situations doesn't make it an equivalent situation for you to compare, because in your situation there might be other factors that's not going to make it something that you could put across the board to mine, unless you were in a more identical situation to mine, which yours was different. And I do appreciate your experience, Sir Hill, but B9 is more saying that once you did that crossover, a lot more other things had to match up for your point to be made. Because that's one of the things I was going to address with you. I don't feel like your point was made, because what you were doing was making the extreme case of unless it's a blatant racist thing being said or done, then we can't say it's racism. Which is that's kind of what my argument was. You were arguing against my point directly with the point with using your example as the evidence. Which I could also understand what you guys were telling me, which kind of helped me calm down a little bit when you guys were saying, it's your experience, so we can't say it was racist for you. The same, what your experience did for me did help me see that in your experience, I can't really say whether it's racist or not. So that helped me calm down myself a little bit. Be like, well,
that was the whole
I see where other people are coming from, but it doesn't change the fact that that's the same scale that people use to address whether or not, if someone's racist or not. Or when I say Donald Trump is racist, for the facts that I see, that I'm using facts. I'm not even using this, using my I'm not feeling my way into it like B9 is expressed. I'm not feeling that he's a racist. I'm saying, nah, I have a right to be suspicious of anybody who's the son of a Klans member. Anybody, whether Donald Trump or not, I have a right to be suspicious of them and say that they could be racist. And then when they do something off one move towards the Central Park 5, that's another little bit of evidence. I can't say, oh, you're a racist. I can't point him in his face I think you're a racist for sure. I'll say, I believe you're a racist. And here is the evidence. And that's the point that I was making, was that in my situation, I was making that equivalence. But go ahead.
So I respect that. So I wasn't. So I think we're missing it. Like, I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist or doesn't happen. I'm saying in the situation that I was in, because he used that there was a white cop who had a gun drawn. I'm saying that I had a gun drawn to my chest by a black woman. And the only context there is how we define a racism, because I don't believe that every time that this happens, if we jump to that's real. That's the whole point.
Right. Okay. Let me add to that just a little bit before I let anybody else talk.
Again, and this is not me. This is not me having a position. This is me asking a question.
Right. So with that being said, when my situation, we both had a gun to our chest. Well, I didn't went to my back to my head. He was whatever. You had a gun to your chest. We'll call that the same. When he starts illegally searching my car, trying to say I had weed in there, trying to say I had a gun in there, and he's trying to make that case to his captain, and he's trying to get everybody else there on his, like, trying to pit people against me from the jump. That's where, like, I'm already suspicious of him being racist for how he's escalating, but I don't know that he's racist. When he starts doing that, I'm just like, oh, this nigga's racist. I didn't say nigga, you know what I mean? I said this guy's racist. And that when the black cop came to my face and I was searching this black cop's face for something to see if he was going to be a coon or if he was going to look at me and assess the situation. When that black man came and looked in my face as his guy's superior, and he immediately understood what was going on, that's what confirmed it for me. That's what let me know, okay, so I'm not crazy. This guy's seeing what I'm seeing. This guy's going way over the board, trying to talk about me having weed and all this other stuff, because whatever they're used to doing, maybe he had a bad day. Now his racist ass is going to punish me for it, and this black cop wasn't going to stand for it, which I appreciate him for. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I was getting to. I'm not trying to call my situation. Go ahead.
See, in my situation, the black woman put the gun to my chest, got me into my home. She pushed me back, and then the reaction when your hands go out when you're falling backwards. She said that I assaulted her. So the point that I'm just saying is that we all have experiences, and I just don't want to overuse racism. But this is not to negate or to say that yours wasn't. It was just to have a conversation.
Okay.
Can we focus on the bigger picture that they like? You can't comment. You can't be a cop and not do your job. Period. I don't care if you're a racist or not. I don't care if you're a bigot. I don't care if you're prejudiced. I don't care if you're a trainee hopping on top of a fucking choo-choo train. If you're a cop, I just need you to do your job. That's it. Like, don't bring your personal stuff into that. I don't want my teachers to do that. I don't want anybody working under government control or a government official of any type, of any capacity, to be bringing their personal feelings or character into their job. Like, I would rather you just operate like a robot.
Well,
I wish they would just go ahead and just put people in cuffs, everybody that they stop. Just put them in cuffs off jump. You won't have no problem. Put me in the car. So that way we know everybody heard everything.
It's strange that you say that, because they just released some audio tapes of a judge in Louisiana. Did anybody else see this?
Mm-hmm.
They released audio of a judge in Louisiana sitting there calling black people roaches and these niggas, and coming in my courtroom and I'm sending them niggas straight to jail, and niggas, this white lady been a judge for years.
Yeah, I saw
it. It wasn't no A on the end of that. That was all solid ER.
yeah, niggers. Yeah, you saw right. She was like, these niggers and they're roaches, and like, and so they're looking at all her cases now, like, man, whoa, let's go back and look at all the people she just sent up. Because she has that racist mentality. Maybe her prejudice, some of her prejudiced mindset, she just put these guys in jail because she's prejudiced or racist or whatever. So they caught her red-handed. But think about if they didn't catch her. Some of those people are just walking around every day like nothing.
Yeah.
Just like the judge in New Jersey that was sending all the kids, the little black boys to jail and little black girls to juvenile jail, and he was getting $1,500 a head. The private prison system was paying him $1,500 for every kid he sent there, and 80% of the kids he sent there were our color.
That's why they say they don't wear robes anymore. They wear motherfucking uniforms.
Right, man. And can you imagine, bro, if he didn't get caught, how many other kids would be spending all those years in jail, and he's getting $1,500 per head? And he was doing it for like 2 or 3 years.
Same mentality. Judges Club. You don't do nothing against the judge.
They wear
these examples around the whole
country. It's a bunch of fucking clubs. It's these little clubs.
So I can't look at the police like that, just like y'all look.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can.
Some people make say like shit.
Ain't nobody saying that you can't. I never came here to say that you couldn't look at. Like I said, bro, I'm not caping for these niggas. I've had issues with these niggas basically my whole life, so it ain't caping for them. I just think some of the words that we use. And B9 made a good point, but for me, it's like I said, like if I see this motherfucker in a situation where they can save a black person's life and they walk straight past him, that right there is like, okay, yeah, you're a racist motherfucker. But because that system that they're under is so racist, most of them operate not even knowing that the shit that they doing is racist as fuck. Like, matter of fact, B9, I don't know if you remember, it's a cop from Baltimore that actually quit, and then he started talking about his experiences in Baltimore and how they would send him to certain neighborhoods and stuff. But now, B9, this is my point. He was never racist. He was working under a racist system, and he was doing stuff unbeknownst to himself that was racist, because under his mind, he thought he was doing the good thing until it clicked one day and said, oh no, this is fucked up. And then that's when he thought, okay, and he got out of it.
Racist, man.
You think somebody telling him he racist wasn't going to trigger something in his head to be like,
No, because this hold on one second, B9. This is why it gets mixed up, because when you're a cop, it's bad guy versus good guy. And when you frame it like that, and then you look at the media that we grew up under, who's the bad guy? It's the black people.
I got a question.
We look at hold on, Zoe. We look at again. That's why bro. If I brought most of y'all in the panel through my neighborhood, most of y'all gonna be nervous, just because how these motherfuckers look. Rightfully so, because of how we're depicted in the media. So how do you expect a white dude who's seeing this depiction on TV all day, every day, and now you're given a badge and your bosses in them are telling you, hey, these are the bad guys, or they're putting you in situations to where all you see is these people as bad people. Like,
so you're making the point that if you're ignorant of your racism, you can't be racist.
What I'm saying is that dude in particular didn't necessarily have something against black people. He was taught to prejudge.
Wait, how can you be ignorant of your racism? I don't understand that. What do you mean?
Like he was being used by racists, or he was being used in a racist way, but he didn't know that it was racist what he was doing.
So like, so this is what they would do.
But that doesn't make him a racist, though, right?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. If you think that's not a racist,
yeah,
I got you.
Like they literally will put him in like okay. Essentially, what he was doing is what he. Oh, go ahead, B9. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead, B9.
I'm just saying, who got the train in the back?
Yeah, somebody got a train background.
Tommy B off the Baltimore cop thing is that we have to start putting history into the present. If that Baltimore cop was a Confederate soldier that wasn't a racist, but he killed 10 niggas or 50 niggas in war, we're not gonna say, oh, he was a good one.
Yeah.
I've never.
When you fall under a racist system and you do the work of the racist system, you are a racist.
Or at least an agent of racism. At least an agent. You're Agent Smith in the Matrix.
And this is what I mean by
B9 said nigga in Shakespearean. I've never heard it said so eloquently.
We have to give up being so apologetic for our
white folks. I'm telling you, boy, God.
I mean, come on, man. We got to. You know that if I put what you just said, like I said back in 1865, you wouldn't have said that. But because you're trying to survive in today's world, like we all are, I'm not judging anyone. And I also want to say that I'm definitely not judging you off what I said earlier, Sir Hill. I have nothing but respect for you because I know that you are a corporate professional and I know that you have to move differently than a lot of folks do. So I was just using you and Zoe's dialogue as an example, not really picking on you or Zoe because y'all personal.
All respect. Yeah, I respect. Yeah.
But just as an overall, you know, everything that I talk about from a macro perspective and what's going to actually help the masses, not just the people on the panel. Everybody comes on the panel, they really need a couch because everybody want to tell their personal stories and their personal this, their personal that. We here to try to help the other people out here. We're not here. I'm not coming here for self-therapy, y'all. And I hope and pray that y'all ain't either. Y'all supposed to be the ones helping the other people get the help that they need to come to grips with the issues that's going on out here.
When you speak,
that's why I always am so adamant about us representing ourselves and being an example on these panels, even though we keep it real and y'all know, don't nobody keep it realer than me. So I'm not judging nobody or this or that or whatever, but
you literally just said everybody needs help, and then you said you're not judging anybody.
I felt judged, man. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean,
why you judging me?
These niggas have to get themselves together. But I'm not here to judge nobody. Hey, B-Dot said, and these niggas have to get together, but I'm not here to judge anybody.
How you say it, sir?
Hey, yo, that is hilarious. You know what makes it hilarious?
I hereby tell you these niggas are uncertain.
It's the finger, bro.
It sounded like he was in a Shakespearean play or something. He's like, these niggas.
B9, like we take it to the Matrix, and we talk about how Agent Smith was inhabiting people. Those people were not, they didn't know that they were getting inhabited. They didn't know what was happening, and that it was their job to try and kill Neo. Like I look at your example kind of the same way. It's like maybe that person isn't racist. That person isn't really Agent Smith, but if they're acting on Agent Smith's behalf, I got to treat them like Agent Smith.
That's a very
and they're more
facts. All that caping for these white folks, man, making excuses for them. That's not my thing, bro. Like, I get it. You supposed to love everybody and all that, but if it quack like a duck and smell like something, I'm gonna think that's what it is.
My nigga, I've been screaming "fuck the police" my whole life. I ain't caping for none of them motherfuckers. That's
Nah,
G.O.D.
it's just not the police. It's just white people in general.
I think we need to put it out there though that we got to have that same standard for everybody though. I know we're talking about this in one context, but I've seen this on a lot of different sides.
I'm with that.
We don't talk about it in any context. Just do your fucking job. Everybody. I mean, honestly, your personal shit shouldn't involve in your work. You do your job.
I don't necessarily agree with that. That's kind of hard to say. You bring you to whatever you do.
New growth. I'm about to bring in new growth.
I know plenty of racists. Can you hear me? I know plenty of racists that aren't hateful. If they lived in the neighborhood for 10, 15 years and all of a sudden it starts to get a little bit too dark for them, a little bit too much chocolate sprinkles up in that mix, you know what they're going to do? They're going to be like, oh, it's time to move. Our property value is going to go down. They're not going to fucking start trying to kill everybody. Like, that's not what's going to happen. It's character. It's character. And that's why we can't rely on our judgments of another person's character or integrity or personality or any of that. We have strict guidelines for almost every single thing in America. Follow them. If you don't want to do your job, then get out. And that's it. And there's some jobs
for things that are now black and white, we have this thing called ethics because everything isn't that clear.
That's built in the environment that you're working in. There's some jobs where you can't. That's life or death.
Right, and so
cops is one of them. Doctors are some of them. Pastors, just abide to the rules.
Yeah. So New Growth came in. New Growth 42 came in. He wanted to say something.
New Growth.
He had a question. He had a question for the panel. So go ahead, New Growth.
Peace, fellas. And I just heard Lance just hit it on the head, man. He said, you don't have to have hate to be a racist. Racism, if you look at the definition of the word, it has nothing to do with hate. It has to do with superiority. It has to do that I'm superior to another race. So your system, like my brother said down there, I think you said Mississippi, Texas, he's experiencing on the whole, man, I went through the Delta, just driving through, man, that messed me up so bad. I'm from Prince George's County, Maryland. So still there, moved to Georgia, but I went there and I seen things there. I was like, oh my God, this is a whole nother world that we're not even relating to. And to the fact of like, police, we have to know our history as black people. I know B9, you real smart. You from the DMV too. You're a teacher. You know the history of how the police was set up. You know about how the war on poverty changed to be the war on crime and how they infiltrated 200,000 more police officers in our community for a purpose. That wasn't Kennedy who did that. That was Lyndon Johnson. That was Nixon. We all know who Nixon is. We know Nixon was a racist. This was a planned agenda. We know how they built the prison system. We know how Trump stacked the justice system. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna give one more example. It's like we look at Hitler in the Holocaust. We look at Germany as a whole as all Nazis, right? No one looks at them and says every German wasn't a Nazi. Some Germans were helping Jews, hiding them. But everybody looks, they all got the same sanctions. They all got the same penalties. They all dealt with it. And at the same time, there was some what it called? German Jews who were working with the Germans. So, like you said, you can't say black cops. It's just a game. And it's like we have to know how the game is set up. The history is there for us to not know. I'm not a big Christian guy, but the Bible says our people perish due to lack of knowledge. We don't know enough. They change the word of racism in the dictionary every 5 to 10 years. You look at it now, it just say somebody who doesn't like somebody because of their race. That's not racism. That's not when they called the Caucasoids and the Negroids, Mongoloids, and all of these other things when they said our brain was tinier. These were things that they said superiority. So you don't have to be mad at me. I can shake hands. There's been plenty of athletes. I look at these movies. I'm showing my daughters how they shook hands with these people. Say, "Oh, you the greatest, James Brown, or you the greatest," and they were robbing them blind. That's racism. They said your tiny brain ain't even wise enough to know you getting ripped off. So that's what racism is to me. Anybody can be prejudiced, bigot. I have stereotypes against. That's cool, but racism is a part of a system. Racist doesn't exist on its own. And one more thing, like Lance said, they had the cops unit out there in LA. You know they were a unit, and we gonna attack these black people. They were known. Can anybody name me one black cop unit that has been together that attacked white people or attacked Jewish people or attacked anybody else?
Just one. Anybody? I don't know.
Just one.
What was the question?
Name one unit of black cops that go out just seeking to devour white people.
And get away with it.
None.
Okay, so how can you tell me it's not racism inside of because it's allowed with other people that would never happen with us? We will never be able to be cops and do that. That will never happen because the system will not allow it.
There was a cop up here, a black cop.
Not a cop connection, a system, a unit.
Oh, okay, well, I was gonna help make your point kind of. Okay, there was a cop up here that did, I think, shoot an unarmed white woman or whatever for not complying, and there are no white people that didn't want this black man. I think he might have been actually East African or something, shut under the jail. They all wanted to lose his job. Just the same exact way reversed. Where when I think it was up here too was the guy who got shot in front of his girl and her daughter. It's all Minneapolis, matter of fact. But the same way that happened, and people were trying to defend the black dude who was who they told him who he was letting them know that he had a gun or whatever. When the reverse situation happened and it was a cop shooting who shot a white woman, every white person I know here has defended that white woman's right to had not complied with the cop and thrown that black cop under the bus for the exact same reverse situation that we go through and they put in the media. I don't think they should put it in the media, but the same shit they put in the media every year is the same shit that they did to this black dude who shot a white woman.
So let me say this. That unit, that I don't know if you guys know the connection. Because see, we got to stay educated about things that happen around us or we remain ignorant. And so my thing is the unit that we were talking about in Los Angeles is the same unit that led the strike against Christopher Dorner. Do you guys remember who Christopher Dorner is?
American hero.
The white
American hero.
Come on, the black police officer
that did his job.
That did his job and told another white officer to stop beating and abusing a person. He interfered, and they turned him in. He lost his job. He lost his pension. He lost everything. He went to court. He did it the right way. He went to court. He went to court. They denied him. Nope, you're still fired. Nope, you're not getting your money. Nope, you're not getting your pension. You're done. He went home, loaded up everything he had, and started killing all the families of every police officer in that unit. their kids, their wives, their uncles. He went down the whole family line and just started just banging them out. Right? That same group that you guys are talking about, they were the first on the scene when they took him out in that cabin.
That's
were
the guy that
there.
Dave Chappelle was talking about in the skit, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
Dave Chappelle talked about it. Dave Chappelle said the guy wrote him, and the police came to see Dave Chappelle because they thought Dave Chappelle was a part of the shit or something. Right? And so this man, he got tired. He's like, man, I did my job. Like Lance said, just do your damn job. He did his job, and he interfered with police officers, police brutality, and said, we're not having this. And for that, he lost his pension, he lost his job, he lost his family, and he snapped. He just started killing everybody.
Just because he went against the blue line, which is stronger than the racism that we think is strong in the cop. Because there was a white cop, I think in Massachusetts that did the same thing. There was a black man. He had a gun. He was mentally out of it. Like he had like a mental disability, and he was off. The white cop assessed that like they're supposed to, and he de-escalated this black man, and basically like made sure he didn't get himself killed. Got the weapon from him, arrested him, put him in there. They fired this man and took away his pension and took away everything from him. Everything from him. It's we need to be fighting the Congress.
Right.
We don't need to fight the idea of racism anymore. We need to start fighting power. And they had the power to do this because they got that blue line.
And guess what? And just because he crossed that blue line, they emptied 3 different precincts to kill this man. Yeah. You could have robbed a bank in the vicinity of where he was. I mean, where those police stations were, because all of them went out to the country to that cabin to kill him. It was like, oh, he crossed us. He was one of us. He betrayed us. We all gonna get a piece of this nigga today. And they smoked them out and they killed him.
You know what? It wasn't even that. You know what it was he put fear in them, and they not supposed to ever be scared.
He did. And I think he killed a couple of police officers at the scene.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he took some with him. Oh, yeah, he took some with him. For sure. Yeah.
So it's like once we know the system is like that, I'm not saying that we have to go out there with a us against the cops mentality, but us as black men, us as black family men who have families, we have to know how the system is made up. Let's not push a delusion to people. Hey, I went through an all-white neighborhood and I got pulled over. You got lucky. That's not the norm. That's not the norm, bro. That's okay. I'm glad for you, and I'm glad nothing did happen. Right. But at the same time, like he said, the brother said, there's so many people that get beat up that it never come. You ain't gonna see it on the news.
Yep.
Trayvon was in the graveyard for 3-4 months before the news picked it up. Same with Arbery down here in Brunswick. That was over and done with. That until the people started moving and striking, and then all of a sudden you saw heads falling. The district attorney was caping for the guy because he worked in the system. This person worked for the system. The system is corrupt. And we have to know that it's based on what? Racism. Doesn't mean they don't hate you. Don't mean they wouldn't let you come over their house.
White supremacy, man. White supremacy.
I want you guys to hear this, and then I'm gonna bring in somebody that's been in the comments all night. And I know this is All Men's platform on Friday, but boy, she's been trying to get in here to say something to you guys because she got something to say. But even the situation, guys, that really angers me and makes my stomach cringe. If you know the story of Kendrick Johnson, bro. Now, I don't know if you guys even looked at it or even we talk about racism, bro. Kendrick Johnson is a prime example. How do you go to school with a pair of Jordans on with your dreads hanging down your back? You walk into a gym, you run into a gym to play basketball, and all of a sudden the camera goes off. Then all of a sudden the camera comes back on. It goes off. The camera goes off at 1 o'clock, comes back on at 3:15. Right? Yeah. Right? And then all of a sudden now they found his body in a mat, and they rolled up in a gym mat. And then they go to do the autopsy. He has no organs, no heart, no kidneys, no nothing. They cleaned him out. They stuffed him with newspaper, bro. And come to find out, the 2 boys that they say may have jumped him or beat him up or whatever, man, you're not gonna believe his daddy worked for the feds. His daddy an FBI agent.
Mm-hmm.
And these boys damn near got away with murder. And these boys talking, oh, we don't even know Kendrick. What are you talking about? When they questioned them, and right now they got camera footage of these dudes stalking him at the school, walking behind and walking beside him, looking at him crazy. And nobody's arrested, nobody's in jail. You can't tell me that ain't white power, white supremacy. I mean, like these motherfuckers that story right there pisses me off, bro. I can't even handle it. Like I can't. And his parents are getting arrested for protesting every day. They're standing in front of the jail saying make arrest, and no arrests have been made from this boy's death. They say, and right now they claim it as an accidental death. How can you accidentally roll yourself up in a gym mat? And then on top of that, you got a puddle of blood outside the gym mat. And they take it, man. I wish I could pull the picture up.
And your organs missing.
Your organs missing, your face all beat the hell like somebody stomped his face, and he looked like Emmett Till, bro. He looked like Emmett Till after they beat him, bro.
You right.
And they didn't. And how can that happen rolled up in a mat? Somebody explain that to me. If that was a white boy and me and B9 was at the school, me and B9 would be in prison for the rest of our life.
You right.
But man,
we gotta stop acting surprised when we see stuff like that, man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, bro. I'm not surprised. It pisses me off, though.
About it. That's what we got to start doing. What are we going to do about it? I'm tired of us reporting the news about our tragedies and our mistakes. When are we going to take the bull by the horns and do something about it? And no police officer that is abusing us or beating us or this or that or whatever is ever going to be the solution to the problem. Police officers they gave out $3 million of Tommy B to Freddie Gray in Baltimore for death. I mean, that's literally the average. They budget out now, giving $3 million per murder that they get caught guilty on, and they just move on as business.
Right. Exactly.
It's budget now. And we talking about black mayors and black this and black that in Chicago and Detroit and this and that. I tell you what Detroit has never had a black of, or Chicago's never had a black of, a comptroller. Because the comptroller controls the money, controls the budget. I tell you another thing these Detroit and Chicago and all these blackity black cities have never had. Somebody in their police department or in their fire department or whatever that is black that runs the pension. That
you never will though.
Money. Because you can turn your back in New York on the mayor of New York, but you'll never turn your back as a police officer on the dude that's running your pension. And as long as that power, and once again, I bring all this up because we live in a capitalist society. So as long as they're controlling the money, nothing is going to change. Every ism that you all are talking about tonight, whether it be racism, sexism, any ism, all falls under the subtopic of the biggest ism, capitalism. And as long as it makes dollars, it makes sense. Fuck your life, fuck your lifestyle. Is it going to bring the government and the people that mean something to the government from a social economic standpoint more money? Anything other than that is collateral damage. And until we understand that that is their way of thinking about things, and we have to combat that, we're going to be talking about the same thing in 2099.
And you know what? I'm gonna say this before I let Niambi. Niambi will be the last person that speaks, and then we'll shut it down until Tuesday, man. Hopefully, y'all can come through Tuesday, and when we do Black Men Unfiltered with everybody, man, with the ladies and with the men. And Niambi, you could definitely come in on that one on Tuesday. But you know, this is the all men thing, Niambi. But you know, I love you, and I had to let you in because I know you got something to say. You got some fire in your bones. But I'm gonna say this, and then I'll let you speak. So. A lot of things, like you said, B9, a lot of things happen in our black community that nobody know about. It's under the radar, bro. And like I said about the young man that got rolled up in the mat, nobody's talking about that right now, man. Nobody's trying to arrest those boys. And right now, the boy that did it, the two boys that did it, they are NFL prospects. They are great at football, bro. So that says a lot. That's it. These two big old white boys. I mean, cut up.
They college players, but I wouldn't go as far as NFL.
Yeah, well, but what I saw, the last thing that I saw, they said the oldest son, the older boy, is he declared for the NFL draft, right?
Okay,
So
I see that, but okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, damn, what? Oh wow, okay. But anyway, so that was one that really pissed me off. But the thing that really got me is this. Christina Nance, right? That's her name. Y'all remember her name, Christina Nance. Christina Nance is 29 years old, has 2 children, I think. Her people was looking for her for a week, 2 weeks. She went missing. All of a sudden, one day, somebody goes out to an old police van that's parked in the police parking lot, surrounded by an 8-foot fence with barbed wire around it, right? Around the police station, right? The whole parking lot is covered. They find this 29-year-old girl in the back of the police van dead. 29-year-old black girl. The police say they have no idea what happened. They don't know how she got in there. Somebody must have came in and stuffed her in there. It must take a bold man or a woman to kill a person and take them to the police station and put them in the back of a damn van. And then they said, let's look at the police footage. Can we have the parking lot footage? Oh, those cameras been broke for months. No arrest, no nothing. They say, well, it's just a suspicious death. We don't know how she got in the back of the van. Maybe somebody put her back there. But if y'all want to look that up, man, her name is Christina Nance. She was found in the back of a police van.
What city was this?
This was in Alabama.
Wow.
This was in Alabama. Matter of fact, I can tell you. Hold on, let me look and see real quick. Huntsville, Alabama. Yep, they reported her missing on October the 2nd. She was found inside a prisoner transport van, parked in a busy parking lot outside the Huntsville Police Department.
And that goes along, like I said, real quick, it goes along with the definition of racism. One is superior to another. So we are disposable in their eyes today as we were in 1864, as in 1600s. We're disposable. And that's the thing that we just have to keep in mind.
You're right. I agree, Zoe. I agree. Well, Niambi.
Hey.
Hey, Niambi. Everybody say what's up to Niambi.
She went my way onto the panel.
Hey, yeah, you go. I knew you was coming, baby. Go ahead and say your piece. Go ahead, get it out.
No, but what I want you all to understand is everything that you all spoke about, and I listened to everything. I listened to everyone's experience. I heard it. I heard like B when he was talking, and he was talking from a perspective of, man, I'm in these streets. I was listening to Sir Hell Speaks when he had his experience. I listened to Zoe and his experience, and basically what I wanted to say is that it is, I don't want to use the word, but it's about power and politics. They did these things, the same things they doing to y'all or your community or whatever. They did these same things to their own people. You understand what I'm saying? Like they hung their own people. It's about money. It's about power. They when the men were sent off to war, they went back to the villages and raped and pillaged those women and children, white women, white children, and they took their property. It was about power, and so they make the police feel like they're powerful because those are the ones that are on the bricks and they're on the streets, just like we as ourselves. Black men tend to take their own power when you feel like you lose power. So what do? You make sure ain't nobody gonna take nothing from you, you know? So you have to understand that they did these things, everything that they're doing to y'all, everything that y'all talking about, they've already done this to their own people. You want to go to religion? Let's talk about the first religion that was in America, which was the Puritans. They hung, that was the Salem witch trials. They hung their own women. They don't care. They have never cared. And you have to understand that Black men and Black women have a certain compassion, and that's why we wring our hands and we're trying to figure it out, because we have never been savages. They have turned us into savages, and that is just how I feel, because everything that you're talking about is about power and money. So when you talk about the boy that was rolled up, their body parts are being sold on the black market. That's why there were none of his organs in there. And guess what? Nobody wants to talk about that. So you know what they do? They sweep it under the rug, because more than likely, if you're in the PTA meeting, you're not thinking about black organs being sold.
You're not lying about that. You're not lying about the organs being sold, because you can get $25,000, $30,000 for a kidney.
But
And that's why I'm
the
telling
thing
you
is,
that you guys are powerful. Black men are powerful. The reason why we couldn't run up to the Capitol in the insurrection is because they are fearful of you. They fear
Already.
you. They're gonna have the guns out as
Already.
soon as they see you, because you are so powerful that they fear you. That's the reason why they're killing you and they hanging you. They're killing you on TV. They killing like people like Ahmaud Arbery. Why are they killing these people? Why? For what? Because they know that black people dominate. Period. We dominate. So you are powerful. When you have that streaming across there, I kept saying it. Yes, you are powerful. You guys are kings. And that's what when B9 says, okay, we're talking about all of these things that we've been through, our experiences. It's people that have been through experiences worse than us, like hung up, castrated, babies cut from the womb. We are resilient and we are still here today. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean to be powerless and let people just tell you, oh, you're powerless. No, you're not powerless. You guys, every last one of y'all that was sitting up here on this panel today are powerful. You are kings and you are meant to be that. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck who put a gun to your head or your chest or nothing. You are powerful because they pretend that they're powerful, and really we're the dominant race.
see, but that gets into the thing of racism. That actually is the definition of race. I don't believe in a dominant race or less superior race. I don't get caught up in that. We shouldn't get caught up in that. We should just be able to exist, because I don't think we're more powerful than we're different. Who cares about them? We just want to exist. We want to see our babies grow. We want to marry our women. We want to be fruitful and multiply. I think we lose the race when we get into comparing power, and we need to call out what's wrong is wrong. And we know that this system has been set up like this. Regardless if they do it to anybody else, they do it to us. That's the problem. That's what our problem is.
Right.
Because at the same time, because if they stop doing it to us in America, they still doing it to other countries. You go down to Guatemala, you go to these countries that they taking over. A great book is called The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. They will go into these countries and give them these false loans and say, we'll build you this, and charge them so much taxes and take control and power and put rudiment puppet. That's why they puppet regime. That's why they hated Castro so much. They couldn't control him. That's why they hated so many people so much. There's no proof or data that shows that capitalism is better than any other economic form. But we were under the belief that, hey, a communist is wrong. But how can we believe that if they had us eating, hanging from trees and not being able to go into get jobs and sending our black boys at 19 years old off into Vietnam with no mindset of control? And when they come back to no jobs, they come back with an extra 200,000 police in their neighborhoods, even though the white peoples and the hippies were doing drugs at the same alarming rate as us. How come the police aren't escalating? Why the war on opioids is different than the war on crack? Why they putting them in rehab centers? So yes, we are powerful. We all powerful, but we have to come together and know it's not no excuse. They do that to anybody else. Yeah, but they doing it to us, and we powerful. We're gonna take up for us. Because we are here to protect you and our babies. Because if they get rid of us, they got y'all.
Well, we had the whole conversation is about save yourself, black men. And the premise of that whole movement is you redirect yourself into another population. If you go to deeper into save yourself, black men, they say, don't marry black. Don't just take yourself completely out of. And my thing is that Black men have, in every step of the way, from slavery, from buck breaking, from the draft, from reforming the prison pipeline, knowing that right now today, how they take statistics is in the before the 6th grade, a Black boy is already tested to see how many prison cells they're gonna build.
You're right.
That's a rough thing to understand, is that it has already been set up for us and how it is that we're going to be. So my thing is, instead of saying save yourself, Black man, and continue to go with the premise that they have already set for us, then you're just feeding into what has already been predestined. If you look at Jim Crow, it says separate. So now we're going to take the initiative to separate.
Well, and let me say this, Niambi. Let me say this, because we had this conversation last night. It was a lovely one. If you guys haven't seen it, you need to go. You need to go to Sir Hale right now. Sir Hale Speaks on YouTube. Subscribe. And we did this last night. We had this conversation. And with that conversation, we were talking about we had someone on the show that said, I guess Black men should just lead a community. I mean, we're not appreciated. We're not heard. When we tell people our experiences, they move the goalpost. And so we were talking about that situation and talking about how the Black men are going over to the Philippines in droves, looking for wives and looking for women to marry because Black women don't appreciate them. And so one of the things about, that we were talking about is just, I think the Black man is powerful, but I think we get we like I said last night, I know it's controversial, and I'm going to go ahead and say it again. It's okay for us to be it's okay for us to be gung-ho king and queen with each other. But it's another thing, because I don't believe in the division. I think the Black people, Black women and Black men, children, everybody should be together. The family should be together. But when you create a system, the feminist movie killed the damn country. Let's just talk about that. That's a show for another day. The feminist movie completely destroyed the family, right? Because there was a bunch of white women that used Black women to get them to reach a goal. But we'll talk about that another day. The feminist movie, yeah. We'll talk about that. The white women was looking through the windows watching the Black women. Look, get niggas, you get them laws for us, you niggas. Come on. And then not only did they do that, then the white women convinced the Black women, now you don't need your man. Now since you helped us, watch this. But now that you helped, after that. Watch this. But now that you helped us, this is the white women told the Black women, now that you helped us, we're going to help you. My husband is a judge. We're going to pass laws so you can get the Black men out the home. We're going to give you food stamps. We're going to give you housing. We're going to give you everything that you need. But the only condition is that you get rid of that nigger. Okay? And now, fast forward to 2021. Be nice. You know I'm not lying.
The poll after that.
Hold on. Now, after that happened, guess what happened now? Right now, if a woman goes to get any type of housing authority, any type of help, the first thing they're going to ask her is the father on child support. If you want food stamps from us, he can't be in the home. We're going to deny you any food. Your kids will be hungry as hell if you don't get rid of them. And so you have this. So you have this. Like I told you, it's the red button syndrome. All the Black women on the planet. I love our Black women, but the white man has conditioned our Black woman and tell our Black women, you got a red button back here. You got a red button, and this red button says, anytime a Black man get out of line, you got this red button. You call us, we're going to shoot him. You call us, we're going to arrest him. You call us, we're going to put him in child support court and take all his money. You call us, we're going to give him a felony because he can't afford to take child support. We're going to take his license so he can't drive to the job. So he only will be eligible to work at McDonald's. And so what we're going to do is we're going to give him $800 a month in child support. He only makes $200 a week. He's not going to be able to afford it. We're going to arrest him, put him in the jail, make money off him while he's in jail. If he does it 2 or 3 times, we can make him a felon. When he's a felon, he can't afford to get a job. And then we're going to take his driver's license. So we're going to completely destroy this man from having any type of success whatsoever over the system. And that's why you hear our Black women, they are conditioned. And I know I'm not the only Black man in here. Women say this, I'm going to put that white man in your life. Keep running your mouth. Oh, you got a new girl. Oh, you got a new bitch. Oh, you got a new girlfriend, huh? Let me go ahead and press this red button. I'm mad at you because you won't come give me none of that meat no more. Oh, red button. Oh, it's so simple. The red button is so simple because it can be used in any dynamic that you want to use it in. You want to
How you don't know that you messing with a woman that's gonna push a red button? I'm not pushing no red button. I'm gonna bleach your eyes.
Niambi, you have the red button too. Whether you want to use it or not, you have it.
But I'm saying how as a man,
No, she right.
don't you know that a woman has a red button? For me, I'm not pushing no red button. I'm gonna bleach your eyes out if you don't take care of these kids. I don't have to bring nobody in.
Right, okay. And listen, Niambi, if you bleach his eyes out and then he can see a little bit, he grab you around the throat, you're gonna push the red button. He's still going to when the police get there.
Else for him.
That's crazy.
But when the police get there, you know what's going to happen? The police are going to tell you one thing. They're going to tell me one thing. Are you Black Men Unfiltered? Yes, I am.
I don't need
okay, put your hands behind your back.
I don't need no people. You
watch
should
your
know
head,
the
sir.
women that you laying down with and
see, but you
call the law on you.
You just contradicted yourself though. You said if you don't want to take care of kids, you'll bleach his eyes out.
That's it right there. By her saying that she would throw stuff in his eyes, that's her hitting the red button right there.
And that's her saying, that's us. We can ask you the same thing. Like, how you ain't know that this guy wasn't going to take care of his kids?
And do
how you get with a guy who wasn't going to take care of his kids?
Can't do. She's admitting.
And guess what?
She just admitted
can I say this?
Crime right there, and she can do that, and there's no repercussion to her admitting to a crime right here on YouTube.
But guess what, you guys? Before you all say any of that, guess what? Guess what this Black woman did? Just because I knew that man wasn't shit, I didn't have no babies. I have 0 babies.
But you going with the example
don't mean that I didn't want to
You going with the example you gave. You say if that I don't have to push that red button. If he don't want to take care of his kids, I throw bleach in his eye. So my question with that example, how did you know that man wasn't going to take care of his kids?
Because you never.
Why would you have to throw? But just like you said, why are we going to get with a woman who has a red button?
And now you got a Black man walking around the community blind.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to do that. I don't have to call the police. That's why I'm saying, how do you men not know which woman is going to hit the red button on you?
But how don't you know which man is going to take care of his kids?
That women should know, she should know that he's going to leave her. And she should know that he's not going to be with her or he ain't this type of man. But how don't y'all know that these women are going to call the police on y'all?
We know. All of you will.
Not me.
There's a song out right now.
Not me.
There's a song out right now called The Gangsta of Love. It's some girl that's singing this song talking about how she'll key your car, she'll burn your clothes up, she'll do this and she'll do that.
I have more faith in you. B9, I have more faith in you.
Oh, you're not talking about me. I don't play that shit.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And
I have way more faith in that. I'm like,
you just hit it on the head,
B9. You know damn well.
B9, you just hit it on the head. You don't play that shit, and she know you don't play that shit.
Hey, go ahead, Tommy B.
I said, B9 hit it on the head. It's simple as that. He don't play that shit, bro. I got 2 BMs. It's all peace over here. You know why?
Exactly.
Don't play that shit.
Too.
Play these games if you want to. It's that simple.
That's what I'm saying. How don't you all know the women that's gonna call on y'all? Y'all don't know the women that's gonna call on y'all, but y'all expect a man a woman to know if this nigga gonna run away. No, you gotta know who you dealing with.
Do you believe in the system?
I'm not hitting no red button on no man. I'm not calling no police. I'm not getting the courts involved. But guess what? I don't have no children either.
Let me ask you a question. Well,
I'm not even as much as on child support, bro. Nothing. No courts, no nothing. I made it very clear to both these motherfuckers. You make my life hell, I'm gonna make yours more. It's that fucking simple. And we all got a fucking understanding that motherfucker. It's that simple, bro. Niggas got to be real alphas. Not just being on the internet saying you alpha. You got to be a real motherfucking alpha and just put your 10 toes down and let a motherfucker know what's happening. And it ain't even about threatening or nothing like that. It's also about putting yourself in a position where they understand it's more beneficial for you to do it this way than that way. Because I also explain to them, whatever them white folks tell me to give you, that's what the fuck you getting. You ain't getting shit else. Both of them women can call me right now, ask me for money, ask me to come get the kids, all the shit. You put me in them white people system, I'm doing exactly what the fuck they tell me to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Period.
That's what I
And it's
grew
that
up with.
simple.
Tommy, can I ask you a
And
question?
that's how you stop a red button from being created in a black
Give them
woman.
options. Yeah.
No.
Give 'em options.
No. All of them got the button now. There ain't no way to get rid of it.
They all got the button, but guess what? I've
No, they
never
got
been
it.
on Section 8. I've never been on food stamps. I've never been on Section 8. I've never been on food stamps. I've never went to what the white man has given the black woman. Because I heard you say that, oh, these black women got all of this. I never went towards that.
But
So
but you're talking
that's
from
why
your
I'm trying to
experiences.
say you cannot lump all women together.
And I'm
guess
not.
what? If I did decide to have a child, that's different. But even in my personal situations, where there was a situation that happened with me and this guy, I'm not calling the police. I'm gonna call my brother.
But my thing is this: you're talking from a personal experience. We're talking from an overall experience of things that we see on a daily basis. And I would love for you to go look into the police stations, into the records, and to see how many black men are arrested daily for child support. How many black men that child support that they can't afford, or how many men are arrested for domestic violence that was set up by a woman? Because there are women. I know a man right now. Oh, I wish I could get him on the show. Oh, he can tell his story, but I don't want his girl to say ex to say nothing. But I've seen where she said, "Get out my house," and he said, "No, I pay the mortgage here." And she went in and slammed her damn hand in the fucking garage door, called the police, and said, "He did this to me. He was in the backseat of the car."
Okay, listen, that's crazy. Listen, that's crazy. But also, let's not just dismiss the fact that we just said that there was a whole bunch of judges trying to put people in jail, making money off $2,000 a head.
It's a
the
$3
red
billion
button was
industry.
created. In order for the red button to be created, there had to be a void. That's the only reason I get so uncomfortable when we start talking about black women doing this. This was made possible.
Yes.
Like there were men killed, there were men jailed, imprisoned. Like the void was created. This was never.
The void was created by the
naturally going to
the
happen.
void was created with the feminist movement. The void was created when the feminist movement came and they said, "Women."
What was the other option?
Listen,
let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this, black man. What was the other option if you weren't counting on a man? Because that's what they're still doing, mind you.
No.
This is the evolution of women. They're just trying to find their independent, just like how a black man's red button is freedom. That's a black man's red button. And that's why that's why we created this environment where it's okay to leave your kids, where it's okay to make commitments to any random bitch that I'm not saying that there's not both parts, but let's hold accountability where accountability lies. The government created the void so they could make the red button.
I just said I agree. I agree with you. The government. I'm asking B9. I agree with you. They made the red button, and the red button is, hey, listen, if your nigga get out of line, call white daddy, and we'll put him back in line.
But at the same time, they say if your bitch get out of line, then hit her. I mean, that was a dialogue for a while. Look, I'm not saying y'all do it. I'm not saying we believe it mostly now, but let's not pretend like this shit didn't go on in households.
Hit her or leave her.
They always created the dialogue for us to
hit her or leave her.
This is the first time that black people are really actually getting a full informed choice on how they want to even build themselves and go into the future.
Hit her or leave her.
B9, what you shaking your head for? Because I need to hear this.
Because everything that I heard, Lance is right if he's looking at it in a box. But if you're looking at it from a real big perspective, you have to understand that from the inception of slavery and chattel slavery, the black woman has always been the second in command as far as capital is concerned with America. It has always been the white man, then the black woman. The white woman has been held down by the white man because he wanted her to be his accessory. That's why white women started feminism in the first place. And
That's
it
not
was
true.
Black women involved because Black women were already the economic force and were always the number one breadwinners in the Black family.
We're gonna have to swap facts, B9. That's not true. That's not true, bro.
No,
Honestly,
I agree. And the
I'm gonna need
reason
some
why
references.
I
That's not
agree
true.
with that, and the reason why I agree with that, because they chose to snatch the Black man. Now, in the white man's home, he's the leader no matter what.
Yeah.
But in a Black man's home, they try to snatch y'all, and then you have a panel like this, and you start off with save yourself, Black man. And my thing is, you're going with the narrative.
Oh my
That's
God,
what they want you to do.
Niambi, you're missing the point. We're talking about the red button. Imagine, close your eyes. I want to take you down this because we're in a Disney movie right now. Listen. If take a Black man and a Black woman, the average modern Black woman right now. Oh my God, if take the average Black woman right now with her attitude, her bitterness, her ugliness, and you take a Black man that's going out and trying to be with it, because there are some good Black men out there. And if we're talking about right now, Black men are 23% of Black men are more are in college and graduating, and the incarceration has dropped 36% with Black men. So Black men are moving in the right direction. But I want to say, if you take these two individuals and you put them in the house and you look at all the things that's on TV, Housewives of Atlanta and Love and Hip Hop and all these things that get into the minds of weak females, and we can't say this ain't true. And they get into the minds of weak females and they want to live a lifestyle and they want a man to do everything for them. They don't bring nothing to the table. And then you're sitting at home and you come home to this. What you doing? Oh, that's all you made this week. You got this here. And that man gets tired. He get fed up and he snaps and he says something to her she don't like. Even if he speaks something that she don't like, red button. If you touch me, red button. If you say something in front of the kids, red button. We can't sit here and keep saying that they are trying. No, they did it, and I hate to say this. I hate to say it because I love everybody, all my Black people. But the government, like Lance said, the government created it. The government is pimping our Black women, and they're laughing. I told you yesterday on the show on Sir Hale yesterday. It's a $3 billion a year industry in one state. $3 billion in Atlanta. $3 billion industry for child support. They're making $3 billion. If a woman's child support is $500, the damn government's getting $200. They want what are we? Oh,
but you know what's worse? You know what's worse than the government pimping the women is the government convincing the men that something is a Black woman's fault, because you forget you forget that they're the reason that the jail rate is down. We're getting niggas out of jail is because of the Black women who have had to endure the Black men that have been in prison. Not every modern woman is just some ratchetty chickadee.
That's what I keep trying to say. That's my point. That's why I get so upset.
Say that again.
That's my point. That's why I get
I can't believe it, B9. I can't.
That's wrong, bro. The first millionaire in America was Madam C.J. Walker, a woman. The first
registered female millionaire.
Right, there you go. Come on.
Registered. Come on, man. You a teacher, bro. You a teacher, bro. You can't go by these TV Netflix.
You can split verbs with me if you want to. But
you're trying to prove your point. But go ahead though.
You go with your thing. Documented she's the first Black millionaire. Then we go to today's world. Oprah Winfrey was the first Black billionaire. Now, go back to Madam C.J. Walker. Tulsa was owned by Black men. Those businesses were owned by Black men. They got burned down. If those businesses were owned by Black women, Tulsa would probably still be standing till this day.
That's an opinion.
And that's why I say y'all let them take your power. Just like Tulsa.
What?
Just like And the reason why I'm saying that is because once something happens like Tulsa, then y'all just bow out. Just
So hold on. So I let them create laws. So for a 3-strike rule that men are sitting in jail for 23 years right now for a pound of weed.
That's not what I'm saying.
What do we know about law legislation?
Black Man Unfiltered, B9, all of y'all. What I'm saying is they use this as a tactic, and then what do as Black people? We say, oh, okay, we can't do nothing past Tulsa. We can't do nothing past.
Can I respond to that?
No, listen, we can't do nothing past the Tuskegee Airmen, but it's being done by Black people.
Can I respond to that?
Just like Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood was made just so Black people would not reproduce. We have all beat all of that. So do not tell me that y'all don't have no power.
We haven't beat all of that.
We didn't beat nothing.
Black women are the main. Black women are the most women that are living in Planned Parenthood.
Black women have had the most abortions through Planned Parenthood than any other race of women. What are we talking about?
How you beat it?
What I'm telling you is that
we never said we don't have power, Miss Neon.
Planned Parenthood was developed so that Black women would not have children.
And if Black women know that, then why are they still going there to get it done? Oh my God!
We never said that we don't have.
They're still going. They're still going.
You want to know? You want to know?
We know we have power. We know we have.
Are you telling your Black girls that?
What we're trying to
telling your Black girls that? Are you letting your Black girls know? I had to find that out like 5 years ago. I didn't know.
Find out what?
About Planned Parenthood being for just like the Black men being put in jail right now. Black men are being put in jail only to stop reproduction. It has nothing. I mean, it has, of course,
right? Because there are laws being created to put us Black asses in jail.
Black man, I think what it is
producing to stop producing. If I got a Black man in jail for 15 years, 23 for some weed or whatever, he cannot produce kids.
Okay, what if he got kids when he go in? Now, let me tell you what happens. Because let me tell you what happens in the community, what the white man has done. The white man says this: there's a strong Black man in the home. We know his wife has 2 children. We know if we send this nigga to jail for 15 years, that woman has to raise that boy in a feminine atmosphere for 15 years. And he's not going to be as strong as his father. So let's just systematically tear the family apart and use the Black woman to do it. And what they do is they take them in there. The Black women make their sons son husbands, like I said earlier. And then what they do is these boys become more feminine. They're not strong. They don't stand up to nobody. They weak. These boys out here right now are weaker than toilet paper. They won't stand up to nobody. They won't say nothing. Nothing matters to them. They don't stand up for the community. They see a girl getting kicked and beat on the ground. They pull out their damn cell phones. We would snatch the dude up off. Come on, man.
I am not disagreeing with you. I am not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying that this is systematic from the beginning of time for us. It's systematic.
But the big thing is, though,
I am not disagreeing with you at all. I'm saying it's systematic, and you cannot blame the Black man or the Black female because we're all out here trying to survive. And I don't think that it's right that a woman would hit the button and call 911 on y'all. I don't think that it's right that a woman will run support and disrespectfully tell you that you're not a father. I'm saying there are 2 types of people in the world. There are people that are bullshit people and will do all type of shit to you, and they don't give a fuck about taking you in the court. And I'm telling you that there are decent people who are not on that.
Does it happen?
You're right. My point. Yeah. Does it happen? No.
See, does it happen? No. Nobody. I'm glad that you think the way you think, Nyambi, and I'm glad that you don't think it's right. But it happens. And
every day.
I didn't say that it didn't happen. I agree with you. It does happen. I'm saying, don't tell me that it's fucked up that I pick a person that's a bad baby daddy, but it ain't okay that you pick a person that's a fucked up individual and that'll call the police on you.
All of them do it. I've seen it for myself. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, we gotta stop talking. The woman, you cannot tell me that it's okay for men to leave the home and not take care of the kids, but then it ain't okay for the woman to go get Section 8.
Niambi, let me ask you a question. Niambi, let me ask you a question. B9, let me ask her a question, B9, real quick. Let me ask her a question. Niambi, take yourself out of it. Take the modern woman right now, right? You guys already make way less than men, right? They already disrespecting you in corporate America. The same me and you'll go for the same job. I'll get 80,000, they'll give you 50, right? So the white man's already disrespecting you on your worth. So basically, let's look at it like this. Me and you're in the home. Me and you are married, Niambi, or me and you're dating, or me and you're seriously dating. We have 2 children. We're engaged to be married. And we fall on bad times. We're damn near broke and hungry. Reels about this show start showing. And you say, you know what? I got to go down here. I didn't want to do it, but I got to go down here and get some stamps. And me and you are deeply in love with each other, Niambi. And you go down to get stamps, and that white lady looks you in your eyes and says, Niambi, the only way your kids are going to eat this month, the only way that we're going to give you emergency food stamps, he cannot be in the home. I'm trying to help you, Niambi. He has to go. I cannot help you. Your kids are going to starve if he's not at the house. We need you to put him on child support. We need you. If he's not on child support, we're not able to help you. Your kids are going to starve. We don't know where you're going to get the money to feed your kids, but that he got to come up out of the home, Niambi. So what we need you to do is
proudly say, Black Man Unfiltered, I'm not going.
But I'm saying take yourself out of it. I'm talking about the modern day female right now that's 19, 20, 21, 22, that's in a serious relationship, and somebody tell her, your kids ain't gonna eat unless you get ready to do. He finna be gone. She'll go home and say, get your shit.
It's so, do you know how many women that hit that men and said, I don't give a fuck what you say, I'm still gonna have my man in here.
Can I say there is plenty of trap women that, they will go put their baby daddy on child support and all that and food stamps and this, that, and be persuaded and be manipulated. But can I just say that I know a lot of Black men that are for the idea about lying about their housing situation so they can get food stamps so he doesn't have to do as much. Because as you said, they're son husbands.
So what?
So, I mean, how can you sit up there and talk about son husbands, but then at the same time talk about the women who would call the police on son husbands? Do you
But
think
what the thing about it is y'all don't realize
other things,
I just
other
feel like
things that perpetuate that type of behavior? I'm not saying it's either one's fault. It's all a box.
I'm tired of
they
you
all putting us in the box.
Hold on just a second.
I'm tired of you making these false equivalencies.
Yeah, man. Yeah, be not on with
How
you.
is that a false equivalency?
It's
a lie. I mean, if you're being dishonest, you're being dishonest.
Oh, watch this.
Compare men to women.
Right, you cannot.
It's don't go together. It just don't go together.
No, you are no.
I don't think it's a false equivalence.
I'm not comparing men and women. I'm comparing behavior and consequences.
Let me say this.
No. Listen, I'm not comparing men and women. I hold everybody to the same regard because you all make your own choices. There are consequences. You set a pattern of behavior. I don't, but when it comes to leadership, no, I don't hold men and women to the same regard. I think, Joe, you have heard me explain. I do think there is something inherently in women that is supposed to follow. I think they want to follow.
So if the system incentivizes them to be the leader,
but you can't also blame.
Did you hear New Growth? Did you hear New Growth? You said again, New Growth.
I said if the system incentivizes them to be a leader, and that woman has an subconscious thirst for that power, they are playing into the game more than they even know it. See, I think a lot of times
for the
Black
power,
women love to say, a lot of people say that, hey, we're the most unprotected person in America.
Exactly.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
You can't protect us. Who's protecting us? You think you can protect us?
When it comes to our Black men?
Yes, you can. Who protects
what
us?
you're saying here, you all have said the same thing. We're
no, I'm
only
asking the question. Who
by
can protect
the white
us?
man.
Who can protect us?
You're telling me that I'm only protected by the white man, and I'm never been protected by a white man.
Who's protecting? I'm asking the question. Who's protecting us? You said you're the most unprotected, but you get food stamps. You're allowed to get child support. You're allowed to get. You're allowed to get incentives. You're allowed to get incentives. If you get pregnant young, you get incentives to go to college. A Black man has an incentive to go out there and do something illegal if he has a baby young.
How many
we have years? Our fathers are being incarcerated.
Is that y'all decided to have these babies?
No, I'm asking you, who's the most unprotected person in America? How y'all more unprotected than us?
My point.
I think she said
you are allowing the white man to protect us?
No.
Are you crazy?
No. He created this system so you could. Listen.
That's not. See, y'all see that as protection. I don't see that as protection.
I don't see that as protection. You know what I see that as? I see that as stagnant. Because
You're
I
either,
know
you're either
women
creating,
and
you're
I
either
know
creating
men
a
that go
behavior in
to
a
work
woman
every
that's
single
that's
day
intolerable,
and
or
they
you're
say,
creating a
oh, I
man
got
that has
Section
nothing.
8. I can't work this hard
But
because
y'all
if I
also
work
are
That's
this
being praised
hard,
for
then
disrespectful.
I'm
voting
See,
in
not
that's
going
the
to
Biden.
be able to
disrespectful
make
behavior
Are
this
that I
y'all not
talk
money.
being
about.
praised
That
for
That's a
being
you,
voting
bum
for the
ass
president?
mentality.
Are y'all not being praised for voting in the president? The
Come
same
on.
president who threw us in jail at an alarming rate, and that y'all sat behind and let him and Kamala Harris, another person who threw us in jail at an alarming rate, and you sit behind
I
He
and
want to
get
tell
behind
talking
you,
them
now.
guess
people
what?
He
with
I'm gonna
talking
ignorance.
tell
now.
you this. I'd rather him get in there than somebody that
See,
had the
that's
whole
what you're
nation
saying, because
killing
you
us.
rather protect yourself,
Trump
and that's
had the
okay. But
whole
you're not
nation
the most
killing us.
unprotected,
No,
and they'll
Trump didn't
take
do
care
that.
of you until the point they get rid of us.
And I
Then they
call him
come and start
racist.
slicing y'all heads off.
So y'all didn't feel like that man was inciting a racial war.
That man that y'all put in office put my generation in jail at an alarming rate. These
Yes.
kids out here now don't have
Trump
fathers because of that
was
man y'all
dangerous.
put in office.
And I needed to get Trump out of there.
No, see, but that's what I'm
Because
saying.
I
It was about
saw
you. You said
over
I.
the 4
You
years
said
that
I.
he was in office,
You said
many
I.
black men doubled and getting killed by cops.
Excuse me,
So
you talking
no,
about, you said when
I don't
Obama
care.
was in office,
Lie to
the
me.
black
If
men
you're
got
a
double killed?
president, lie to me.
No, you're not answering the question. You
She
saying you're the
hasn't
most
answered the question.
unprotected. There's nothing factually to show
I
that.
want to know who's the most unprotected. I'm still waiting for you to
I'm
answer
still
that.
waiting. I'm still waiting on the answer too.
She don't want
Because
to
I'm
answer it.
telling
She
you
know the
that I'm
answer.
not using none of these systems that y'all talking about.
But we
But
I'm
you
not
just
using
said
those
y'all were
systems
the
that
you
you're
said y'all
talking
were the
about.
most unprotected.
Black women.
Okay, so according to what? How?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
How are y'all
According to what?
unprotected?
Because
How?
I
More
feel
unprotected
like
than us.
black men have chosen to just be absentee, and then
So we
now
chose
all
that.
of a sudden,
So we
chose that.
We chose that.
So y'all didn't.
So you
Why
don't know about the
Why
3
so
strike
many of
law?
y'all on child support?
You don't know about the super predator law?
Because of the red button. The fuck?
You don't know about how black men were disenfranchised from the union system when it came into play, which incentivized welfare. Do you know before black women got welfare, white families as a whole got welfare? It was no incentive to get rid of the man or else.
That.
Did you know that?
I literally just said that. You didn't hear
Okay,
that?
so what do you mean you're the most
You
unprotected?
didn't hear that?
We
You
were
didn't hear
thrown
me
out.
say that it's about power and money. It has nothing to
Niambi,
do
let me ask you a
because
question.
they did these same things to their own people.
But
They did it to their own
skipping.
people
You're moving the
first.
goalposts.
Niambi, yeah, you're moving the goal. Let me ask you this question, Niambi. Let's say the roles are reversed. Let's say me and you are a young couple. You're 21, I'm 20, right? And me and you, we have a child together. A child was made out of love. We decided, this relationship is not going to work, and so we're gonna break up. And I take the child with me as the man. I'm gonna put it in reverse terms here, and I take the child with me, and I'm taking care of the child, and you giving me whatever you can on the side. Oh, he go live $20, $30, and I'm cool with it. Okay, good, I'm good. And then one day I see you walking down the street, walking into a movie theater with your new boo, and I see y'all hugged up, and you with your baby. And I get angry. I'm like, damn, she said she didn't want to be in a relationship. She broke up with me. Oh, okay. And I call you and I say, Niambi, I see you at the movies with this new dude. Hey, don't worry about it. Till Monday morning, I'm going to have that white man in your life. And then you start looking at your checks, Niambi, and they start taking 60%. Just because I'm angry. Not because I don't take care of my child, but because I'm angry. That's what black women do to men every day. They get mad because a man then moved on to another female and they put him on child support. How is it that it's a woman that got a 10-year-old daughter and for 10 years you had no problems, but it's a coincidence that day after this man get married, child support papers are filed? Tell me, how is that possible?
This happens in both genders. I don't understand why you're talking about this when it happens in both genders. Just like a black man can love a woman and he go kill her and the 2 kids. Stop acting like this is something new to y'all.
How is that equivalent?
How is that equivalent to what we were saying?
What do you mean?
A woman's emotions tied to a destroying a man.
A man goes commit. If he kills the woman, he commits a crime.
Neither one.
If the man kills the woman, he commits a crime. If you go to the court system, you are praised. That man is now the one committing the crime.
It's black men that go and get child support too. It's
Okay,
black
hold
men
on.
on
Let me share
palimony.
something with you. Let me share something with you because I don't like to put my personal business out there, but who gives a damn? I need it right now. Come on, Captain Planet. So watch this.
And I believe what B9 said, which is
I
y'all
went
need
to. Let me
therapy
tell you what happened.
because
Let me
y'all
tell you
talk
what
about
happened.
personal
I used to be.
situations.
Hold on, I
and
used
I'm
to be
telling
married.
you that
Hold on, Yumby. I used to be married. My ex-wife, her and I had 2 children. Out of that 2 children, we were together for 7 years. We decided to get a divorce, right? After the divorce, she had the children. All right. At first, everything was good. Then she started to go down the wrong path. I'm not going to say what that is because I don't want to do it like that. But she went down the wrong path doing things that she should not be doing. Right. So people that know her, that in the town that I was from, I'm in Dallas, but she's back in that place. And people are calling me saying, man, you need to get your kid, bro. She is down bad, man. She out here bad, bro. You need to come get your babies, bro. So I go down and they're exactly right. She's not living well. Guess what she's doing? She's getting food stamps. She's in housing authority. She's doing all this stuff, right? So I'm saying, oh, wow, I know my kids are living like this. Damn. So what I do, I say, you know what? I'm going to give her an opportunity. I keep in contact with her. I talk to my kids. I come visit my kids. Then it starts to say, oh, I'm going to come visit my kids. And I drive 6 hours. I get there. And then then she said, oh, I forgot this weekend they went with my mama to Jackson. Right? So then 6 hours of my time wasted. Right, and then but let's just further it along. We go to court, and I say, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm gonna get custody. I spent so much money. I could have bought a cruise liner. I spent so much money trying to fight for my children. Right, I fought for my children because I knew. I said, you know what? I have to get my children because they're in a bad situation. Right. And they said men are deadbeats. Well, let me explain something. I ended up, I had to go into the courts. I had to bring all the evidence. I had to bring the receipts, right? Which the receipts don't work. I'm telling you that now. Any man trying to get custody, don't try it. The judge don't give a damn about what you did. They care about what you're going to do.
That's not every judge.
Right. And so when I went through that, after it was over, they said, Mr. Whitfield, we give you custody of your children. After they gave me custody of my children, my lawyer looked at me and she said, she's been proven unfit. She said, this is very rare. She said, do you want child support? I said, no, I don't need anything from her. She said, this is a black woman. She said, bullshit. If it were you, she'd stick you. I said, no, I'm good. She said, I already filed the shit.
Thank you.
I said, well, I don't need nothing. I said, I don't need nothing, right? I said, I don't need nothing. So fast forward, I got my custody of my kids when they were 7 and 6. Now they're 14 and 13. Ask me when she called, talk to them, do anything of that nature. Call them, spend time with them, come pick them up, wish them a happy birthday. Nothing.
And
zero.
Black man unfiltered.
Hold on. But I don't ask for nothing. I don't hit the red button. Matter of fact, she just got married. What I look like looking at her and say, you know what? She just got married. I need to go get an increase. Men do not do that. We're not emotionally set up that way.
Black man unfiltered. This is the reason why I have this ideology that I'm speaking of, is because I had an absentee mother. My mama didn't give a fuck about me. My mama stayed 5 blocks away from me. My mother,
but you're speaking from pain, babe. You're speaking from pain.
Deadbeat mom.
Right.
You just spoke from pain, though.
There was no pain for me. I got my kids.
It was pain for your children, which was pain for you. Don't compartmentalize. It was painful.
No. It wasn't painful for me.
So it wasn't painful for
I
your kids.
I walked in that fucking courtroom like Matlock. I had no pain. I had the receipts. I knew what I was going to do. I knew how strategic we were going to be, and I was waiting to. You know what I did see? I wanted to see the pain in her face when them receipts came out and everything was true and there was nothing you can do. Can you imagine being in the courtroom and I'm like this here and one of her friends that I'm getting information from, one of her closest friends, she texting me, yeah, man, you need to do this, you need to do this. Can you imagine sitting in the courtroom, you looking across at your ex and she over there whispering to somebody, right before court, what judge would ever give a man kids? Right?
Hey, black man, can I ask you a question?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, hold on, let me finish. She said, and so one of her friends texted me, hey, have a drug tested. I said, okay. So my lawyer said, I said, hey, we need to have a drug test. She said, oh, okay. They told the judge, said, hey, listen, we're going to do drug test today. She said, oh, I ain't got no money to pay for that. My lawyer said, oh, don't worry about it. You can use my credit card. They went in and tested her. I'm negative. She's positive. You see what I'm talking about?
Black
see,
man
the thing about
unlimited. That's the reason why I'm telling you, you have the power. You cannot tell me that you
I
don't.
had the power because I
black
had the
men do
money.
not
No,
have
no, no.
power
It was
because
listen.
you
I
have
didn't
it.
have the power. I had the evidence. That's a difference.
That's
I
the
had
power.
I had the pictures.
You have
of people-
evidence.
Oh,
You
no,
have
no.
knowledge. That's all you need.
Circumstances is not power.
Listen, I had to play dirty. I had to
You did.
I had to turn black women on black women, which was so easy, and I couldn't believe it.
I'm
I had
about
to
to
turn black women on black women. Hey, listen, can you go watch her? Can you take pictures of her? Can you video her? Can you do this? And they, oh yeah,
Yes.
I'll slip you a couple of hundred. I'll slip you $100.
See, but we not petty like that. You talking about yes, because that's what y'all do.
Right? Come on, New Growth 42.
We don't do that. That ain't our nature.
I love you, sir.
You talking about
yes.
yes. That's how y'all get down.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but just like we spoke about last night, we said that all of these women are going to hit the red button. All of these women are going to court and they taking y'all. Sometimes you gotta be the one to take them first. To have the same, because all the judge is thinking about, they're not thinking about you, a black man. They thinking about this woman took the initiative to come in here. So they don't think that this motherfucker a crock of bullshit when she come in here. She can dress up and she could look how she want to look.
I'm telling
you,
you,
y'all the most unprotected though. So of course he gonna think y'all was a crack of bull when y'all came in there, right?
Right.
He gonna automatically look at y'all like y'all ain't nothing.
Niambi, I'm telling you from experience. I'm telling you what I went through. I went through hell to get those kids. If I didn't have a few other pieces of evidence, I would not have them. They want you to prove that damn near you're God if you're a man to get your children.
You didn't. I'm saying have the jump on it. The same reason why. See, I can't talk. I can't really speak to
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Peace,
Be nice.
Y'all have
I'm gonna head out too, y'all.
All right, well, hey, look, this will be a part 2. So before y'all go, man, I want to say I appreciate you guys. Sir Hale is still in the comments, and Sir Hale said y'all gotta have a family meeting, Neon, because you out of line on this live. He said y'all gotta have a family meeting after this. But I'll
be back on Tuesday.
Man. Tuesday, we'll be back in here on Tuesday. We'll probably do a part 2 of this on Tuesday with the ladies involved, so we can get more ladies involved and get their mind set on it. Then Friday, fellas, we'll be back on Friday. But tomorrow, the ladies have their show coming out tomorrow. Black Men Unfiltered is presenting the ladies tomorrow. They'll be talking, so it'll be Wind Down with Real Women. Be 12 o'clock Central Time. So they're gonna be talking about real women stuff. So Niambi, if you want to come on there, they will definitely invite you on camera.
You talking about noon or PM?
No, PM. Yeah, noon. Yeah, PM. Yeah, they'll be on the 12 p.m. tomorrow, Central Time.
Peace out, family. It's been lovely.
Yeah, all right, man. New Growth. I'll see y'all Tuesday, bro.
Peace.
All right, man.
God bless everybody. And I'm going to leave on this note. You're right, Miss Niambi. We do have the power. But what we're looking for is the results.
Exactly.
You can get them, baby. I promise. You can get them.
God bless you. God bless you all. Y'all have a happy holiday.
You too, B.
You know we'll be in touch real soon.
All right, boy.
That's what's up. God bless.
But good night, Neon V. All right, this has been Black Men Unfiltered. We appreciate you guys stopping by. We didn't even intend to go this long. We said we was going to be over in 2 hours. It got so juicy. We start talking about race. We start talking about, are we raising our our daughters to be wise? And it went everywhere. So, but we do appreciate you guys. We really, really appreciate you guys. Stephen Day, man, I appreciate you for your support, man, and being in the chat, telling everybody to get the likes up. So thank you for being my cheerleader, man, over in the chats. And I appreciate you guys, man. If you want to support me, look down at the bottom of the screen right there. I have a goal, and I need to meet that goal. And so I need you guys to go ahead and subscribe, and subscribe for me, and like, and share this with family and friends, and get them in here on Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. Central Time, on Fridays 8 p.m. Central Time. On Saturday, the ladies Wind Down with Real Women will be at 12 p.m. every Saturday. So we're on 3 times a week. And we want you guys to be a part of it. So like and subscribe, turn a notification on, and so you'll know when we go live. Also, I want to pick on my little brother, Sir Hale Speaks. I want to go ahead and tell you about Sir Hill. Sir Hill is a wonderful guy as well, has a great platform, very educated brother. And I look at him like he's my blood brother, man. He is a wonderful guy, man. And so you guys go to Sir Hill Speaks and subscribe to that page. And anybody else that was on tonight, please subscribe to them because we want to support each other. Thank you guys for tuning in to Black Men Unfiltered Cooking with Kingz. Until next Friday with all the guys, until next Tuesday with everybody, we out. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. Time to go.